Chapter 601-429, Ancient Time Secrets. The incense fire divine path has too many constraints. As a former incense spirit, Ruiyang understood this all too well. In the end, it was the heretic path, differing too much from the orthodox cultivation path. If the incense fire divine path were truly useful, he wouldn't have severed the path back then. For chi cultivators, the deeper one's cultivation, the more the so-called incense fire divine path becomes a shackle, bringing nothing but trouble. If not for the chaos sea serving as a barrier and isolation, Ruiyang would not have chosen this path back then. About everything regarding Jingchu. Let me think where to begin. The eyes of the sun-eroding cry slightly scattered. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Jingchu is not a person of this world but from the previous epoch, from the era before the heavens were opened. Few should know this. After speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Ruiyang. This secret, if heard by ordinary people, would likely leave them dumbfounded. That, I know. Ruiyang's brow slightly furrowed as he pursued further. Now the people of the great universe know about it, from the mouth of Fu Pinglan from the Martial Hall. Say something useful. Seeing his reaction, Sun-Eroding Cry was momentarily disappointed, then continued. Jingchu was born in the near immortal realm. His chi-refining technique had never appeared before, so he quickly gained a certain reputation. Jingchu is actually also from the near immortal realm? Ruiyang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Jingchu was also born in what is now the Songyun realm. That's right, he and Xueqing ventured out from the near immortal realm together. I took notice of him because of Xueqing. Sun-Eroding Cry let out a breath, organized his thoughts a bit, and continued. Xueqing is the most outstanding in martial path talent that I've seen since cultivating in martial arts, and her Dao heart is extremely firm. Upon first meeting, I knew she would have great achievements in the future. Musing for a moment, Sun-Eroding Cry seemed slightly emotional. She is almost born for the martial path, mastering all techniques. Combat techniques and secret techniques that ordinary people take centuries or millennia to study, she could comprehend between morning and evening. She was never distracted by external matters during her cultivation. Thus, at the tender age of 97, she became a martial saint, almost comparable to a son of destiny bearing heaven's fortune. When she was 100, I wanted to take her as a disciple, but she declined. At the time, she said she pursued the martial path without needing a human master, for heaven and earth naturally contain their Tao, and she did not wish to tread the path of predecessors, so I gave up. Later, I only took Jun Huang as a disciple. During that time, Jingchu also demonstrated astonishing potential, becoming a heavenly immortal at less than 100 years old, already acquainted with Yun Tianji then. Sun-Eroding Cry slightly paused, glancing at Ruiyang. Since you accepted a portion of Shumixing's memory, you must have met Yun Tianji. It was Yun Tianji who tended to Shumixing's body back then. Upon hearing this, the image of that young boy immediately surfaced in Ruiyang's mind. In the year Shumixing died, Yun Tianji was still just a child. When Jingchu first rose to fame, various ancient clans extended olive branches to him, promised him great treatment, hoping to bring him into their clans. But in the end, they all failed, and due to various reasons, each held grudges against Jingchu, causing unrest to surge. The trigger for it all was the Heaven Burial Palace. Heaven Burial Palace? Hearing this name, Ruiyang became a bit energized. What kind of place is that? In the memory moments ago, Xueqing also mentioned the Heaven Burial Palace. It's rumored that the Heaven Burial Palace is where the Master of Heavenly Fortune is buried, containing the universe within, with many strange places. Within it, there's a certain chance to gain the favor of heavenly fortune. At that time, the division of heavenly fortune was not as stable as now. It was in the hands of various ancient clans members, rather than divided by cultivation. If an ancient ancestor passed away, their heavenly fortune wouldn't necessarily be inherited by clan members, it might scatter and merge into the various paths. Within the Heaven Burial Palace are many dispersed heavenly fortunes. Those who train there might reap substantial benefits, even becoming a son of destiny. In my era, a son of destiny was called son of heaven, referring to one who already bore half the heavenly fortune without entering the ancestral realm, a favored child of fortune. As long as they did not perish halfway, reaching the ancestral realm was assured. How is that possible? Chujing was greatly puzzled. The ancestral realm can hardly bear half of heavenly fortune for long. Wouldn't so much heavenly fortune before entering the ancestral realm invite disaster? Sun-eroding cry was slightly stunned. Ethereal, what you call disasters and the tribulation of chi cultivators, if I'm correct, only appeared after Jingchu seized heavenly fortune. What? Chujing was stunned, surprised. Didn't the chi cultivators of the primordial era face this tribulation? At least not before Jingchu became an ancestor. Sun-eroding cry shook his head. Under Xueqing's warnings, he had lived in peace for a period. After becoming a golden immortal, he secluded himself for tens of thousands of years at the martial arts ancestral court, until he became a primordial golden immortal, without any misfortune. There was no chaos. See, back then, your so-called incarnation through tribulation did not exist, and heavenly fortune remained in the hands of various ancient ancestors, without being leaked out, nor had they any tribulation. Not just them, even I myself, when I killed Xu Sheng, bore more than half of heavenly fortune, but any more would have been too much for me. This revelation really shocked Chujing. Originally, he thought the troubled fate of chi cultivators was due to their cultivation skills. But now it seems, it was not so. It was because Jingchu caused too much trouble, triggering the backlash of heavenly fortune. Chapter 602-429, Ancient Secrets _2. With a sudden thought, Chujing realized something was amiss. The Great Circulatory Qi guideline he initially practiced was a genuine qi refining technique. The Eternal Calamity Treasure record he later acquired shared striking similarities, hinting that they might originate from the same source. His previous life likely belonged to the last era. The qi refining technique requires tribulations, which was warned at the very beginning of the Great Circulatory Qi guideline. Without precedent, why would this be mentioned in the qi refining technique? Or perhaps the difference lies in the laws of the world between the last era and the current one, causing these discrepancies? Chujing shook the thought aside and brought the conversation back. Why did the Heaven Burial Palace become the fuse? The Heaven Burial Palace's opening time is unpredictable. In Jingchu's time, he and Yun Tianji ventured inside, alongside many half-step emperors from various ancient clans. However, only Yun Tianji and Chujing emerged alive. What transpired inside the Heaven Burial Palace remains unknown, but these two gained immense heavenly fate, accelerating their cultivation at extraordinary speeds, causing suspicion among ancient clans. Yet by then, Jingchu had mastered a secret technique to shield his presence, rendering any tracking futile. After some seclusion, Yun Tianji enjoyed the Immortal Court's protection, and the matter faded away. What is a half-step emperor? Chujing asked in confusion. Within the ancient clans, to minimize the loss of heavenly fate, some ancient ancestors, before dying, split and lock a portion of the heavenly fate onto outstanding descendants to aid their cultivation. These individuals aren't true sons of heaven but cultivate faster than average cultivators, hence called half-step emperors. After a long time post-Heaven Burial Palace, Jingchu resurfaced, having reached perfect Shan Immortal, unrivaled among the young generation in the great universe, and not even the seniors matched him anymore. Soon after his return, Jingchu orchestrated a grand scheme. He lured two ancient ancestors from the Star Moon ancient clan away, then robbed their treasury, stealing countless treasures, including the Heavenly Mirror. Upon hearing the Heavenly Mirror, Chu Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly but continued listening to Sun-eroding cry. The world believes the treasury theft was Jingchu's doing, but Jun Huang and Yun Tianji were involved. I helped cover it up. Afterward, Jingchu attained golden immortal status and quietly retreated to the martial arts ancestral court for a period of peaceful cultivation. Upon reaching primordial golden immortal, he emerged again, quickly causing another shocking event. He blasted open the ancestral tomb of the Skywind ancient clan, attacking and killing the slumbering Heavenly Wind ancestor. Although most heavenly fate had already transferred to their half-step emperor successor, The remaining plus Xingqiu's prior accumulation granted him half of heaven's fortune, ushering him into the ancestor rank. Sun-eroding Cry took a deep breath, eyes dimming. Shortly after, Xingqiu sought me out, and we planned together. What plan? Chu Zhang's interest piqued. He discovered a method to merge heavenly fate, aiming to reshape the great universe, eliminate ancient clans, clear the vast universe, reopen the Yin-Yang road, and end Dao disputes forever, but he needed my help to pave the way. Sun-eroding Cry sighed lightly. After much consideration, I agreed. I helped him ambush and kill 2 ancient ancestors, collecting over 10% heavenly fate. Daluo Golden Immortal's divine skills are indeed terrifying. At that time, Xingqiu was likely the strongest across 2 realms. The situation changed when Yun Tianji ascended to ancestor status. Yun Tianji always wished to kill me for revenge, but I didn't care. His strength was no threat to me. Yet. All ancient ancestors across clans joined forces and withdrew, voiding any Dao war. Xingqiu needed Yun Tianji to consolidate the immortal path and duel him. To start conflict, he required my life as leverage. Xingqiu and Yun Tianji orchestrated a scheme, painstakingly faking a reincarnation road to lure me into the vast universe for investigation, while connecting numerous ancient ancestors to kill me. Knowing the truth, I still went. Xingqiu said integrating the vast universe called for blood-changing ancient ancestors, needing me to create opportunities to dispose of some, so I went along. Suddenly, Sun-eroding Cry chuckled softly, but Xingqiu didn't anticipate Xueqing joining the fight. She beheaded 2 ancient ancestors from the vast universe and nearly killed Yun Tianji on the spot, causing chaos. Later, Xingqiu calmed Xueqing and pulled her from the battlefield. After a fierce battle, when several ancient ancestors were heavily injured or fallen, Xingqiu struck and gravely wounded me. The original plan was my fake death and retreat, handing over heavenly fate. However, Yun Tianji, suspicious by nature, refused to believe I truly died and insisted on personally intervening. Having cultivated the undying body, Yun Tianji couldn't kill me by traditional means and only managed to suppress me. Xingqiu had foreseen this. After discussion, they conceded to Yun Tianji's will, suppressing me, but Xingqiu promised he'd later find an opportunity to release me. Afterward, I knew little, and you, too, know it's hard to learn of outside changes here. Chu Jing sorted through his thoughts, comprehending some of the causes and effects. It was apparent that Sun-eroding Cry lacked complete awareness of Xingqiu's experiences, leaving many gaps. Moreover, Sun-eroding Cry didn't participate in the final battle, missing crucial details. However, compared to previous ignorance, Chu Jing now had a clearer understanding of the primordial era. Organizing his thoughts, Chu Jing still had a lingering question. Considering Xueqing's extraordinary martial talent and close relation with Xingqiu, why was there no trace or even legend of her in the current martial hall? Recalling the martial ancestor, Chu Jing's eyes flickered as he asked, "Do you know Yan Feng?" Sun-eroding Cry nodded slightly. "Heard of him, Xueqing's last disciple." "I haven't met him. He's said to be exceptionally talented but too young and weak to partake in many affairs." Xueqing accepted 3 disciples in her life. The first 2 died prematurely, leaving only this one, whom she cherished dearly. Chu Jing pressed, "What was Yan Feng's relation to Xingqiu?" Xingqiu mentioned having tea served by Yan Feng, considering him a half-teacher. Half-teacher? Chu Jing frowned, understanding why the martial ancestor mistook him for Xingqiu on their first meeting. Yet, the martial ancestor's attitude towards Xingqiu was notably distant. After a pause, Chu Jing gazed at Sun-eroding Cry and asked solemnly, "Do you think there is some connection between me and Xingqiu? A reincarnation, perhaps?" Hearing this, Sun-eroding Cry's expression turned serious. After a long contemplation, he replied, "Hard to say. Many have similar appearances, looking alike is not unusual. What's more, I find it hard to imagine Xingqiu dying unless he willingly sought death." "What do you mean by that? Isn't life and death cycle common?" Chu Jing was puzzled. After death, living creatures do not reincarnate but fall into the vast universe. But Xingqiu had unraveled all its laws, surviving there in flesh, even absorbing the vast universe's heavenly fate. In this situation, how could he die? Who could kill him? Sun-eroding cry scrutinized Chu Jing, eyes narrowed. I agreed to his plan years ago, suspecting he had discovered the method for eternal life in the world, uniting the two realms and reopening Yin-Yang. He was surely capable. Otherwise, how could I have ended up in today's predicament? Chapter 603-430, The Corridor Connecting Time and Space. What else do you wish to know? Ask away, and I will tell you all that I know. With that, the sun-eroding cry stopped speaking and fell silent. Chu Jing pondered for a moment, then said in a serious tone, How much do you know about the reincarnation road? The mystery of his reincarnation might only find some answers within the reincarnation road. The existence of the vast universe replaced the underworld, but the reincarnation road has not completely vanished. Instead, it was obscured. Xingqiu found a trace at the Heaven Burial Palace long ago, discovering the remnants of the reincarnation road. But without integrating the two realms, the power is insufficient, and it is still impossible to reopen the yin and yang. The sun-eroding cry expressed some regret. If only there were more time, perhaps other paths could be found. If Xingqiu indeed found evidence of the reincarnation road, there would be much room for manipulation regarding reincarnation, thereby attracting a group of ancient ancestors and negotiating gradually. Chu Jing felt slightly disappointed. The sun-eroding cry had been suppressed before the great battle in the ancient times, undoubtedly missing many crucial moments. The identity of the person who helped Xingqiu remained unclear in the end. After the disappointment, Chu Jing spoke again. Where is the Heaven Burial Palace? I seem to have never heard of it. The burial place of the Master of Heavenly Fate could not possibly be obscure. He was quite knowledgeable, having ventured through the great universe, the myriad heavens and realms, all major realms, including the Chaos Sea, yet he had never heard of the Heaven Burial Palace. Based on the current territorial divisions of the great universe, the Heaven Burial Palace should be within the Chaos Seas region. However, now that Heavenly Fate has a master, going to the Heaven Burial Palace holds no meaning anymore. The sun-eroding cry shook his head slightly. Without Heavenly Fate, the Heaven Burial Palace is just a larger secret realm, with a moderate concentration of nature's spiritual energy, lacking much value. Chaos Sea. Chu Jing did not dwell on it further and instead asked, If I am truly Xingqiu's reincarnation, then Xingqiu must indeed be dead. Based on your understanding of Xingqiu, where do you think he would have hidden those 2.5 portions of Heavenly Fate before his death? All the major Taoist orthodoxy factions were tracking these 2.5 portions of Heavenly Fate. If he could find some clues and locate these 2.5 portions sooner, when he becomes Qingzu, the situation would completely turn in his favor. Heavenly Fate, the sun-eroding cry contemplated. Heavenly Fate is sentient and would not be entrusted to inanimate objects, nor can it be brought into reincarnation. It can only be stored within living creatures. If I were Xingqiu, I would follow the ancient method to nurture a son of heaven for temporary storage. However, the amount of these 2.5 portions of Heavenly Fate is too vast for an ordinary person to bear. Though he might have means to resolve this, it remains uncertain. Using a person as a vessel, Chu Jing's eyes flickered, and he almost instantly thought of Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing. Back when he entered the Song residence, according to Song Lingxue, it was also Xingqiu who sent him there. Without reason, Xingqiu wouldn't have done so. The only explanation is that Heavenly Fate was nearby. Song Lingxue's cultivation speed was noticeably unusual, which could be explained if she was blessed by Heavenly Fate. He was certain that his own body did not contain these 2.5 portions of Heavenly Fate. Chu Jing could be absolutely sure of this. As for why there was no Heavenly Fate fluctuation on Song Lingxue or Song Lingqing, that was easy to explain. The heaven concealing technique originated from the repair panel, which is his internal Tao seed. Xingqiu being capable of the heaven concealing technique is perfectly normal. The only difficult explanation is that if these two indeed carried the 2.5 portions of Heavenly Fate, it felt like too much, and there should have been some anomalies. However, this was something that Chu Jing couldn't verify now. He couldn't possibly kill Song Lingxue to test whether the luck-stealing skill would react. Thank you. Chu Jing bowed deeply. After leaving this place, I will make every effort to seek an opportunity to rescue you. No rush. The sun-eroding cry instead shook his head, with a smile that was not quite a smile. With you here, the current great universe is unlikely to be at peace. I'm just a half-ancestor now. Even if I were out, I could offer limited help. Once you have dealt with everything, you can release me, and it won't be too late by then. He was no longer in the former haste, appearing much more composed and relaxed, seemingly having realized some key insights, and chuckled softly. Farewell, Senior. Chu Zhang's expression remained unchanged, saying no more, and turned to continue moving forward. Some deeds from the primordial era were mostly buried in that great battle. Although the sun-eroding cry survived from that era, he clearly knew nothing of the crucial secrets, offering limited usable information. But regarding heavenly fate, at least it gave him some inspiration. It now seemed that he need not think further about these matters from ancient times. Xingqiu was dead, which, for the entire great universe, including Chu Jing, appeared to be a good thing. Without tribulation qi entangling him, he could emulate Xingqiu from the ancient times, focusing on cultivation for a period, observing from the sidelines, and waiting for the right moment to act. Chu Jing. Watching Chu Zhang's departing figure, sun-eroding cry suddenly called out, with implied meaning, this corridor links time and space. What you see may not be an illusion, it might be the past, or even the future. There could be heavenly warnings here. Seize them well. Chu Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. He turned around abruptly, but the divine sense of the sun-eroding cry had already dissipated, nowhere to be found. After standing still for a long time, he stepped forward again, striding purposefully ahead. The second stage of the heart-burning corridor was burning desire, which constructs an illusion realm based on the living creature's 7 emotions and 6 desires, thoughts and feelings, corresponding to their obsessions, to temper the mind. Chu Jing now doesn't even know what obsession he has. He cuts off distracting thoughts and only focuses on moving forward. Suddenly, his vision went black, his body weakened, and he fell to the ground, losing consciousness in an instant. Wake up. The gentle call by his ear made Chu Jing slowly regain consciousness. The scent of yellow earth filled his nose with a hint of a stench. He slowly opened his eyes but was dazzled by the morning light, seeing nothing but a white blur. A dull pain came from the back of his head, causing him to frown reflexively, only subsiding after a while. Already dumb, now even more hopeless. A sigh came from above his head. Chu Jing was slightly shocked. He looked up and saw a girl a little over 10 years old, crouched in front of him, holding a bowl of steaming wontons. The girl put down the wontons in her hand, broke off a piece of the porcelain bowl with 2 fingers, and instructed, "Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold. Keep the bowl for yourself, no need to give it back to me, remember to hide it well, don't let anyone snatch it away again." Looking at the girl's yet immature face, Chu Jing called out blankly, "Lingxue. You're not mute? Did this beating actually knock you back to normal?" The girl was a little surprised but not bothered, stood up, and waved her hand, "Since you're not dumb, just stick with me from now on. If you get bullied again, you can use my name. Remember, I'm Xue Qing, everyone around here gives me some respect." Chu Jing stared blankly until Xue Qing's figure disappeared around the corner of the alley, then slowly came back to his senses. He lay in the corner of the alley, the remaining rainwater gathered in a puddle, forming a muddy mirror, reflecting his ragged, disheveled appearance. The reflection in the water was a small beggar, about 7 or 8 years old, with sunken cheeks and a bony frame. Where is this place? Chu Jing furrowed his brows deeply. His memory was not affected, so he should still be in the heart-burning corridor. Why was he here? Is this an illusion realm? But what is its connection to the second challenge of burning desire? Could this illusion realm be seen by the heart-burning corridor as his obsession? Chu Jing shook his head slightly, as if this was similar to the previous level, digging out the memories hidden within the Tao seed. Yet even so, Chu Jing still found it difficult to understand why such a scene would become Xingqiu's obsession. He struggled to sit up, picked up the wontons in front of him, and finished them in a few gulps. Then he sat with his 5 centers turning upwards and began circulating the chi refining technique. Regardless of whether this is an illusion realm or not, since Xueqing exists in this era, it must be ancient times, so perhaps he can gather some clues here. A moment later, Chuzheng suddenly opened his eyes and realized something was wrong. He could no longer sense the existence of the repair panel within him, and the operation of the chi refining technique felt somewhat sluggish, lacking the prior fluency. In the illusion realm, the Jingqiu within naturally wouldn't possess a Dao seed, and without the support of a Dao seed, cultivation would naturally require extra effort. After almost an hour, Chuzheng finally found the qi sensation and completed a grand circulation. As heaven and earth's primordial qi entered his body, the dull pain at the back of his head gradually faded, and his injuries began to heal. Chuzheng never imagined that he would have to walk the path of the 100 days spiritual transformation again one day. However, with some experience of undergoing tribulations, he was quite adaptable. Not until dusk fell did Chuzheng complete the circulation, freeing him to move around freely. He did not waste time, quietly leaving the alley, avoiding crowds, and weaving between brothels and taverns to gather some useful information. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky that he found a corner to sit cross-legged, circulating his qi, while sorting through the thoughts in his mind. As his cultivation level lowered, his thinking speed also seemed to slow down a bit, processing information at a much slower pace. After a long while, the threads finally became clearer. The place he was at now was the predecessor of the Songyun realm, the near-immortal realm. But the layout of the near-immortal realm was not as dominated by the immortal path as Chuzheng had expected, it was complex and intertwined. The environment of heaven and earth in the near-immortal realm was exceptionally outstanding, housing immortal emperors born locally and living creatures from the realm of ancient myths, which in Chuzheng's view, were second only to the upper realm of the great immortal realm, far outshining even the lower realm of the great immortal realm. In terms of affiliation, the near-immortal realm did belong to the immortal path, but nowadays, the immortal path belonged to the immortal court, which was divided into several major factions within the immortal court. After the death of the immortal ancestor Xumi Sheng, relations were even less harmonious, with clear distinctions among them, unlike the unified immortal alliance of later generations. Therefore, even though the immortal path was also the largest force in the near-immortal realm, there were many other Taoist orthodoxy traditions inheriting here, along with trade ports established by various ancient clans, making the situation quite complex. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After roughly figuring out the situation of the city beneath his feet, Chuzheng turned back to the area near where Xueqing resided. The illusion realm remained unbroken, indicating that Jingqiu's obsession was unresolved. He just needed to wait patiently. For now, staying close to Xueqing might be the only way to find a method to leave the current illusion realm. The time for the heart-burning corridor to open is just 10 years at most, and he can afford to wait. In such a short period, even if he exhausts himself in cultivation, it's difficult to make significant progress in the short term, or even escape the near-immortal realm. It's better to calm his heart and go with the flow. With dawn breaking, Chuzheng walked on the long street, no longer in ragged beggar's clothes but wearing a clean and tidy cloth robe. He had no fondness for always posing as a beggar. After refining qi for a few days, his dexterity far surpassed ordinary humans, making it easy to earn his keep. Good. A round of applause came from the street side, and Chuzheng squeezed through the crowd to see Xueqing standing in the open ground. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the young girl bathed in the first light of dawn, bare feet cracking the green bricks, with arms raised to lift 1,000-jin giant cauldron. The strands of hair behind her ears stuck together like crow feathers with sweat, quivering lightly with each breath. Again. With a long shout, the girl's back exploded like the cracking of tender bamboo shoots, the giant bronze cauldron in her hand lifted with a single arm, soaring skyward, emitting a humming tune as it flew, and several moments later, crashed down with the mountain-shaking force of a collapsing mountain. Crack, the green bricks within a radius of about 10 feet shattered, yet the giant bronze cauldron stood still, frozen in her palm. The girl stood holding the cauldron with one arm, her face slightly reddened, showing no signs of strain. Good. Cheers erupted again from all around. Chu Zhang's expression flickered, involuntarily recalling the words of sun-eroding cry. Born for the martial path, mastering all arts, indeed it seemed so, even without cultivation, she had already displayed astonishing root bone, innate divine strength, utilizing it with ease. Xueqing gently put down the cauldron, noiseless upon landing, a testament to her effortless handling, and then turned around, cheerfully beginning to collect money with a tray in hand. If you brought money, please leave a token of friendship, and I'll thank you. If you didn't, feel free to cheer from the sidelines, thank you just the same. Soon, she was in front of Chu Jing, her eyes dropping as she glanced at him, then directly bypassed him. After a moment, the crowd dispersed without giving Chu Jing a chance to react. A hand suddenly reached over, grabbing his ear with surprising force, dragging him into a nearby alley. Xueqing stood with her arms akimbo, her brows tightly knit, eyes wide open like an angry Vajra, launching into a scolding. Changed your skin and act like I don't know you. I wondered why you disappeared these past few days, and you've gone from walking the straight path to mastering the craft of a thief. Then her tone suddenly heightened. Tell me honestly. Where did you get these clothes? This. Chu Jing rubbed his sore ear, momentarily at a loss for words. But even after refining Qi for a few days, when it came to comparing power, he was far from being a match for Xueqing, and this situation was truly beyond his expectations. Xueqing gave Chu Jing an up-and-down assessment. Seeing his hesitation, she frowned again. You're still young, don't go down the wrong path. Stick with me from now on. If you dare to sneak off or learn those crooked ways, I'll break your legs. What's your name? Xueqing glanced at Chu Jing, then without waiting for his reply, she directly said, Forget it, I never cared about you before. From today on, I'll give you a new name, Jingchu. Live honestly and start anew. Upon hearing the name Jingchu, Chu Zhang's brows slightly furrowed, once again doubting whether the illusion before him was real or fake. This name, is it really the origin? From today on, your name is Jingchu. Remember it? Xueqing asked, and seeing Chu Jing nod, she then pulled out 5 translucent spiritual coins from her sleeve and stuffed them into his hand. Return them to whichever family they belong to, and remember to come home for lunch at noon. Having said that, she turned straight and walked out of the secluded alley. Weighing the spiritual coins in his hand, Chu Jing casually put them into his chest, not caring much about Xueqing's words. In the near immortal realm of ancient times, compared to Songyun, the environment was much stronger. The common folk here also used crystal coins made from spirit stones. The crystal coins given by Xueqing were of the lowest class, essentially made from used spirit stones, circulating only among mortals. The secular dynasty remained under the supervision of the cultivation sects. This had not changed. Although there were many Taoist orthodoxy existing in the near-immortal realm now, each orthodoxy had certain thresholds. For most mortals, it's still an unreachable gate to heaven. Moreover, the reproduction rate of mortals was incredibly fast, each decade bringing a new generation, causing the population to rise exponentially over 100 years. All living creatures have the right to reproduce, not to mention among these mortals, there might be those born with extraordinary talents, so no one would forcibly interfere with management, relying only on the hands of the secular dynasty. And the only ones capable of manufacturing spiritual coins were the cultivation sects and the secular dynasty. With this lifeline on their hands, management becomes relatively easier. Chu Jing wandered outside for quite a while, only returning to Xueqing's residence at noon. A secluded courtyard, leaning against the corner of the city, occupying a space of 7 to 8 zheng square, less than 10 steps away was the moat. Xueqing's father had died early, her mother was old, had aspirated water in her early years during a flood, leaving her lungs with chronic illness, coughing and gasping throughout the year, bedridden for the past 2 years. The household was just the two of them. Upon entering, Chu Jing found Xueqing sitting in the courtyard, and as soon as he returned, she immediately came forward with a stern face to search his body. In just a few moves, she found those 5 translucent spiritual coins, said nothing, pushed Chu Jing out the door, then lifted her leg and kicked him, sending him flying 2 zhang away. Return them. She glared at Chujing, her eyes flaring with anger, slammed the door shut with a bang. Not easy to fool, Chujing hissed quietly, rubbed his burning backside, got up and obediently returned the spiritual coins. When he came back again, dusk was already falling, and dinner was already set on the small table in the courtyard. After eating, Xueqing led Chujing to the woodshed in the back room, which had been cleaned and a low bed set up. "Tomorrow morning you're coming out with me, I'll take you to earn money. Remember to return those 5 spiritual coins to me, and wash up by the river at night, it's convenient." After reminding him, Xueqing left the room and closed the door. Chujing lay face up on the low wooden bed, its boards creaking lightly, with the cotton inside the coarse cloth bedding exuding a warm, woody fragrance, retaining a hint of the sun's warmth. Coughing sounds came intermittently from the other side of the wall, tugging at one's heart like wrenching pain. For a moment, Chujing was lost in thought. Without the memories in his mind, he wouldn't be able to distinguish whether this was an illusion. After a long while, he sat up, circulated the circuit of qi, calmed his spirit, absorbed heaven and earth primordial qi. The following morning, noticing movement in the adjacent room, Chujing opened the door and walked out first. Xueqing was already tidying up in the courtyard. Seeing Chujing come out, she immediately tossed the package in her hands over, instructing, "For the next few days, we'll be helping at the blacksmith shop in the west of the city, just follow me." The package contained some dry food for breakfast, a surprisingly large amount, along with a change of clothes, prepared for both of them. After more than an hour, the two arrived at the west of the city. When Chujing followed with a calm breath, Xueqing couldn't help being slightly surprised, clicking her tongue in wonder. Amazing, that beating wasn't in vain. This route, an average person couldn't walk in one go, let alone a frail beggar. Perhaps during the beating, his meridian apertures were coincidentally opened, resulting in the changes. Not thinking much on this, as the world is vast and full of wonders, it was inexplicable even for her to have this divine power. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the blacksmith's shop, and most of the dry food enough to feed a dozen adults was already consumed by Xueqing. Upon reaching the door, Chujing immediately noticed the bronze tripod he had seen before. This tripod was apparently borrowed by Xueqing from the blacksmith's shop. In front of the blacksmith's shop stood a robust man around 40 years old, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, who upon seeing Xueqing, his face immediately beamed with joy and waved repeatedly, "Xueqing, hurry up, this time the urgency from above his burning eyebrows, if you finish on time, I'll triple your pay." Upon hearing triple pay, Xueqing's face finally showed some smiles. "Uncle Qin, I don't dare make promises, I can only do my best to help you. You can pay as you see fit." Saying this, she pushed Chujing forward. "He can work too, he has strength, you can arrange it." The robust man glanced at Chujing, said no more, called someone over, whispered a few words, then led Chujing inside. Chujing listened for a few moments and understood that the imperial court was preparing for war. Due to years of peace, there was a lack of military supplies, so an order was issued for forging weapons and armor in all regions. The city he was currently in was called Iron Fate City. Just outside the city was an iron mine that had previously been insignificant in various counties, but now it had become a key focus area for the imperial court, and the imperial envoy was already on the way. Chujing paid no mind to this useless information, quickly forgetting it as he blended into the crowd, keeping his head down and working hard. By the end of the day, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes had soaked and dried multiple times, and a layer of salt had crusted at his waistline. For Xueqing, such circumstances were clearly nothing new, and she was well prepared for them. The blacksmith workshop always had plenty of hot water. After a hearty meal and a comfortable bath, the two finally returned by moonlight. After helping out at the blacksmith shop from dawn till dusk for 3 days, Chujing finally had some free time. In those 3 days, because he had quite a bit of qi strength, his wages were substantial, and he returned 5 pieces of spiritual currency to Xueqing, as promised. Even after days of hard work, Xueqing didn't rest. Instead, she got up at dawn, quietly pocketed her money, and with Chujing, headed to a shop on the street. This was the only place in the city that sold martial arts heart methods. Although most of the martial arts were common and just mundane martial arts, it was still a place out of reach for ordinary people. Xueqing carefully took out a neatly folded 500 spiritual currency and traded it with the shopkeeper for a scroll of Heart Sutra, eagerly starting to peruse it. Chuzheng glanced over it from the side. It was a simple breathing technique and some fist and foot techniques, extremely basic, worthless in his eyes. Any cultivation technique he casually created would be 1,000 times more advanced than this. Xueqing, however, treasured it dearly, carefully putting it away. As they passed a pharmacy on the way home, she bought a good set of medicine, spending quite a bit of spiritual currency. In the following days, Chuzheng realized for the first time what it truly meant to be a martial arts genius. Using some rudimentary breathing techniques and the basic fist and foot techniques to train her muscles and bones, Xueqing crossed the mortal threshold within 2 days, fully entering the martial path and becoming a cultivator in the martial arts qi condensation realm, comparable to an immortal Tao spiritual spring. With mundane martial arts scriptures, she shattered the extraordinary barrier and entered the first realm of the martial path. She even integrated various methods, creating a new breathing technique. Barely over 10 years old, she already had the potential to establish her own sect. This was entirely achieved through her self-exploration, without any guidance or assistance from anyone. Whether it was the Hidden Dragon list of the Tsungyun realm or the Tribulation Crossing list of the Great Immortal realm, and the Tao Inquiry Grand Competition, Chuzheng had seen many gifted individuals, and to him, they were all just so. But Xueqing's talent was truly the greatest Chuzheng had seen in his life. Time flew by, and the days passed swiftly. Chuzheng stayed by Xueqing's side, quietly watching as she gradually rooted herself in the martial path, growing at an astonishing speed. He also had many martial arts scriptures in his possession, but he did not offer them to aid Xueqing, only acted as an observer, watching silently. For him, everything before him was just an illusion. He invested almost all his energy in observation, observing everything around him, observing all the living creatures that appeared, hoping to thereby discern the obsession of Xingqiu, but it was all in vain. Xueqing's mother, long bedridden, finally did not make it through the winter, passing away on a snowy night. The aftermath was handled very simply. Xueqing found an ownerless plot of wasteland outside the city, erected a green stone stele, and buried her mother there. Throughout it all, there was little sadness on her face. A single comforting word at the sickbed was far more useful than heaps of ashes at the grave. For her, filial piety while alive was enough. When a person dies, they are extinguished like a lamp. There's no need to be excessively mourned. With her cultivation accomplished, Xueqing no longer performed arts on the street or did odd jobs. Instead, she took Chuzheng, entered the martial world, and began to move between the surrounding cities, even starting to contact some cultivation sects. Her actions remained righteous as ever, keeping away from deception, extortion, murder, and looting, merely constantly seeking to spar with experts, using cultivation method heart scriptures as wagers, gathering manifold techniques, and continuously enhancing her own knowledge. As she delved deeper into the martial path, some of her qualities gradually emerged, and Chuzheng noticed a certain familiarity developing. Within a flash, another year had passed. As heavy snow once again covered the world, Xueqing's reputation had spread far and wide. She was now a top-tier powerhouse with a name known across several nations, and even cultivation sects had heard of her. Because of her, a war that was about to break out vanished into thin air. The imperial court sent countless treasures, hoping for her to come forth, but she declined them all. During her interactions with various parties, Xueqing's state of mind remained unaffected, growing increasingly stable. She stayed in Iron Fate City, as immovable as a mountain, gaining quite some maturity. During this period, Chuzheng also discovered some differences. Whether it was due to the illusion before him or because it was always the case, the chi-refining technique of this era indeed lacked the existence of tribulation qi. He had been in spirit transformation realm perfection for a while, but never once sensed the slightest tribulation qi fluctuation. Xueqing's progress was much faster than his. In just a little over a year, she had already condensed chi into aura, moving into the martial arts second realm. Without any profound heart techniques or cultivation methods, she merely relied on her deduction and mundane martial arts scriptures to reach her current state. Another spring came, the icy edges of the city moat quietly melted, and trees and plants began to sprout. A group of uninvited guests arrived in the riverside courtyard, 5 in total, wearing vestment robes and exuding different auras, clearly all fellows on the path of cultivation. The courtyard gate remained firmly shut. The group descended from above, breaking in without announcing their presence, obviously not coming with good intentions. The leader was a gaunt middle-aged man, with cultivation at the third order and over 30 years of age. He glanced at the two in the courtyard, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, his gaze settling on Xueqing, nodding slightly, and he remarked, "Entering the martial arts second realm at 12 is indeed an extraordinary talent." Without waiting for Xueqing to speak, he continued, "You surely have good fortune. I've heard of your remarkable talent. My master wishes to have you serve by his side, come with me." Xueqing's chest lightly shook, her lips lightly parted, exhaling a cold breath of early spring, her gaze calm. After scanning the visitors one by one, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Seeing Xueqing unmoved, the middle-aged man stepped forward slowly, speaking in a deep voice, "My master inherits the bloodline of the upper realm. You are still young, and if you are fortunate enough in the future, you might be favored by my master and be sent to a martial arts giant sect, where you can smoothly rise to great heights. Such an opportunity is once in a lifetime for ordinary people, and you should seize it well." Before he finished speaking, Xueqing had already drawn the longsword from her waist, striking fiercely. Buzz, the cold light tore through the air, the sharp blade aura dancing like a silver dragon, instantly ripping apart the 5 bodies. The blood mist had not yet dispersed, and the blade light did not lose momentum, splitting open the courtyard wall and having the moat more than 10 feet wide, with the river water breaking noisily. Xueqing glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground, letting out a cold snort. "Filthy scum, things like dogs, dare to come near me?" The surrounding world gradually darkened, the blood-colored soil in the courtyard. Xueqing turned to look at Chu Jing, her expression calm. "I've caused a big issue, trouble will follow. Will you leave or stay?" Chu Jing immediately stood up, but before he could move, a sudden coldness enveloped him. In that moment, Chu Jing's consciousness suddenly detached from his body, left behind, able only to gaze at the 2 figures walking out of the city. Suddenly, a faint trace of reluctance surged in Chu Jing's heart, a reluctance he couldn't quite explain. Just like entering the illusion realm, he still hadn't figured out why these years were where Xingqiu's obsession lay. The familiar corridor reappeared before him. Chu Jing took a deep breath, cutting away the distractions in his mind, no longer bothering about the truth of it, and continued forward. In the blink of an eye, Chu Jing had already moved 300 feet down the corridor, the exit within reach. In the next instant, the world around him changed color again, transforming into a pitch-black grand hall filled with evil chi. Not far away, a figure sat with its back toward him, its head full of silver hair, white as snow. The hall was pitch black, the thick evil aura seemed to have substance, flowing in the void. Chu Jing had been to the great realm of the universe, and he was very familiar with this evil aura. This was the aura of the great realm of the universe, the world before his eyes was within that realm. The area eroded by evil aura could still perceive faint spiritual energy, but for living creatures, this place was already barren. It must undoubtedly be the great realm of the universe. The towering ceiling was hidden in darkness, few ghost fires hovered in mid-air, making the yin energy in the hall even more sinister. Chu Jing shifted his gaze to the figure not far away, and at this moment, the spiritual eye suddenly reacted. Song Lingxue, 10th Order Bone Age, 3473, Cultivation, 10th Order Level 2, former Martial Hall Execution Department Divine Martial Heavenly General, specializes in martial arts scripture. All 100 veins shattered in her body, essence yuan dried up, life origin is about to be exhausted, irreparable. Chu Jing's heart was shocked, instinctively wanting to step forward, but then he suddenly realized and slashed away the numerous miscellaneous thoughts that had arisen, calming down. This was within the illusion realm. The heart-burning corridor surely had its wonders, even the presence of the repair panel could be reproduced. After a while, he finally settled his mind. This third trial, the heart-burning, would concretize the things he feared most. The previous 2 trials left him in a fog, but this third trial had finally come with tests against him. Chujing stepped forward slowly, ready in mind, yet when he clearly saw Song Lingshua's current state, he still could not quite control himself. Song Lingshua's complexion was paler than ever seen before, her skin covered in cracks, as white as paper, without a trace of blood, having suffered unprecedented heavy damages, and her originally lush black hair was now glaringly white. Song Lingshua struggled to lift her head, her expression somewhat dazed, reluctantly pulling a corner of her mouth into a smile, and whispered, "Ajin." Chu Zhang's fingertips trembled slightly, in an instant feeling as if his heart was being scorched by blazing sun, the pain unbearable, his fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles slightly whitened. Irreparable, irreparable. A series of reminders from the repair panel entered his mind. Chu Zhang frowned deeply, a hint of gloom in his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke hoarsely, "How did it become like this?" "It's no big deal." Song Lingshua slowly raised her hand, gently covering Chu Zhang's hand where his veins were faintly visible, with a force like a breeze, frighteningly soft. Chu Zhang instinctively held her hand back, the coldness coming from her palm going straight into his marrow, like soaking in cold iron for 1,000 years, making the force in his hand involuntarily tighten a bit more. He could sense that the evil aura around the hall was still continuously eroding Song Lingshua's remaining vitality. With each passing moment, the vitality in her brow dimmed an inch, her frail body unable to withstand such depletion anymore. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she fell. Muddled thoughts continuously flooded his mind. Knowing everything before him was fake, Chu Zhang still involuntarily nurtured some doubts. Prior, sun-eroding cry told him that this corridor was linked to time and space. What he was seeing might not be illusion, but could actually be real past or even the impending future, with divine forewarnings hidden within. There must be a reason for sun-eroding cry not to have said this early without cause. The first 2 trials were in the past, the third trial was clearly the future, which could be discerned by Song Lingshua's bone age. Experiencing it all now, there's no guarantee it won't happen in the future. If everything before him is truly a divine forewarning, then in the situation where the repair panel is useless, does he have any other way to save Song Lingshua? Obviously, the answer to this question is without doubt. "I just suffered some injuries, they'll heal with time, no big issue." Seeing Chu Zhang remaining silent, Song Lingshua whispered, her breath gradually becoming heavier, appearing somewhat uncontrollably short. Vital energy draining heavily, breathing more than intake, her breath weak near cessation, her inner breath completely chaotic, a sign of life origin's impending end. When the breath of her 5 viscera is entirely exhausted, her vitality will extinguish, her soul falling into the 9 netherworld. Chu Zhang forcibly suppressed the irritation flooding his heart, squatted down, gazing at Song Lingshua. "What exactly happened?" "You." Song Lingshua's eyes flickered as if sensing something. She lowered her eyes, not directly answering Chu Zhang's question, softly speaking, "People will die eventually, whether weightier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. This is what you told me years ago. You said back then, your life and mine in this world are but like feathers. And now, your life and mine are bound in one, no longer comparable to feathers. Now even all heavens, star seas, ancient cosmos, pale in comparison to your life." "Lingshua, you know that's not what I want to hear." Chu Zhang rubbed his forehead. He saw that Song Lingshua was deliberately hiding something, which inevitably made his mind increasingly unsettled. The repair panel, Song Lingshua's attitude, everything before his eyes, was real to the point of terror, and he couldn't detect a single flaw of illusion. Hearing the name Lingshua, Song Lingshua's expression stiffened slightly, her eyes reddened, gaze somewhat dissipated, muttering to herself, "So that's it. Forget it, I'll find out myself." Chu Zhang asked no more, suddenly stood, striding towards the outside of the hall, Song Lingshua not speaking. He could try the limits of this illusion himself. As long as he could glimpse a corner of the future, he might be able to prevent all this from truly happening. A moment later, Chu Zhang returned to Song Lingshua, feeling more agitated inside. He could not leave this great hall. Chujing sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, reciting the heart clarity spell, cutting away the rising distractions in his mind, beginning to ponder ways to preserve Song Lingshua's life. Since no useful information could be obtained from the illusion realm, he might as well make some preparations based on Song Lingshua's current situation, better than being caught off guard in the future if this calamity truly arises. Fortunately, this is just an illusion, everything is still in time. Given Song Lingshua's cultivation, the only thing capable of injuring her to this extent, apart from an ancestral realm intervention, is unlikely. However, as they are in the vast universe great realm, many assumptions might not be accurate. After a while, Chujing opened his eyes, leaned forward, first absorbing all the evil qi around him into his body, then attempting to perform blood crossing and vital reinvestment for Song Lingshue. Qi cultivators, molded by the heavens and earth, their blood and essence yuan are essentially a divine medicine, capable of preserving life. With the infusion of blood qi essence yuan, Song Lingshua's pale complexion gained a hint of color, but it vanished in an instant. Her meridians shattered, she could no longer digest and absorb the forcefully infused blood qi. In the blink of an eye, threads of red mist seeped from the cracks in her skin, and the essence yuan that had just entered her body dissipated completely. Ajin, don't waste your efforts. Song Lingshue pressed down on Chu Zheng's hand, her voice weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind, eyerims reddening, a trace of longing lingering in her gaze. In my past and current lives, I've walked the reincarnation path twice, repaid all debts, relinquished worldly desires, hence no regrets remain, despite the bitterness counted. Only this life is too short, cannot accompany you for long, leaving you to journey alone in the boundless night. Before finishing her words, her gaze dimmed suddenly, breath ceased, her vitality came to an abrupt end. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, the heart clarity spell enveloping his mind flickered, finally shattered inch by inch, and in an instant he barely gathered it once more, yet sustained only for a moment before succumbing to the heart demon, crumbling again. Veins bulged on his forehead, breathing became increasingly rapid. On the spirit platform within his mind, the cycle of life and death began its rehearsal. Since entering the heart-burning corridor, he tasted the true bitterness of heart-burning, as if someone had gouged half his soul with a blade. Crack, the illusion shattered in an instant, his consciousness returned, still before the great hall, Song Lingshue still sitting with her back to him, silver hair dazzling. Chu Zheng's eyes brimmed with blood, understanding eternal purgatory, never reborn, is just like this. He took a deep breath, calming his spirit, once more contemplating another method. At least, this illusion before him provided him endless trial and error opportunities. He would find a way. Even if this scene repeated in the future, he would have a chance to preserve Song Lingshua's life, without missing the crucial moment. The endlessly replaying illusion left Chu Zheng increasingly numb. Whatever he attempted, it was difficult to restore the waning life force of Song Lingshue. This concerned life and death, yin-yang, and lifespan. With the reincarnation path obscured, he had no means to bring someone back to life. Song Lingshua's lifespan had completely dried up, leaving no room for extension, and her primordial spirit had thoroughly integrated with her corporeal body. Even in wishing to keep her by his side with a nourishing yin god method, it was just wishful thinking. He even attempted to take Song Lingshua's body into his own, nourishing her with his entire essence yuan, applying the Immortal Path Golden Core method to sustain her. This method extended life for a time but ultimately failed. After countless attempts, Chu Zheng finally conceived a new possibility. All life-preserving and life-extending methods had failed, leaving only one method, which is to completely freeze time and space, ensuring Song Lingshua's state forever remained as it is now. Thus, awaiting the day the reincarnation path reopens might provide a turning point. At worst, he could find her reincarnation along the reincarnation road. But freezing time and space required his cultivation to at least enter the golden immortal realm. To have the slightest chance to try, his current cultivation was far from sufficient. Uncertain how much time had passed, after yet another failure, the illusion before Chu Zheng slowly cracked apart, not regrouping again. As a stranger's corridor came into view, Chu Zheng paused for a moment, only then remembering where he truly was. The exit of the heart-burning corridor was nearly within reach. Chujing stood at the end of the corridor, his expression filled with disorientation. He turned back for a glance, seemingly seeing marks of time and years. No wonder these 330 feet trapped all immortal path cultivators throughout the ages in the great immortal realm. Regret, obsession, fear, and worry, these three trials are like barriers, especially the third trial. The more you fear, the harder it is to escape, you'll only sink into repetitive cycles. Within this heart-burning corridor, Chujing went through the darkest period of his life, unable to ascend or descend, watching Song Lingxue die before him time and time again. This feeling of desolation was indeed hard to articulate. How the heart-burning corridor judged he had succeeded, Chujing had no strength to ponder at this moment. He vacantly turned, walked out of the corridor, stepping into a silent secluded valley. The golden crow hung high, scorching rays radiated down, landing on his shoulders, and in that moment, it felt like a lifetime ago. Chujing stood at the border between light and shadow, silent for a long time, but on the other side of the valley, as he crossed the corridor, the place suddenly filled with voices. Chujing has come out. It only took him an hour. Grandpa above, I heard the immortal ancestor was also trapped there for years, yet he crossed it in merely an hour? In an instant, the eyes of those from various clans revealed astonishment. The heart-burning corridor blocked countless immortal path cultivators throughout history. The significance it represents is self-evident. Chujing crossed the heart-burning corridor in merely an hour. The information it conveys is alarming. Heart-burning corridor cuts illusions, inquires the heart, and principally tests mental fortitude. Doesn't this mean that Chujing's mental fortitude now far surpasses the immortal ancestor back then? In the varied glances of many immortal path cultivators, Chujing soared into the sky directly, carrying a hint of fatigue, heading towards the upper realm. Now that the heart-burning corridor was crossed, he need not stay in the great immortal realm anymore. He could bid farewell to the moonlight immortal ancestor. Chujing didn't care about what those immortal path cultivators thought, only he understood the reason behind crossing the heart-burning corridor. The first and second trials had barely any connection with him, mostly scenes from the past, thus passed smoothly. As for the third trial, he himself did not know how he passed it. Even now, in his mind, scenes within that great hall kept replaying, never truly stepping out. Distant cultivators, noticing Chujing's movements, exchanged messages, beginning further arrangements. Originally, regarding Chujing's journey to cut illusions and inquire the heart, they were merely curious onlookers. Now the situation had changed. Chujing took just an hour to cross the heart-burning corridor. To speak bluntly, this greatly surpasses the immortal ancestor back then. The implications it carries are obvious to any sensible person. Previous attempts to solicit and plans need an entire overhaul. Chujing's value now is completely different, sufficient for the great immortal emperor within each clan to approach personally to ally, even compete for him. Above the heart-burning corridor, at Nine Heavens Cloud Peak, two figures stood side by side. The moonlight immortal ancestor glanced at Feng Ting beside him, with keen interest. Well? Do you think Chujing is worthy of recruitment now? Feng Ting did not respond, his brow slightly furrowed, staring at Chujing's figure heading straight for the upper realm. Deep confusion filled his eyes. Only one's personal experience within the heart-burning corridor reveals the truth. The first two trials are manageable, as long as one holds firm in their resolve. Crossing poses little issue, but the third trial is the true eternal hell. Back then, he crossed the third trial due to the heavenly destiny true spirit deliberately guiding him for his ancestral role, or he too would surely be trapped in that eternal purgatory, unable to escape. How did Chujing manage it? Could it be the heavenly destiny true spirit also guided him? That's clearly impossible. The heavenly destiny true spirit had just been startled by Chujing earlier. How could it help him? Yet without the guidance of the heavenly destiny true spirit, how did Chujing climb out of that eternal purgatory? Feng Ting pondered for a while, looking towards Moonlight, noticing the hope in her eyes. He furrowed his brow. Moonlight, are you? Feng Ting, you should not interfere with what I want to do. Moonlight immortal ancestor's smile slightly faded, and she spoke solemnly. The heavenly destiny true spirit may recognize bloodline, but I do not. My time left is not much. I only want to do things that please me. Chuzheng, I will protect him. Before I die, you must not harm him. Feng Ting took a deep breath but ultimately did not say more, only letting out a sigh. I hope what you do today is right and won't lead to regret in the future. Regarding Moonlight's nature, he understood well. If he disagreed, she would turn against him immediately. Done is done, what is there to regret? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor turned directly, her expression cold. As for after my death, let the floods come. Under the blazing sun of the Golden Crow, the sea of clouds surged into waves, forming a dazzling golden sea, lifting the inverted fairy palace. With the ups and downs of the clouds, cold light gleamed atop the white jade immortal steps. Chuzheng ascended the steps, his footsteps slightly heavy, exhaustion evident between his brows. Boom, the fairy palace's great door opened itself, immortal chi rolling out, reflecting a rainbow-colored glow. Chuzheng walked in slowly, bowed respectfully. Chuzheng pays respect to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor nodded slightly, raising her hand. Chuzheng felt a loosening at his waist, as the pale blue monitoring jade order was taken into Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's hand. In the next instant, divine radiance burst forth from the monitoring jade order, like a rising sun, spreading myriad golden rays, and in the blink of an eye transforming into a dazzling gilded token, with Immortal on the front and Punishment on the back. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised her hand to return the token to Chuzheng, speaking softly, now that you have become a great Immortal Venerable, you are qualified to advance to Heavenly Judge. From today onward, you are the Heavenly Judge of the Punishment Authority. Within the Immortal Domain you have the power to enforce judgments in the Great World Heavenly Tao. If you encounter lawlessness, you may act first and report later on behalf of the Punishment Authority. Great Immortal Venerable? Looking at the Heavenly Judgment Order before him, Chuzheng felt a slight confusion, but through careful sensing, he finally realized. Unknowingly, his immortal path cultivation had advanced further, stepping into the realm of Great Immortal Venerable, with an additional immortal mark in the ancestor blood within him. Most of his attention was drawn by the memories in the heart-burning corridor, leaving him unaware for a time, presumably receiving benefits therein. Thank you, Immortal Ancestor, for your support. Chuzheng put away the Heavenly Judgment Order, his mind calm. For him, the identity within the Punishment Authority was insubstantial, only cultivation was fundamental. You crossed the heart-burning corridor this time, causing quite a stir in the great immortal realm. Thereafter, many clans may try to win you over. Do not bother with them, nor fear offending people, reject all offers, I will handle the aftermath for you. The junior understands. Chuzheng nodded in agreement. He had no desire to deal with the trivial matters from all sides, with Moonlight Immortal Ancestor holding back, it couldn't be better. After you leave the great immortal realm, try not to go anywhere else, head straight to the boundary. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's expression slightly darkened, she spoke solemnly, in Martial Hall, your portrait has already caused an uproar, try not to reveal your true appearance, or I fear Fu Pinglan, that mad dog, will bite. Thank you, Immortal Ancestor, for the advice. Chuzheng's heart sank. He indeed initially planned to make a trip to the Chaos Sea's outskirts to retrieve his avatar. But seeing Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words, it seems now unadvisable. Currently, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor is his only support, acting in defiance would not be beneficial to him, it's best to heed advice. Now that he is free of tribulation chi, he is unable to predict sudden dangers, and must act with greater caution. After a long silence, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor finally spoke, my time is nearing its end. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng was momentarily stunned, his heart immediately tense. At this critical juncture, if something happened to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, it would likely be difficult for him to escape alive. There is a major tribulation destined in my life, at most I have 400 or 500 years. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's demeanor was extremely calm, as if discussing someone else's matter, showing no emotional fluctuation. This tribulation, I cannot overcome, I suspect it may be related to the Tao War. Before Chuzheng could speak, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor continued, should anything happen to me, I hope you will inherit this half of heaven's fortune in the immortal path, provided you can become the immortal emperor within 400 or 500 years. Immortal Ancestor, this Chu Zhang's expression slightly changed. He never expected Moonlight Immortal Ancestor truly valued him to this extent. Half of heaven's fortune, this is the ladder to the ancestors, enough for countless immortal emperors to fight over. I have no clans behind me, this half of heaven's fortune has been eyed by various clans in the immortal path for a long time. Rather than giving them a chance, I might as well leave it to you. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor slightly shook her head, sighing, I originally wanted to leave it to Shang Songyun, but now it seems, you have far more promise. Dual cultivation in both paths, yet able to maintain such progression speed, Chu Zhang's potential surpasses Shang Songyun too much. Chu Zhang remained silent, he did not rashly refuse, half of heaven's fortune is not something he can push back and forth. The ultimate decision depends on Moonlight Immortal Ancestor herself. Moreover, this half of heaven's fortune might very well be his sole chance of turning things around in the future. Do not worry too much, the situation will be unpredictable by then, you and I cannot foresee it at the moment. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor glanced at Chu Zhang, noticing the exhaustion he could not hide between his brows, she raised her hand to release a ray of immortal light, rest peacefully for a while, after waking, you can leave the realm. Immortal light like mist swiftly blended into Chu Zhang's brow, and suddenly, he felt a strong wave of drowsiness surging, his eyelids seemed weighed by 1,000 jin, his chi strength ebbed away like the tide, his knees softened, making him fall towards the ground. A cloud-patterned soft couch emerged from the void, catching his fallen body. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's gaze lowered, staring at the sleeping Chu Zhang, slowly closing his eyelids. Chu Zhang groggily opened his eyes, feeling as though he was lying on clouds, his limbs and bones entirely relaxed. After a few breaths, he came to his senses, stood up, and felt that the fatigue from before had completely vanished, his divine soul seemed baptized, and his entire body at ease. He glanced at the soft couch beside him and bowed, thank you, Immortal Ancestor. Your sleep wasn't long, only half a month. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand, no need for more words. Go, I have been monitoring appropriate great realms for you. Proceed to the boundary, I'll send a message if there's news. Thank you, Immortal Ancestor. Chu Zhang bowed, said no more, and directly turned to leave. Speaking more words of gratitude is useless, better to find ways to enhance his strength. Perhaps in the future he can help the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor pass that tribulation. The sudden notice from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor of the impending limit truly caught Chu Zhang off guard, causing him to think deeply. If the heart-burning corridor can indeed predict the future, then based on Song Lingshua's bone age as seen in the illusion realm, there might only be 400 or 500 years left, during which major changes might also occur, coinciding with the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's limit. Looking at it this way, in 400 or 500 years, the Tao War might really begin. He must become an immortal emperor or a primordial golden immortal in these times. The pressure is as heavy as a mountain. This trip to the great immortal realm was quite fruitful, the heavenly fortune baptism obtained at the immortal crossing ceremony ranks first. Such plentiful heavenly fortune left on him alone makes him almost like a son of heaven born only in the ancient times, accelerating his cultivation even faster than before. And the immortal destiny sky lamp, containing an immortal seed and imbued with temporal immortal fortune, can only rank second. Though it's a genuine ancestor weapon, with a chaos fire seed as its wick that can burn and refine all laws, and even allows him to control parts of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny and manifest divine skills, with his current cultivation he cannot wield it, only watch it. However, after leaving the great immortal realm, he might attempt to extract some immortal chi from it for cultivation. As for the longevity immortal fruit, gifted alongside the immortal destiny sky lamp, it is also a significant gain, enabling him to advance immediately to the perfect realm of immortal king once he reaches great immortal venerable perfection. Bringing all these items out alive from the great immortal realm is thanks to the favor of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Chu Zhang pondered, left the fairy palace along the way, and went straight outside the great immortal realm. Daoist friend, stay. Daoist Chu, don't rush, please come over for a gathering. Chu Xianzuan, hold on, our clan leader invites you. Before leaving the great immortal realm, messages came one after another, from various clans waiting outside the fairy palace. Chujing had no desire to engage, wasting time, and turned a deaf ear, tearing open the void. Within a few breaths, he left the great immortal realm. After a short while, he stepped into the star domain gate, heading straight for the boundary. As for the plans afterward, he dutifully followed the Moonlight Immortal Ancestors' orders, first hiding at the boundary for a while, watching the winds and clouds change quietly. On the journey, Chujing directed his consciousness to where his avatar in the Chaos Sea resided. This avatar, having hid in the geocenter of a great realm during the upheaval in the Chaos Sea, remains undiscovered. Following the Moonlight Immortal Ancestors' instructions, this avatar cannot be retrieved short-term, requiring other arrangements. Wasting it there seems a shame. Since the Martial Hall's siege on Daoist ancestor Jingqiu, over 1,000 years have passed in the Chaos Sea. Over these 1,000 years, the Martial Hall has promoted the martial path across various great realms, selecting new blood with exceptional talent, with some having grown in strength. Outstanding individuals among them have been brought to the great universe for training by the Martial Hall. Chujing quietly left the geocenter, found a corpse at the mass burial mound, disguised himself as a martial cultivator, and began walking the world openly. Idle time was wasted anyway. Without the need to face tribulation, the armored demon needed only some caution, no need to show his previous face, and easily hidden his identity. In over 1,000 years, the Chaos Sea had already stabilized, no longer as dangerous as before. The use of this avatar is mainly to see if he can find any trace of the Heaven Burial Palace. According to the sun-eroding cry, the Heaven Burial Palace lies somewhere in the Chaos Sea. Without much else for the avatar, it might be worth exploring a bit. As the burial place of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, though the Heaven Burial Palace now lacks heavenly fortune, he might discover other secrets with the spiritual eye. Jingqiu once found a thread of clue in the Heaven Burial Palace, uncovering traces of the reincarnation road. Involving reincarnation proves the Heaven Burial Palace's worth. The Chaos Sea is immense and entirely lacks clues. Finding the Heaven Burial Palace isn't easy. However, under the 100-fold time flux, the avatar has plenty of time to slowly search. Through the boundary gate, it took less than half a month for Chujing to reach the cosmic edge, arriving again at the boundary. The ancient bronze-colored giant boundary, like a slumbering dragon, stretched across the star dome, separating the Yin-Yang realms. Hundreds of years later, returning to this place, Chujing felt differently. Previously he walked cautiously, now he could traverse here freely. After a glance, Chujing proceeded to where the Immortal Alliance stationed at the Heaven Pass. There weren't many people in the Heaven Pass, only one Immortal Venerable, dozens of true Immortal, and several cultivators from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, mending arrays and maintaining Heaven Pass operational. Without concealing his vitality, Chujing directly stepped into the Heaven Pass. The Immortal Venerable guarding inside sensed it and summoned a group of true Immortal to welcome him. Chief of Punishment Department Inspector Hao Qing greets the Heavenly Judge. Hao Qing appeared nearly 40, wearing immortal armor, with the monitoring Jade Order on his waist. The Hao surname isn't among the 13 clans. According to messages from the spiritual eye, Hao Qing hails from a typical great realm, likely hasn't visited the great immortal realm. Judging from the degree of evil chi corrosion on his immortal body, Hao Qing had lingered at this cosmic edge for quite some time. Thank you all for your hard work. Chujing swiftly assessed the crowd, forming a number in his heart. With the boundary repaired, even if the vast universe occasionally opens some passageways, the evil demons that can cross have limited cultivation and battle strength, at most reaching 8th order. The strength arranged by the Immortal Alliance here isn't much. Merely a few immortal venerables, the rest being true immortals transferred from various realms. Even those few immortal venerables are primarily mixed-blooded immortal descendants. Most experts from the Punishment Authority now stationed near the Chaos Sea and Martial Domain intersecting Starry Sky Barrier to prevent changes, leaving the defenses around the boundary somewhat relaxed. With his great immortal venerable cultivation now, Chujing had become the strongest force for the Immortal Alliance near the boundary. Chujing raised his hand, emitting beams of immortal light. Removing all evil chi from within these immortal path cultivators, merely a simple act for him. Hao Qing was stunned for a long while, performed a grand salute. "Thank you, Heavenly Judge, for the assistance, we are deeply grateful." "Thank you, Heavenly Judge." The multitude of true immortals followed suit in giving salutations, their expressions full of gratitude. This essentially extended their lives, allowing them to live longer at this cosmic edge. Hao Qing glanced around, dismissed the crowd, then transmitted, "The Master has sent word, whatever the Heavenly Judge wishes to do, I will completely cooperate." Evidently, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had arranged everything for Chuzheng, making the boundary his place of refuge. Chuzheng took a deep breath, gazed afar at the boundary, his eyes slightly narrowed, and softly spoke, "I want to cross the boundary, to enter the universe." "Leaving the pass?" Hao Qing was taken aback, his expression showing a hint of hesitation, as he cupped his hands and bowed. "The other side of the vast universe is truly perilous. Given your unique status as the Heavenly Judge, if there is any important matter, you may direct me to handle it for you." Upon hearing this, Chuzheng couldn't help but glance at Hao Qing with some surprise. For all living creatures of the great universe, the other side of the boundary is a death trap, and not even the ancestral realm can retreat unscathed. The fact that Hao Qing could say such words indicates he has placed life and death aside. This is evidently not because of him, but because of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. His loyalty is evident. "No need, I shall return shortly, I won't linger for too long." Chuzheng waved his hand and asked, "Are there any prohibitions on entering and exiting the boundary?" This question was the main reason for his contact with these cultivators of the Immortal Alliance. This involved accessing two realms, not a trivial matter. The last time he entered the vast universe, it was from the Chaos Sea, and Wu Tong sent him there. He has not yet experienced entering the vast universe from the boundary alone, necessitating prior knowledge of some details, as there could very likely be accidents. The boundary only suppresses the evil demons of the universe, it has no effect on us, we may freely come and go. After Hao Qing spoke, he asked with some hesitation, "Should this matter be reported to the Master?" Chuzheng was somewhat surprised, for this matter he hadn't intended to conceal from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, and even at this moment, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor might be watching him. But Hao Qing's words implied something entirely different. "Now, the situation is tumultuous, the Master is entangled with various affairs, it's better not to disturb him." Chuzheng shook his head, not wanting to trouble the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor too much. "I understand, Heavenly Judge, please be cautious in all matters." If there's anything to be done, Hao Qing is willing to offer his humble service. Hao Qing said no more, bowed working, and continued guarding the Heaven Pass, no longer inquiring. He did not further inquire what exactly Chuzheng was going to do, his conduct with others followed its own measure. After the questioning, Chuzheng left Heaven Pass straight away. After the brief time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had arrived before the boundary. He squatted down, his fingertip brushed along the slightly mottled ancient bronze iron wall, chill climbing up from his fingertip like a deep autumnal cold spring, chilling to the bone. Here, the yin qi was terrifyingly dense, ordinary true immortal lingering at the pass would lose lifespan, and the immortal venerable couldn't stay long, but it had no effect on Chuzheng. This was unrelated to qi refining technique, rather it originated from the mysterious repair panel. The first time he touched the boundary, he felt fragments of time and space, as if witnessing past and future, only unfortunately interrupted by martial ancestor Yan Feng's appearance. Those memory images were too fragmented to even leave traces in memory, most of which he had now forgotten. Chuzheng rose, let out a long breath, retrieved blood jade from his bosom, and after pondering for a while, sent a message to Song Lingxue, "How have you been lately?" The illusion, half real half fake at the heart-burning corridor, indeed disturbed his mind. If he truly was the reincarnation of ancestral Tao, then Song Lingqing, who possesses a martial seed, as well as Song Lingxue now, have inexorable connections with Xueqing. Now his mind was somewhat muddled, the memories with Xueqing increasingly vivid, almost as if he truly spent bygone days in mere immortal realm of ancient times with Xueqing, leaving him unable to distinguish truth from illusion. After sending the message, he didn't wait for Song Lingxue's reply, and stepped across the boundary, entering the domain of the vast universe. The moment of stepping across the boundary, Chujing seemed to step into emptiness, falling into heaven and earth, a icy suction from below as if made of innumerable ghostly hands dragging at his ankles. Chujing didn't feel surprised, letting this force pull him into the Nine Netherworld. Long before, he already knew the location of the vast universe wasn't within the same level as the great universe, rather akin to two realms, distinguished like black and white. The potent evil energy rushed towards him, quickly absorbed by the repair panel, posing no harm to Chujing. It was a while before he landed, surrounded by desolate terrain with no hint of vegetation. A cold sun hung in the air, embedded in a light gray sky, devoid of warmth. On the horizon afar, twisted and deformed, torn by several sword marks, presumably left by previous realm-crossing strong individuals. Before him, the world still retained scars of a battle. Strong beings wore blood spilled, after more than 100 years, still retaining warmth, not eroded by the evil chi of the vast universe, possessing a terrifyingly strong Dao rhyme. No signs of evil demons in sight. Some energy fluctuations left in this place would cause significant damage to gods. The killing intent left by strong individuals would crush all weak living creatures. Chujing squinted and sensed for a moment, suddenly realizing something amiss. All along, he had been aware of the presence of heavenly fate on him, but at the moment of entering vast universe, the heavenly fate on him changed, decreasing significantly. His complexion shifted slightly. As it concerned heavenly fate, he dared not be careless, immediately soaring skyward, tearing through the void, rushing towards the boundary. Moments later, he again reached the boundary, returning within the scope of the great universe. At this instant, the heavenly fate beside him restored to its original state, without any anomaly. A flash of incomprehension passed through Chujing's eyes. After shuttling back and forth between two realms near the boundary for a while, he finally confirmed one thing. The heavenly fate within the vast universe and the great universe evidently has a considerable disparity. The heavenly fate between the two realms doesn't connect. The heavenly fate on him in the vast universe originates from the demons he previously slew on the Cosmic Edge battlefield. The amount is not large, naturally appearing a bit thin. No wonder he sensed the luck-stealing skill operating before, but the heavenly fate beside him never increased. The heavenly fate of the vast universe only belongs to the vast universe, and the same is true for the great universe. This discovery invigorated Chujing. If he could collect half of the heavenly fate in the vast universe, he might be able to enter the ancestor realm. If, when the Dao War begins, the situation turns unfavorable and there are no opportunities in the great universe, the vast universe undoubtedly presents a retreat path. However, this path holds many risks. Not to mention how to gather half of the heavenly fate. If he truly becomes an ancestor in the vast universe, the boundary ahead might work against him. Heavenly fate cannot pass through the boundary. By that time, he could very likely be unable to return to the great universe, making becoming an ancestor rather meaningless. Before, it was because the ancestral Dao fell and the Dao seal collapsed, creating an opportunity for the vast universe to penetrate deeply. Now that the boundary has been repaired, waiting for another rare opportunity seems unrealistic for Chujing. The boundary remains intact through the years, clearly for a reason. Many ancient ancestors from the vast universe failed to destroy the boundary. He perhaps might not succeed either. Chujing pondered for a long time and suddenly found himself puzzled. Since heavenly fate cannot cross over, how do ancestors entering the vast universe maintain their strength, or would they also be suppressed? After contemplating for a moment, Chujing dismissed his thoughts, deciding to ask the Moonlight Immortal ancestor about this in the future. Now he had more important matters to attend to. Chujing suppressed all the yang qi within him, disguising himself as a Yin corpse and donning the commonly seen Yin armor of the vast universe, heading towards the battlefield's periphery. Having spent many years as a zombie before, he was experienced enough not to be detected. Remnants of weapons and fragments of immortal treasures, along with severed limbs, still littered the battlefield. Their quality varied, from Emperor weapons to 7th and 8th order remnants, most of which belonged to the vast universe. Chujing wandered through and collected all the remnants he saw into his cave heaven world. This habit of collecting things had become second nature to him. Whether they were useful or not, he'd gather them first. During this process, Chujing gradually noticed something strange. He hadn't seen a single corpse of a creature from the vast universe, only some weapons. The living creatures of the vast universe had always been cold-blooded and clearly didn't collect the dead. They could have vanished into thin air or been absorbed by the vast universe itself. Wu Tong had shared much information with him about the vast universe before. Even if ancient ancestors perished, their corpses would vanish within an extremely short time, and accumulated heavenly fate would also dissipate, evidently a law governing the entire vast universe. The battlefield's influence spread too wide. It took Chujing several days to finally spot signs of living creatures from the vast universe. Along the way, he saw the ruins of many cities, wiped out during the Great Battle, the entire city annihilated with no survivors. Currently, these evil spirits and demon monsters on the battlefield's periphery are gradually advancing towards the boundary, reclaiming territories polluted by great universe experts back into normal lands. As Chujing walked, he passed many living beings, but none greeted him. Most simply glanced at him before shifting their gaze and busied themselves with their tasks. After trekking for several more days, Chujing finally saw a gigantic city. West Pole City. The moment he saw this city, Chujing understood where he was. The West Pole Divine Mansion, the westernmost mansion of the vast universe, and the closest divine mansion to the boundary. Divine mansions are the top forces of the vast universe. There are a total of 128, and to be esteemed as such, the only requirement is to have a powerful being of the realm of ancient myths stationed within. In reality, divine mansions are generally governed by ancient ancestors. The ancestor realm is not apparent in the world. To ordinary beings, the realm of ancient myths is typically the strongest seen. Even excluding some independent giants not bound by the divine mansions and the hidden reserves of each mansion, the vast universe has over 200 mythical realm powerhouses on record. Calculating, the strength of the vast universe is much greater than that of the great universe. After all, with the ancestral Tao's fall and the loss of the Chaos Sea, 3/10 of the heavenly fate was gone, naturally resulting in approximately a 30% disparity in overall strength. The vast universe's 128 divine mansions, with 20 ancient ancestors above them, have 5 more ancestors compared to the great universe. Removing the Chaos Sea accounts for 6 more. This power disparity is indeed somewhat substantial. Without the boundary, a full-scale war between the two realms would undoubtedly place the great universe at a disadvantage. The great universe's only advantage lies in the existence of the Taoist orthodoxy. As the master of the way, it can temporarily borrow heavenly fate to increase battle strength. Just the immortal ancestor and the martial ancestor could ensure that the ancient ancestors of the vast universe cannot compete. However, with a 6 ancestor numerical disparity, in a total war there might be no benefit to gain. West Pole City spans hundreds of miles, occupied by countless powerful evil spirits and demon monsters. Standing outside the city, Chujing had already sensed the aura of the spacetime law. Within the city were creatures reaching the 10th order. Chujing took a deep breath, pondered no further, and stepped into the city. This journey into the vast universe had 2 main purposes. Firstly, he wanted to try locating the Grand Hall within the heart-burning corridor's 3rd level, finding where it existed in the vast universe. Although it was like finding a needle in a haystack, Chujing still wanted to try his luck. In the illusion realm, he had spent endless ages in that Grand Hall, touched every tile on its walls. The taste of the evil aura within was ingrained in his very being, so if he could see or simply smell the nearby evil aura, he'd recognize it instantly. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find any clues about the reincarnation road. Compared to the great universe, the vast universe was closer to the reincarnation road. Observing more might yield new discoveries. Besides these 2, Chujing had a small additional endeavor. If he could find the Lingtian prefecture domain, he might send an exchange via the space channel to transfer resources collected amidst the heart-burning corridor battle to his possession. Among these resources were many treasures collected from the Chaos Sea during the uproarious battle, and if he could obtain them, they would be quite valuable to have on hand. Outside of these 2 tasks, Chujing could only try and see if he could find any living creatures from the vast universe. Apart from this, Wu Tong had already sent him a lot of information about the vast universe. Even when the ancient ancestors passed away, their corpses would disappear in a very short time, and the accumulated heavenly fate would also dissipate, which is evidently the operating law of the entire great realm. The battlefield had such a wide area of effect that it took Chu Jing several days to finally see any traces of the living creatures of the vast universe. On the way, he saw the ruins of many cities, all affected in the great battle, with entire cities annihilated and no survivors left. Now, these evil spirits and demon monsters at the edges of the battlefield were gradually advancing towards the boundary, reclaiming territories that had been polluted by the powerhouses of the great universe back into the normal territories. As Chu Jing walked along, he encountered many living creatures, but no one greeted him, most just glanced at him and then looked away, minding their own business. After a few more days of trekking, Chu Jing finally saw the first giant city. West Pole City. The moment he laid eyes on the city, Chu Jing understood where he was. West Pole Divine Mansion, the westernmost prefecture domain in the vast universe, and the divine mansion closest to the boundary. There are a total of 128 top forces in the vast universe that are revered as divine mansions. The only requirement to be called a divine mansion is to have a strong person of the realm of ancient myths as a guardian within the faction. In fact, the divine mansions are basically under the jurisdiction of ancient ancestors. The ancestor realm is not visible to the common people, and the realm of ancient myths is essentially the strongest force they can encounter. Even apart from some independent giants not under the constraints of the divine mansions and not counting the hidden remnants within the various divine mansions, the vast universe possesses over 6 ancient powerful beings, excluding the Chaos Sea. After the boundary shattered, half of the 20 ancestral realm beings from the vast universe stood by, not intervening in this massive battle. 8 ancient ancestors joined forces to break through the boundary, but martial ancestor Yan Feng single-handedly killed 3 of them. Another ancient ancestor was slain by the immortal ancestor, and yet another died at the hands of the heavenly punishment. This former youngest martial emperor of the martial hall, upon entering the ancestral realm, had already achieved impressive battle results. Of the 8 ancient ancestors who took action, only 3 survived in the end. 128 divine mansions were directly wiped out of 9, and nearly 20 more divine mansions were affected, suffering disastrous losses. The 5 vacant ancestral realm positions were quickly occupied by several pavilion masters who had long entered the realm of ancient myths for many years, all clearly indicated in the intelligence Chu Jing held. Ling Tian Divine Mansion, Li Yunjiao, Purple Dragon Divine Mansion, Duan Yan, Red Blood Divine Mansion, Qi Lan, Tianya Divine Mansion, Zhangzhe, Chiliang Divine Mansion, Feng Min. Interestingly, among these 5 ancestral realm figures, 2 had some acquaintances with Chu Jing. Li Yunjiao from the Lingtian Mansion had crossed paths with Chu Jing, and the Purple Dragon Prefecture was once the dwelling place of Shang Tsongyun in the vast universe. Shang Tsongyun was once the vice mansion master of the Purple Dragon Prefecture and likely had a close relationship with Duan Yan. As for martial ancestor Yan Feng's combat power, Chu Jing was not surprised. According to the previous flow of heavenly fate, when the boundary shattered, the martial path had already gathered 30% of the heavenly fate. With that amount of heavenly fate, Yan Feng's combat power was likely stronger than the ancestral Tao of the past. The prior boundary shattering not only impacted the great universe but was also like a cataclysm for the vast universe. Although the battlefield at the cosmic edge after the boundary was extremely perilous, the actions of powerful figures from the great universe who arrived in the vast universe were no less than a great disaster, even far worse than the battlefield after the boundary. Because most who crossed to this realm had entered the space-time domain, their power was unpredictable, and the damage they wrought upon the vast universe was naturally more severe. In the prolonged warfare lasting over 10 years, more living creatures died in the vast universe than in the great universe, but the information Chu Jing held abbreviated it in just 2 sentences, passing it over lightly. Within the vast universe, emotions were always thin. There were no so-called blood ties, sect relations, or even in-law connections. At most, they were considered colleagues. Since there was little affection between them, the living creatures of the vast universe naturally remained indifferent to the deaths of these colleagues. The messages Chuzheng acquired also mentioned the group from the Martial Hall. Fu Pinglan and others had used a passage to negotiate with the ancient ancestors of the vast universe in West Pole City. The leader on the ancient ancestors' side was named Erosion Sun Rain. The moment Chuzheng saw this name, he realized that the surname Erosion Sun was rare in the great universe, and it was evidently someone from the lineage of sun-eroding Cry. It seemed that in life, they must have been an impressive figure, and even after reincarnation, they still occupied a position within the vast universe. After the Great Battle, the situation in the vast universe was quite strange. A group of ancient ancestors, led by Erosion Sun Rain, had thoroughly banded together, linking nearly 80 divine mansions throughout the vast universe, secretly plotting some grand scheme. The newly appointed 5 ancient ancestors acted rather low-key, almost disappearing without a trace. As for the 3 ancient ancestors who survived that great battle, each went into seclusion to heal their wounds. Thus, for the moment, the vast universe seemed very peaceful, and no one was shouting about invading the great universe again. Having understood the current situation of the vast universe, Chuzheng did not stay in West Pole City for long and headed directly towards the Lingtian Prefecture domain. At the same time, he controlled his Chaos Sea avatar to go to Tianwu Realm, seeking an opportunity to exchange resources. This was merely an attempt. If things did not go as planned, he had no intention of taking too much risk and could instead turn to find that grand hall within the illusion realm instead. With the repair panel on him, he did not have to worry about evil chi, allowing him to linger in the vast universe. Indeed, compared to the great universe, the vast universe seemed more suitable for a long stay, as there was no one constantly thinking of killing him here. However, soon after leaving West Pole City, Chuzheng's thoughts were entirely overturned. There were indeed many within the vast universe who wanted to kill him, as numerous as stars in the sky. Previously, on the battlefield wasteland, Chuzheng encountered few living creatures, and most of them were preoccupied, so he avoided conflict with them. But after leaving West Pole City, nearly every living creature he encountered outside the city wanted to kill him. To avoid attracting too much attention, Chuzheng outwardly manifested a cultivation level fluctuating around the 8th order 5th layer. This level was not that of a top expert, but neither was it weak. He thought he could avoid most troubles this way, but he hadn't anticipated that 8th order evil spirits and demon monsters would continually target him. Traversing across several domains of the West Pole Divine Mansion, Chuzheng faced more than 100 attempted ambushes, mostly by living creatures around the 8th order 6th or 7th layer, with occasional 8th order 9th layer attackers. Yet, in the eyes of the current Chuzheng, these attackers were largely dealt with by a mere finger point. Those living creatures carried quite a few Yin Jades, but this small wealth no longer attracted Chuzheng. However, the heavenly fate they carried gave him some thoughts. The luck-stealing skill was continuously operating, and although the growth of the heavenly fate was slow, with patience and over the years, the results would likely be quite impressive. In the multiple ambushes, Chuzheng finally grasped some rules within the vast universe. The reason he was constantly ambushed was because of the Yin armor he wore, which once belonged to the Red Leaf Divine Mansion. But the problem was, the Red Leaf Divine Mansion had been flattened, completely buried in the sands of time. As a result, the remaining living creatures of the Red Leaf Divine Mansion naturally became unclaimed wandering souls. Evil spirits and demons without any Divine Mansion's protection can be slain by anyone without paying any price. The reason Chuzheng was frequently ambushed was that to these evil demons, he was like a movable piece of Yin Jade that they could pick up effortlessly without any loss. Understanding this point, Chuzheng promptly donned a Yin armor from the West Pole Divine Mansion and continued his journey, immediately reducing the frequency of ambushes. Not long after, as he left the West Pole Divine Mansion, the frequency of ambushes increased again. No region, especially the vast universe, lacks those who are bold beyond measure. The living creatures of the vast universe have one thing in common: they do not fear death. To them, death is merely an early step on the reincarnation road, a release, and not something to fear. Those demons who have risen through countless battles are even more so. Thus, living creatures with accomplished cultivation in the vast universe are essentially bold enough to swallow the heavens, and 9 times out of 10, evil spirits and demons would choose to fight. At worst, they would simply reincarnate earlier and avoid the suffering of a cataclysm. Under such circumstances, troubles were inevitable for Chuxing, who could only control it slightly, trying to kill fewer of them, and resolve things swiftly to avoid drawing the attention of powerful beings. After traveling for some more days, Chuxing realized his worries seemed somewhat unnecessary. Because there was little emotional attachment, even though he killed his way through, leaving countless souls in his wake, no powerful beings ever came seeking vengeance. These demons, once dead, were dead, and those divine mansions were too lazy to bother. In the vast universe, the existence of new blood is completely ignored, or rather, they have no concept of new blood. Endless living creatures will always crawl out from the soul origin pool and the burial valley, transforming into jade, or killing into demonic possession, existing continuously without end. Every living creature in the vast universe is truly a lonely traveler, with no one behind them and no one ahead. Chaos Sea. Tianwu Realm. As the initial battlefield where Fu Pinglan and others entered the Chaos Sea, the once flourishing Great Realm is now somewhat broken. Within the realm, the sky is vast and clear, the great sun hangs high. The ancestor blood parasol still stands between heaven and earth, its trunk full of deep cracks and pits that were caused by the previous battles. The sticky, cold evil chi, like maggots on the bone, wraps around this divine tree, and the once glorious canopy has become sparse and withered, with many thick branches broken and decayed, appearing quite desolate. The flow of time in the Chaos Sea is also 100 times faster than in the vast universe, and under the coordination of the Martial Hall, teleportation arrays have been established in various great realms. While Chuxing was still on his way, his avatar had already arrived in the Tianwu realm. The heavenly fate within the Tianwu realm was evidently sorted out, vastly different from the previous chaos Chuxing felt, neat and orderly, with only the martial path to follow. Chuxing quietly arrived under the ancestor blood parasol, staring at the ancient tree before him and falling into contemplation. Wu Tong was still alive, which was good news for him. In the past, when he helped the Netherworld Phoenix repair memories of a past life, Wu Tong promised him a favor: no matter the issue, no matter the opponent, he would assist once. No matter Wu Tong's current state, a giant at the realm of ancient myths level, comparable to an immortal emperor, this favor was evidently very precious. However, judging by the current state of the ancestor blood parasol, Wu Tong probably wasn't faring well either, and using the favor here seemed somewhat wasteful. The Heaven Burial Palace was still within the Chaos Sea, and it was uncertain if more troublesome times requiring Wu Tong's aid would come in the future. What mattered most was that Chuxing was uncertain about Wu Tong's current stance. Given that the Chaos Sea was now under the governance of the Martial Hall, and so many strong figures from the Great Realms had been slaughtered by them, yet Wu Tong remained intact, there was obviously some inside story. Wu Tong had seen his true face, and if his identity was revealed, there was a risk of it being linked with Xingqiu immediately. Even though only 100 or so years had passed in the great universe since their last encounter, nearly 20,000 years had elapsed in the Chaos Sea, which was a significant time span. Back then, a casually made promise, how much it weighed in Wu Tong's eyes was unknown. After contemplating for a long time, Chuxing made a decision, no longer hesitating, and proceeded to climb towards the top of the ancestor blood parasol. He had to test Wu Tong's position, otherwise, even if the favor was reserved, he wouldn't dare to use it. The risk of this action was undeniably considerable, and with the slightest mistake, both this avatar and many accumulated possessions might be lost. But compared to this avatar, discerning Wu Tong's stance was more important, as it affected whether this favor could be used in the future. Wu Tong had a deep relationship with Li Yunjiao, and would likely be influential within the vast universe as well. Future events were unpredictable, and if he only discovered Wu Tong's attitude was hostile when the crucial moment arrived, it could be fatal. Moments later, Chuxing reached the top of the tree, where a massive wooden nest, woven from vine strands and once home to the Netherworld Phoenix, remained in place. The foliage that had originally concealed the wooden nest had entirely withered, looking somewhat desolate. Chuzheng took a deep breath and bowed. Chuzheng seeks an audience, hoping for a meeting with the senior. As his words fell, his vision blurred, the world spun, and in the next instant, he was already standing amidst a palace woven from vine strands. A figure stood not far away. It was Wu Tong, looking just as he did when seen last time, wearing a treasure-green long robe, appearing around 20 years old, with a head full of jade-green hair. Chuzheng, it's been a long time. Wu Tong scrutinized Chuzheng before him with a complex gaze. He knew much of the karma surrounding Chuzheng, the words he had heard from Fu Pinglan, and witnessing the battle between Daoist ancestors Jing Chu and Fu Pinglan, had already made some connections clear to him. Chuzheng's background was quite extraordinary. He had figured out a part, and from what Fu Pinglan had said, his growth to this level might well be due to a favor owed to Chuzheng. You came here suddenly today. I assume there is something you wish for me to do. What is it? Wu Tong spoke directly, getting straight to the point regarding Chuzheng's intentions for coming today. Seeing this, Chuzheng did not hide anymore and said directly, I wish to borrow a way to enter the vast universe. No. Hearing Chuzheng's intention to borrow a path, Wu Tong slightly frowned and shook his head. It's not that I won't help you, but you can't pass through. What do you mean, senior? Chuzheng was puzzled. Li Yunjiao has already entered the ancestral realm, and he guards the space channel to the Chaos Sea very tightly. If you travel within it, whether entering or exiting, you will fall immediately into his hand. Wu Tong's expression was somewhat solemn. He is already curious about you, and it would be very troublesome. With my current strength, I cannot protect you. Chuzheng was slightly surprised but immediately understood, slightly frowning. Thank you, senior, for the warning. It was presumptuous of me. His attention previously was all on Wu Tong and that space channel, somewhat neglecting Li Yunjiao's presence. With Wu Tong's reminder, Chuzheng understood why, when his avatar was undergoing tribulation earlier, Wu Tong hurriedly sent him away, presumably to avoid Li Yunjiao taking action against him. Now that Li Yunjiao had entered the ancestral realm, should attention be drawn, Chuzheng could face an enormous disaster, and even within the universe, the Moonlight Immortal ancestor could not save him. No need to thank me, I did owe you a favor back then and will naturally keep my word. Wu Tong's expression grew increasingly solemn, but regarding this matter, I truly cannot assist you. The Martial Hall is now also tracking you. It's best for you to find a reclusive place and stay hidden. Thank you for the reminder, senior, I understand. Chuzheng bowed respectfully, then a thought abruptly struck him, raising his head to ask, Senior, have you heard of the Heaven Burial Palace? Wu Tong has stayed in the Chaos Sea for a long time, perhaps even before the Chaos Sea was ever born. If Heaven Burial Palace truly lies within the Chaos Sea, then Wu Tong should be aware of some secrets. Heaven Burial Palace? Wu Tong looked somewhat puzzled. Since you know the name of Heaven Burial Palace, do you not know that this realm was originally a part of it? This realm is a part of Heaven Burial Palace? Chuzheng was momentarily stunned, his expression hard to hide with surprise. Wu Tong's words truly caught him off guard. He had initially thought that seeking Heaven Burial Palace was no easy task, but never imagined that Heaven Burial Palace lay right beneath his feet. Correct, Heaven Burial Palace should have been its name before the primordial era. Seeing Chuzheng was completely unaware, Wu Tong immediately explained, not long after the Chaos Sea was carved out, Heaven Burial Palace, losing its nourishment of heavenly fate, saw its unbreakable spatial barriers shatter one by one. The scattered realms were divided by some powerful living creatures and have since been integrated into the entire Chaos Sea. This realm is one of those parts. Upon hearing Wu Tong's words, Chuzheng felt a slight disappointment. He had hoped to find clues about the reincarnation road within Heaven Burial Palace, but realized Heaven Burial Palace had long ceased to exist. It makes sense though, the distance from the primordial era is indeed too long, especially for the Chaos Sea, where things have drastically changed over time. If not for a being like Wu Tong, whose lifespan is terrifyingly long, few living creatures could have survived from then until now. Knowing Heaven Burial Palace no longer exists, Chuzheng no longer pondered and immediately expressed his farewell. I apologize for the disturbance, I hope the senior forgives me. Thank you for your reminder today, senior. I'll take my leave now. This venture was not entirely unfruitful, at least now he knows that Wu Tong stands on his side, opening opportunities for future advantages. Safe travels. Wu Tong didn't try to stop him, his expression earnest. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay the favor you once granted. It's just a minor effort, there's no need for the senior to keep it in mind. Chu Jing bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Watching Chu Zhang's departing figure, Wu Tong's gaze was complex. The favor spoken of may need to be traced back a long time, and it's far more than a mere effort, it's akin to rebirth. Chu Jing distanced himself from the ancient phoenix tree, contemplated for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up, having some ideas. He spent several months searching for a suitable corpse, recently deceased, used the armored demon to invade and control the remnants, then completely repaired the body with the repair panel. The armored demon thoroughly lurked within the body, instantly transforming Chu Jing into a little cultivator who recently entered the martial path. With this layer of protection, Chu Jing spent several more months seeking an opportunity to join a medium-sized sect. This sect is called Treasure Elephant Sect, where the strongest possesses cultivation of the 6th order martial god realm. Here is Chu Zhang's prepared springboard. Currently, all Chaos Sea is within the influence range of the martial hall, and all sect forces within the Great Realm count as subordinate influences of the martial hall. Treasure Elephant Sect is naturally the same, but his level remains unable to directly reach the martial hall, as above it lies the Ice-Cloud Sect, a formidable force with a semi-saint stationed. Since other methods are no longer viable, Chu Jing prepared to attempt going through the martial hall, openly walking out. He could spend over 1,000 years slowly elevating the cultivation of this body to martial saint, and subsequently advance from Treasure Elephant Sect to Ice-Cloud Sect, even higher level subordinate forces, thus gradually coming into contact with the martial hall. With the Great Universe Tao War approaching, the martial hall is in need. A martial saint presumably qualifies to do small tasks, significantly increasing opportunities to enter within the Great Universe. This method is fairly safe but very time-consuming. Nonetheless, what Chaos Sea lacks least is time, and Chu Jing can afford to wait. Moreover, he seems to have no other path to take now. Vast Universe Great Realm. While on the move, Chu Jing suddenly stopped his steps without the slightest hesitation, turned, and quickly headed in the direction opposite to Lingtian Prefecture domain. Having known there was an ancient ancestor like Li Yunzhao watching the space channel, he naturally wouldn't risk venturing to Lingtian Prefecture domain. With a change of direction, Chu Jing began searching for traces of that ancient hall. After searching around all the divine mansions for more than a year, Chu Jing ultimately gave up and headed towards the boundary. Although he could stay long in this place, it had considerable disadvantages for cultivation. The subtlety of his spiritual energy was difficult to conceal, with yang qi being too vigorous, often leading to accidents, and also delaying cultivation. Over this past year, he constantly attempted to search for traces of that ancient hall, and spent a large amount of Yin Jade asking various forces within the vast universe Great Realm for help, but it was ultimately needle in a haystack and never found any clues. The vast universe Great Realm is indeed too vast, searching within it for an ancient hall equates to a whimsical fancy. During this aimless wandering, Chu Jing slew numerous evil spirits and demon monsters, accumulating heavenly fate to a certain extent but still far less compared to his place within the great universe. The Immortal Path's heavenly fate had been devoured by him excessively. Given this, if relying solely on himself to slowly accumulate up to half of heaven's fortune, who knows how many living creatures need to be slain? When Chu Jing again arrived at the boundary, several months had already passed. Just after crossing the boundary barrier, Chu Jing received several transmissions from Song Lingxue. The communication was obstructed by the boundary gate, failing to reach him in time, with the most recent message being from several months ago. The content of the messages mostly inquired about his recent status and some recent changes in the martial hall. Under the deliberate suppression by Wan Wenfeng and Song Lingxue, the matter of searching for Chu Jing's likeness had gradually died down over time. The martial hall has now focused much of its attention on the Chaos Sea. They have dispatched numerous martial saints to the Chaos Sea, spreading across various great realms, using countless worlds for rearing other kind to cultivate sources of flesh and blood, while employing some forbidden secret techniques to forcibly elevate the strength of certain cultivators. This kind of forceful hastening of growth clearly indicates war preparations, and preparations for an unprecedented, perhaps even final, battle, leaving no slack. Many of these orders were issued by Fu Pinglan before his seclusion, and even Wan Wenfeng and Song Lingxue couldn't interfere in the slightest, nor were they allowed to. Fu Pinglan's prestige in the Martial Hall's main battle faction is too high, with many die-hard followers running around tirelessly for him, including some martial emperors. This is quite a formidable force, as Song Lingxue herself is merely a martial emperor for now. After reading all the messages, Chu Jing furrowed his brow slightly and took a deep breath before sending a message to Song Lingxue. The great calamity is approaching, the Dao War will commence, with only 400 to 500 years left at most. At that time all Dao will besiege each other, the heavens will collapse, the myriad realms will be overthrown, the heavenly secrets will be obscured, and the path ahead will be challenging. You should plan your way out early, seek an ark to flee the world, find a haven to avoid the calamity, and take good care of yourself, and do not worry about me. The Martial Hall's actions clearly indicate stockpiling war assets, further confirming some of his earlier speculations that once Fu Pinglan emerges from seclusion, the Dao War will likely start soon. When that time comes, the currently stable situation will instantly crumble. All he can do now is to stay here and cultivate in seclusion, seeking a moment of peace. He must quickly enter the space-time domain, otherwise, once the Dao War begins, it will be too late for everything. Chu Jing took a deep breath, gazed at the abyss beyond the boundary gate, and eliminated all distractions, gently closing his eyes. Streams of immortal qi and primordial qi were being drawn into his mouth, steadily advancing his cultivation. Chu Jing sat on the boundary gate for over 10 years. Although the heaven and earth environment was limited, with plentiful resources to convert into immortal qi for cultivation, his progress in cultivation did not slow much. His immortal path cultivation had nearly reached mid-stage Great Immortal Venerable, and his qi refinements cultivation also made substantial progress. This speed was already astonishingly fast. In the realm of Great Immortal Venerable, reaching the Immortal King domain is just a step away. Even with exceptional talent, advancement in cultivation usually takes millennia. That Chu Jing made such progress in just over 10 years is nearly 100 times faster than even the most outstanding Great Immortal Venerables of the same realm. This is the blessing of heavenly fate, reminiscent of the cultivation speed of a half-step emperor from ancient times, albeit the real Son of Heaven would be even swifter. Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the heavenly judgment order glowing faintly at his waist. I have found a suitable great realm for your refinement. I will provide you with coordinates, you can go there on your own. Remember to stay hidden, do not enter the boundary gate, avoid attracting attention, and arrive within 2 years. A special envoy monitoring this realm's heavenly fate will facilitate things for you. It was precisely this message from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor that startled him awake. The information conveyed in the message left Chu Jing slightly uneasy. He must remain hidden, unable even to use the boundary gate, indicating that the immortal domain is no longer safe, that someone formidable has set their sights on him, and even the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor finds it challenging. Chu Jing dared not delay, immediately changing his appearance to a common true immortal, and slowly made his way towards the world coordinates given. Without being able to use the boundary gate, traveling through the cosmos had to rely on his own legs, naturally slowing the journey considerably. However, with his current cultivation, traversing the Star River was no longer a difficult task. Moreover, given the 2-year time frame provided by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, there was ample time, so he traveled cautiously, deliberately avoiding some prosperous great realms, taking detours through barren regions to minimize the chance of encountering others. Thus, after traveling intermittently for 1.5 years, Chu Jing finally reached the location of that great realm. From a distance, he could see 2 blazing scorching suns suspended atop the great realm's sky summit. One of the scorching suns flowed with intense golden flame lava, its searing heat distorting the surrounding starry sky slightly, while the other exuded a blood-red hue, with red flames churning, emanating a fierce aura. The two blazing suns alternated and patrolled at the sky summit, and whenever they passed each other, a vast spiritual tide, visible to the naked eye, would surge through the great realm, as tumultuous as heavenly waves, steaming a heavy spiritual mist. Drawing nearer, Chuzheng then sensed the extraordinary nature of this great realm. The boundary wall of the world was terrifyingly solid, at the edge visible to the naked eye, it almost became substantial, presenting a peculiar glazed texture, very heavy and dense, coursing with countless mysterious talismanic patterns, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. Having previously controlled Songyun, Chuzheng was acutely aware of the strength of a world. The foundation of this great realm was far stronger than Songyun. A slight gleam of fervor flashed in Chuzheng's eyes. After refining it, he would surely achieve great immortal venerable perfection, and without the qi refining lineage dispersing his focus, he might even break into the highest domain of the 9 realms of immortal Tao, directly becoming an immortal king. Lowering his gaze upon the great realm, after a careful observation, Chuzheng was taken aback. Though the heaven and earth before him were mighty, the entire great realm was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life except for mountains, rivers, and vegetation. No living creatures could be seen. While Chuzheng was puzzling over this, a figure emerged from the void and approached him, bowing respectfully. Inspector Yaoshi of the Punishment Authority, ordered by the Master to await here, greets the heavenly judge. Yaoshi appeared not yet in her 30s, clad in a plain broad-sleeved immortal gown, draped with a light gauze, her long hair held up with a jade hairpin, her visage exquisite. Her cultivation was not weak, having entered the 9 tribulations true immortal, about to step into the immortal venerable, her bone age just over 10,000, rather young for such cultivation. Thank you for waiting, fellow Taoist. After a greeting, Chuzheng queried, might I ask where the living creatures within this realm have gone? Such a great realm, yet devoid of living creatures, seemed obviously unnatural. All living creatures in the Ruiyang realm have been completely relocated, dispersed and settled in neighboring great realms. The heavenly judge can directly refine it without worry. Yaoshi explained briefly, her hands offering up the heavenly Tao core of Ruiyang realm, respectfully saying, Heavenly Judge, please proceed swiftly. During this process, I will guard you. I see, thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng no longer questioned, took the heavenly Tao core, and immediately began preparing to refine Ruiyang realm, evidently having all potential troubles addressed in advance by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. From Yaoshi's words, the time seemed pressing, and there was no room to waste. Yaoshi nodded slightly, ceased speaking further, and under the starry sky not far away, sat cross-legged, activating a grand formation laid long ago in the starry sky, her palm inward, tightly clutching a sword talisman, fully vigilant. Chuzheng's divine sense entered the grotto heaven world, aligning his aura with the laws of heaven and earth within Ruiyang realm. With the heavenly Tao core in hand, refining the great realm presented no obstacles, it was extremely smooth, taking him less than 1 year to fully assimilate the laws of heaven and earth within Ruiyang realm. After refining the heavenly Tao core, Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes, the trajectory of the laws of heaven and earth exclusive to Ruiyang realm vividly etched in his vision. He rose gradually, his figure standing before Ruiyang realm, as tiny as a speck of dust. The blaze of the scorching sun bathed his face, tinged with a layer of thin gold. In the next instant, Chuzheng's form suddenly swelled, in a flash, expanding across the star dome, akin to an ancient god creating the world. He raised his hands, fingers spread wide, and with a sharp pull against the great realm, which had weathered endless ages under the starry sky. Crack! Beneath the dome of the starry sky, the void resembled a fragile brocade, forcibly torn open by Chuzheng to reveal a deep and boundless rift. Beyond the rift, a wilderness world appeared, which was Chuzheng's own cave heaven. The moment the rift emerged, it suddenly emitted a terrifying suction force, enough to swallow the universe. In an instant, the world barriers surrounding the Ruiyang realm shattered, and the originally sky-covering, surging spiritual mist was forcibly torn open with a massive gap. Buzz, the multicolored spiritual liquid visible to the naked eye rolled back, viscous like mercury, carrying with it shattered mountain shadows, heavenly Tao law light points like star fragments, transforming into streams of spiritual energy waterfalls, madly surging into Chu Zhang's cave heaven world. Refining the Great Realm, one must use their own cave heaven as the main body to devour the Great Realm and nourish oneself. If living creatures exist, there will be numerous troubles, as consideration for living beings within the realm must be given. The blood and vengeful death aura of living souls can contaminate the pure heaven and earth origin. Living creatures, their bodies stained with dust, the heaven and earth origin that enters them is usually already polluted and cannot directly merge with the heavens and the earth. Now, with the living creatures of the Ruiyang realm having migrated elsewhere, there is no presence of any living beings, providing Chu Zhang with great convenience. He does not need to cautiously refine little by little but can act freely. With the world barriers broken, the entire Ruiyang realm instantly fell into an apocalyptic scene. On the vast continent, mountain ranges as majestic as a dragon's spine violently trembled, producing a thunderous rumble. The abundant earth element primordial qi, gunmetal qi, and even the essence of the fire attribute from the depths of the earth veins were forcibly extracted by an invisible force, forming torrents of various energies, breaking open the earth's seal, and surging upward towards the sky. The heaven and earth laws that form the foundation of the Ruiyang realm were no longer invisible threads. At this moment, under Chu Zhang's forceful extraction, they became tangible, like chains across the void, wanting to lock the frantically leaking essence yuan. However, the heavenly Tao core had been completely refined by Chu Zhang, rendering these obstructions ineffective. In moments, these chains purely condensed from heavenly Tao laws snapped one after another, as if the flesh of living creatures was being peeled away, torn piece by piece from the massive framework of the Ruiyang realm. With a piercing cracking sound, the laws, wrapped in heaven and earth essence, were absorbed into the depths of the cave heaven, becoming nutrients for Chu Zhang to perfect his own world. With the massive outflow of essence yuan, the space of the entire Ruiyang realm became extremely unstable. Fine cracks, like those in cracked porcelain, began to appear from the edges of the great realm. The two blazing suns above the Ruiyang realm dimmed, their golden and red flames flickering violently, having a portion of their origin extracted. Chu Zhang's gaze grew increasingly intense. He could feel a vast, boundless, and supremely pure great power of heaven and earth, continuously pouring into his cave heaven world through that rift, nourishing his Tao foundation. His cultivation began to soar at a visible speed, rapidly crossing the bottleneck of the early stage Great Immortal Venerable and entering the mid-stage Great Immortal Venerable. This was just the beginning. As the Ruiyang realm gradually withered, falling into extinction, his cultivation continued to climb relentlessly. With the violent change of heaven and earth primordial qi, Chu Zhang's gaze turned a brilliant white, his energy completely spread out, turning into a blazing sun capable of devouring everything. The chaotic giant mouth at the cave heaven's entrance had transformed into opened and closed, causing the surrounding starry sky to resonate, plundering and devouring the countless years of accumulated essence of creation in the Ruiyang realm without reservation. The vast heaven and earth origin, when poured into the cave heaven, gradually manifested its true impact within Chu Zhang's body. The immense energy, viscous like molten gold, roared and surged through his meridians, acupoints, and even his divine soul's sea of consciousness. This was not a slow cultivation accumulation but a violent elevation like the reversal of a heavenly river. Chu Zhang's face showed a hint of paleness. Such a violent influx was greatly harmful to the physical body. However, for someone with a repair panel, he need not worry about these negative effects and simply fully accept it. Under the impact of the heaven and earth origin, his immortal body became more crystalline and brilliant, as if stars were appearing and disappearing within his flesh, his primordial spirit seated within the sea of consciousness. The two immortal marks imprinted within grew increasingly clear, and the two ancient lotus imprinted on his forehead also shone brilliantly, receiving tremendous nourishment and advancing rapidly. With the vast outflow of heaven and earth origin, the Ruiyang realm was near complete extinction. The two blazing suns hanging high had now dimmed to the point of near extinction, leaving only faint embers, like a giant beast drained of all its vitality, qi, and spirit, teetering precariously. The sea of spiritual mist that once covered the sky had long gone dry, revealing a dull and fissured sky below, like a curtain about to shatter. The mountain ranges, once as imposing as dragon spines, crumbled inch by inch, while the ocean completely dried up, exposing the jagged seabed chasms. The spiritual plants and vegetation that grew everywhere had long turned to ashes, leaving only scorched earth emanating a scent of decay and death. A once vibrant and profoundly rich magnificent great realm was now visibly heading towards destruction. Rumble, with the last bit of heaven and earth origin extracted by Chuxing, the entire great realm collapsed instantly, beginning to gradually disintegrate. The whole great realm crumbled like a sandcastle, from the inside out, turning into powder at an astonishing speed. The boundary walls silently shattered and dissolved, merging into the void of eternal extinction. Months later, Chuxing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the twilight of Ruiyang realm's obliteration and the endless scenes of chaos. Realm of great immortal venerable, perfection. The surging power coursed within him, every inch of flesh and bone filled with the essence of heaven and earth from Ruiyang realm. He could clearly sense that the boundary of the cave heaven world had been expanded to unprecedented breadth, the foundation of laws more stable than ever, with vitality and potential far surpassing before. Not only his immortal path cultivation, but his chi refinement's cultivation had also leapt forward, reaching mid-stage Xianxian perfection, just one step away from 3 flowers gathering at the top. The world energy of Ruiyang realm remained largely unconsumed, with at least more than half lingering within him, requiring time to slowly refine. Moreover, during this process, the longevity immortal fruit transplanted into the cave heaven world had been influenced by heaven and earth origin, maturing one step further, only 1 or 2 years shy of full ripeness. Even without the longevity immortal fruit, the accumulated heaven and earth origin within him, given time to refine, Chuxing could still step into the immortal king domain. However, with the longevity immortal fruit nearing maturity, he could save that effort. This immortal peach could extend life by 30,000 years and directly elevate cultivation below 10th order by a major realm. With his current cultivation, consuming the longevity immortal fruit, unsurprisingly, could propel him directly into the perfect realm of immortal king, with the space-time domain within reach. Yet consuming the longevity immortal fruit requires seclusion. The fruit forcefully boosts the cultivation of immortal path cultivators because it harbors a complete immortal mark, which requires time for fusion after ingestion. Seeing Chuxing open his eyes, Yaoshi dispersed the starry sky barriers array, approached, and bowed. "Congratulations, heavenly judge, for your great advancement in cultivation." A trace of shock lingered in her expression, she had never witnessed such a scene of devouring a great realm in her lifetime. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yao, for safeguarding." Chuxing flipped his hand to produce a red gold ring and handed it to Yaoshi. "Consider this a token of appreciation, please do not refuse." Without the suppression of the starry sky barriers array, this fluctuation from devouring a great realm would likely alert hundreds of star domains nearby, drawing attention from countless people. Furthermore, having the people of Moonlight Immortal Ancestor spend considerable effort in Ruiyang realm, merely the relocation of living creatures was no small task, forming a favorable bond was only appropriate. The red gold ring radiated a dazzling glow, seemingly with flowing fire within. Yaoshi's eyes widened, the ring bore naturally formed immortal patterns, engraved with a prominent immortal mark, a genuine immortal venerable artifact. This heavenly judge is not only young but also rather generous. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Yaoshi instinctively refused, unable to take her eyes off the ring. Crafting an immortal venerable artifact might consume 1,000 or several centuries of an immortal venerable's time, its rarity self-evident. Even if she served the Immortal Alliance guarding a great realm for 10,000 years, she wouldn't amass enough contribution points to exchange for an immortal venerable artifact. Besides, being now a 9 tribulations true immortal, she was just one step away from the immortal venerable domain, in need of a handy immortal soldier. "I have matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. You're free to act as you wish." Chuxing had no desire to waste time arguing over the refusal, casually tossing the ring over, turning to leave directly. He was truthful in what he said to Yaoshi, he truly had urgent matters to attend to, significant affairs. In the great universe, over a decade had passed, over a millennium had elapsed in the chaos sea. His incarnation had ascended high enough, reaching the Martial Hall, and even half a year ago, openly emerged from the Chaos Sea through the Martial Hall's channel. Currently, this incarnation had been stationed near the starry sky barrier, at the junction with the Immortal domain, the most suitable place for resource exchange for him. Although there were Immortal Path Emperors patrolling near the starry sky barrier, there were likewise vast barren star domains. The incarnation could store resources at a location for him to retrieve later. The distance between himself and the starry sky barrier calculated, Chuzheng sent a transmission to Songling Xue, inquiring about her availability to meet. Ruiyang realm was not distant from the starry sky barrier, quite close indeed. In a month's time, he could reach the junction, as the second fold Immortal Martial hadn't formally commenced yet. A covert meeting wouldn't have much impact. Undoubtedly, the heart-burning corridor had cast a significant shadow on him. He was eager to see Songling Xue alive again, a feeling bizarre and difficult to restrain. Watching Chu Zhang's figure vanish beneath the starry sky, Yaoshi looked up, glancing a few times, confirming Chu Zhang truly departed before hurriedly reaching out to grasp the immortal ring. She stroked the immortal mark on the gold ring, feeling the warmth in her palm, her eyes filled with irrepressible joy. After a long while, she reluctantly stored away the immortal ring, sat cross-legged under the starry sky, straightened her posture, and regained her composed demeanor. With the absence of sunlight, the surrounding starry sky dimmed, gradually sinking into eternal night. Half a month later, a spatial fissure slowly appeared, dazzling immortal light burst forth, instantly piercing the darkness. Amidst the flowing flames, a towering colossal boundary gate was forcibly molded, abruptly emerging beneath the starry sky dome. 8 majestic six-winged celestial horses first leaped out from the boundary gate. They were not of flesh and blood, fully covered in silver-white scale armor shining like stars, bearing wings forged from immortal light, resembling leaping heavenly fire. Following the heavenly horses were several iron chariots, crafted from unknown immortal gold, black as ink. On the chariot frames, flags fluttered vigorously, the banners not made of ordinary fabric but woven from a kind of law-condensed dark yunjin, so heavy it seemed capable of crushing stars. Upon the flags, a massive character Shan stood proudly. The Shan character was not penned in ink but manifested in the true form of a towering divine mountain, forcibly molten and compressed by supreme immortal power, imprinted on the battle banner, imposing and grand. On a chariot, a middle-aged man stood abruptly, gazing at the deserted starry sky, his tone filled with surprise. "Yaoshi, where is Ruiyang realm?" Yaoshi's expression remained unchanged, her face indifferent. "By the order of the master, Ruiyang realm has been bestowed to a heavenly judge." "Bestowed to whom?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly, angrily. "This is private property of my Shan clan lineage. What right does the punishment authority have to gift it to others? Mind your words." Yaoshi's expression cooled slightly. "Whatever you wish to say, tell it directly to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor." The middle-aged man was about to retort when suddenly a gentle rebuke sounded from the central chariot. "Shan Qing, refrain from insolence." The middle-aged man turned solemn, immediately silencing. Yaoshi slightly furrowed her brow, looking toward the central chariot, vaguely seeing the figure seated inside through the window, obscured by hazy immortal radiance, face indistinct. All great realms under the Immortal Alliance are within the oversight and dispatch of the Punishment Authority, without exception. The servant's prior indiscretion stems from my neglectful management. I hope the inspector can overlook it. The previous voice rose again, unhurriedly, being favored by Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Presumably this heavenly judge must have accomplished extraordinary feats. Yet, there have been no recent wars. To receive such rewards by a heavenly judge, could it be that Chuzheng? I don't know. Yaoshi inwardly startled, maintaining an unchanged expression, slightly shaking her head. I only act under orders, other matters, unrelated to me. This newly appointed heavenly judge is a rare genius of our immortal path across the ages. I've long admired him yet never had the chance to meet. The person seated in the chariot spoke as if not hearing Yaoshi's words, continuing, "The remnants of the heavenly Tao have yet to dissipate. Presumably, he refined this great realm within the past 2 years. I hope the inspector won't hesitate to disclose his whereabouts. I must return to the Punishment Authority to report." I bid farewell. Yaoxi's brow slightly furrowed, no longer responding, saluted courteously, without hesitation, turned, and left. Silence descended upon the starry sky. Moments later, a quiet voice from the chariot sounded, Shan, send a message back to the clan. The starry sky barrier is a peculiar realm that spreads extensively, distinctly dividing the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall, and the myriad realms. Initially, between the All-Heavens realm and the Martial Domain, there was also a segment of the starry sky barrier, but after the demise of the All-Heavens, that segment of the barrier was completely connected by the Martial Hall. The star domain where the Ruiyang realm is located is very close to the starry sky barrier. In less than half a month, Chuzheng had arrived. A wall of light spanning billions of star rivers stretched across the pinnacle of the star river. From top to bottom, left to right, the edges were invisible. The stars were as small as dust in front of it, enveloped within, rolled into a magnificent star river, like the jade belt around a giant god's waist. In the starry sky, one could sense powerful living creatures wandering about. These were the auras of the Immortal Path Emperors, moving within the interlayer of space-time, not belonging to the same realm as beings below the 10th order. Chuzheng gazed at the starry sky barrier before him, his thoughts slightly stirred. The first time he saw the boundary wall was when he was heading near the 10,000 Realms battlefield. With the help of Shang Tsongyun, he managed to step into the myriad realms and found a path to survival. Now, Shang Tsongyun's whereabouts were unknown, most likely still within the great universe, and if so, the most likely place he would be is the myriad realms. Collecting his thoughts, Chuzheng began to carefully sense the coordinates left by his incarnation. Between the Immortal Domain and the Martial Domain, there is a chaotic region, a barren starry sky, where occasionally some small worlds exist, supporting billions of living creatures. Regarding these small worlds, neither the Immortal Alliance nor the Martial Hall have paid much attention. The heavens are too barren to breed true prodigies. During the period Chuzheng was hurrying over, he had his incarnation hide resources in a meteor sea, and used an array to obscure the aura. The coordinates were now in his possession. Regarding this armored demon incarnation, Chuzheng was not in a hurry to reclaim it, leaving it within the Martial Hall, for it might still be of use someday. Such creatures as the armored demon are quite rare, at least not commonly seen within the great universe. If during a great battle, one could luckily acquire the corpse of some powerful creature, especially similar to those on the martial path, who devote most of their energy to the cultivation of the physical body, then this incarnation has a strong chance of becoming a formidable aid. Soon, Chuzheng detected the aura of the coordinates left by his incarnation. Without much hesitation, he immediately stepped into the starry sky barrier, heading directly for the resource hiding spot. The heavenly judgment order hanging at his waist was the best passage token, with no Immortal Path Emperor stepping forth to inquire, allowing free passage. The desolate starry sky. A faint light cut through the darkness, gradually revealing the outline of a jade boat. Upon the boat, intricate cloud patterns and auspicious beasts were carved, with cold, moonlight-like radiance flowing throughout. Wherever the jade boat passed, all turbulent sounds were subdued, the stars silenced, the world utterly quiet. On the deck, a figure stood with hands behind his back, dressed in a plain cloud-patterned Taoist robe, his statue tall. He calmly surveyed the starry sky barrier, his gaze deep like an ancient well, reflecting the flowing glory of the billions of star rivers on the barrier. Suddenly, the man's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sweeping towards a corner of the starry sky barrier. Under his watchful eyes, a figure slowly entered the starry sky barrier. After glancing at the heavenly judgment order at the person's waist, he slowly retracted his gaze. The heavenly judgment order connected to an ancestor immortal artifact, sufficiently attesting to the person's identity, leaving no room for falsehood. It was quite normal for people from the punishment authority to come and go within the starry sky barrier, such minor matters were of no concern. Buzz, faint ripples appeared in the starry sky, gathering points of starlight, forming a line of text. The whereabouts of Chuzheng have been revealed. According to residual aura deductions, he should be heading towards the starry sky barrier, with his cultivation already at great immortal venerable perfection. Be mindful, if his tracks are found, report back immediately. Looking at the communication before him, the man slightly raised an eyebrow, lowered his gaze towards the figure who just entered the starry sky barrier. Great immortal venerable perfection, punishment authorities heavenly judge, without a doubt. The man pondered for a moment, then immediately raised his hand, sent a communication back, and continued roaming the barbaric star sea as if nothing had happened. Chu Zhang's background was quite unusual, protected by the moonlight immortal ancestor. He didn't wish to have any direct conflict with him. Judging by Chu Zhang's cultivation speed, stepping into the immortal monarch realm was a matter of the near future. There might even be times when he would need to ask for help then, so it was best to avoid such issues for now. After entering the starry sky barrier, it only took Chu Zhang 2 days to find the location where his incarnation hid the resources. After transferring all the resources into the cave heaven world, he let out a long sigh of relief. Among this batch of resources were many wondrous treasures that reached the 10th order domain, each containing space-time laws, significantly aiding his understanding of space-time, and stepping into the 10th order domain. With this batch of resources secured by his incarnation, he could peacefully retreat to cultivate until he stepped into the space-time domain, to re-emerge. By then, he wouldn't be as passive as he was now, having the potential to glimpse into heavenly fate. With that concern settled, Chu Zhang immediately moved towards the other side of the desolate star domain, while beginning to contact Song Lingxue. Previously, Song Lingxue had already replied through communication. She happened to be near the starry sky barrier at that moment, and could spare some time to meet. After meeting, he could then head back home, return to the boundary, and peacefully close up. After more than a day's journey, Chu Zhang suddenly halted, gazing at the starry sky ahead, his expression faintly grim. A chain emerged within the starry sky, seemingly just over 100 zhang long, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to contain endless void. Its surface patterns flowed gently like living creatures, sometimes forming landscapes and mountains, sometimes dispersing into ethereal star spirals. Chu Zhang's expression paused slightly, a faint golden light seeping from his eye. Heaven-binding lock, 10th order immortal emperor weapon, embedded with immortal veins, capable of suppressing all living creatures beneath the mythical domain. Emperor weapon? Gazing at the vague information sent by the spiritual eye, Chu Zhang's heart sank suddenly. He hadn't expected that so soon someone would target him. Who could it be? Someone from the immortal ancestor? To manipulate the emperor weapon, one must at least be at the level of an immortal monarch, definitely not qualified by an immortal king. The heaven-binding lock appeared neither gold nor jade, neither silk nor leather, seemingly like glass, silently suspended in the starry sky, with a naturally pervasive oppressive presence, making the heart slightly tense. Before Chu Zhang could think more, his vision was instantly torn apart. Instantly, the starry sky flashed abruptly, void shattered, and dazzling brilliance exploded, nearly blinding Chu Zhang's eyes. It seemed as if an invisible giant hand, in an unreasonably domineering manner, forcibly dragged a piece of star domain from the depths of the distant star river, crossing endless light years, and roughly stuffed it into this barbaric star sea. He almost reacted immediately, realizing this was a phenomenon of large-scale space shift, with difficult-to-escape light emitted by the passing stars being shifted here and exploding instantly. The originally somewhat dim starry sky was now madly spewing light with every inch. It wasn't orderly starlight but billions of forcibly compressed and twisted turbulent light streams. Given Chu Zhang's current cultivation, even he was almost dazzled. Amid the chaotic starlight, several figures gradually walked out, and before Chu Zhang could observe closely, the heaven-binding lock suspended in the starry sky suddenly moved, winding towards Chu Zhang. Invisible ripples expanded slowly, Chu Zhang's protective immortal power, boiling like the fierce sun, dissolved like ice and snow upon contact, silently extinguished, and his internal yuan qi was instantly suppressed. The heaven-binding lock resembled a gently flowing stream, pacing across the starry sky, wrapping around Chu Zhang's waist. The cold touch penetrated through the vestment robe, imprinting onto flesh and bones. Chu Zhang's body stiffened slightly, feeling a suffocating sensation not from external force confinement but from deep within himself, where originally rivers surged, life thrived with immortal power essence qi, now dried up, turned into a desolate wasteland. The tremendous power that could overturn star domains now even made lifting a finger feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies. Do not struggle. Beneath the Emperor realm, even if you are a supreme immortal monarch or a perfect golden immortal, when encountering this lock, all become mundane, can only submit and wait to be seized. With a faint voice echoing, a group of 4 walked up to Chu Jing, 1 man and 3 women. Leading them was a nearly 40-year-old middle-aged man. Though mana was subdued, the spiritual eye remained functional, quickly transmitting the information of the few in front back to Chu Jing's mind. Shan Jingxian, 10th Order Shan clan blood descendant, cultivation at Immortal Emperor perfection, mainly practices 9 luminaries immortal scripture. Shan Jingxian wore a pale purple cloud-patterned immortal robe, nearly 40, with a lean face, temples slightly frosted, his chin sporting meticulously trimmed short whiskers, eyebrows devoid of the sharpness of an Emperor realm giant, exuding a serene dignity from long-term upper rank. Immortal Emperor perfection? Though the information relayed was minimal, it was already shocking enough. Chu Zhang's complexion shifted slightly, currently only at Great Immortal Venerable Perfection realm. Even if he consumed a longevity immortal fruit and advanced to Immortal King perfection, he could never be a match for a Great Immortal Emperor. The gap was simply too vast. He wondered whether to feel honored, having startled a Great Immortal Emperor into personally wielding Emperor weapon to capture him. Chu Jing sighed lightly, his gaze sweeping towards the remaining 3 women, all appearing to be in their youthful prime, exuding exuberant vitality, exquisitely picturesque features. After seeing the information of these 3 women, Chu Zhang's expression slightly paused, and his face changed instantly. Shan Huayu, 8th Order Bone Age 542, Cultivation First Tribulation True Immortal, Pure-Blooded Immortal Descendant, Shan Clan Main Vein Direct Descendant, Proficient in Immortal Emperor Technique Jade Lotus Scripture. Shan Xian, 8th Order Bone Age 497, Cultivation Second Tribulation True Immortal, Pure-Blooded Immortal Descendant, Shan Clan Main Vein Direct Descendant, Bloodline showing signs of ancestral return, Proficient in Immortal Emperor Technique 9 Luminaries Immortal Scripture. Shan Qingwan, 8th Order Bone Age 652, Cultivation 4 Tribulations True Immortal, Pure-Blooded Immortal Descendant, Shan Clan Main Vein Direct Descendant, Proficient in Emperor Skill Heavenly Favor 9 Swords. These people were all Shan Clan blood descendants. Given Shan Jingshuan's cultivation, capturing him wouldn't require bringing along 3 such talented juniors by his side. Evidently, their purpose was not just this. Shan Jingxian glanced at Chu Jing, slowly sweeping over his limbs and bones, his gaze devoid of any warmth as if merely inspecting whether an object was intact. After scrutinizing, he spoke no more, raising a hand to send an immortal pill through the air into Chu Jing's mouth. The immortal pill dissolved into a warm flow upon entering, flooding limbs and bones. Chu Jing's body heated slightly, instantly feeling a fluctuation in blood qi, reversing through limbs and bones, rushing towards the lower dantian. The massive reversal of blood qi made Chu Jing's complexion pallid for a moment, his mind buzzed, almost fainting. Only one chance, reverse blood pill lasts only a few days, act carefully, extract all his essence yuan, strive for conception. Shan Jingxian turned away, walked a distance, waved his hand urging, quick and decisive. Chu Jing immediately widened his eyes. Were they going to use force against him? At this moment, he finally understood Shan Jingxian, this great immortal emperor, bringing these few women to him, for what purpose? He never expected that the Immortal Alliance people were crazed enough with the obsession of bloodline to such a degree, thinking of using such despicable means against him. Chu Jing forcibly diverted a thread of his mind, establishing contact with a nearby avatar, sending an accurate coordinate to Song Lingxue. In this moment, he felt immensely relieved, glad that he hadn't smoothly taken back this avatar during his travels but left it aside. Unexpectedly it quickly proved useful. Otherwise, in such barbaric Star Sea, he would have no means to call for help. Soon, the avatar sent back a message. Song Lingxue was already on her way, expected to arrive shortly, not taking too long. Chu Jing calmed himself, carefully sensing the internal changes, his mood sinking slightly, realizing the pill fed by Shan Jingxian was extremely violent, nearly draining all his essence yuan, concentrating around the lower dantian. If this essence yuan was extracted, for ordinary cultivators, it would lead to foundational flaws, even life-threatening. The three women exchanged glances, their gaze ultimately falling on Chuzheng suppressed by the heaven-binding lock, expressions somewhat complex. After prolonged silence, the youngest Shang Xian moved. Slowly approaching. She lowered her head, her lips forming a slight bitter smile, eyes brimmed with shame and resentment, lightly biting her lips, her voice like a mosquito's buzz, "We are unwilling as well, apologies." As the words fell, she began to undo her belt, slowly removing her immortal robe. Just as her garment was halfway undone, suddenly, beneath the star dome, a blood-red light surged. Hiss, the sound like tearing cloth reverberated through the starry sky, the blade edge of the battle halberd, wrapped in boiling blood light and shattered spacetime fragments, fiercely pierced through the barbaric star sea. Song Lingxue focused her gaze on Shan Jingxian, her eyes icy cold, killing intent surging furiously. It was a long while before she suppressed the continuously rising intent within. At this moment, to strike down an immortal emperor would carry far too significant implications, equivalent to actively starting a war. Once the spark emerged, those within the martial hall and some within the Immortal Alliance would certainly seize the opportunity, sparing no expense to instigate the opening of the Dao War. The hand holding the halberd, with long fingers, a woman clad in battle armor emerged from the depths of the starry sky, her long hair like a burning flame, dancing wildly amidst the turbulent space currents and vast blood qi. If the war cannot be fought, there will never be a vacancy in the ancestral realm, and these living creatures stuck at the perfection of the second step of the 10th order will find it difficult to take that step to the end of their lives. Just this point alone would have countless people secretly fanning the flames. Under the star dome, the blood-colored battle halberd slightly turned, its blade pointing directly at Shan Jingxuan's forehead, with shattered spacetime fragments swirling around the halberd, surging with a strong scent of blood. "I'll give you 3 breaths, get back to the immortal domain." Song Lingshua's voice carried an evident chill. At this critical moment, caution was paramount. She needed to buy Chuzheng as much time as possible. "Who are you?" "This place belongs to the Immortal Alliance territory, and my actions are none of your concern." Shan Jingxuan's face slightly darkened, with no intention of yielding at all, merely considering her a martial emperor. Song Lingxue gripped the battle halberd tightly, reiterating concisely, "Leave the person, and go." Shan Jingxuan's face changed slightly, sensing an invisible martial path momentum slowly gathering. The woman before him, who appeared suddenly, was not joking, and was ready to strike. This woman was actually coming for Chuzheng. Before he could think more, Song Lingxue had already raised her hand. The battle halberd sliced through the void, pure to the extreme killing intent soared high, and in an instant, she seemed to merge with the halberd of destruction, transforming into a scarlet thunderbolt that split the vast starry sky. The crimson edge of the halberd blade tore through the barriers of spacetime, directly aiming at Shan Jingxuan's forehead. Shan Jingxuan's expression turned slightly stern, his eyes fixated on the blade about to pierce his brow, suddenly raising a hand with a sweeping motion. A flowing light frantically surged out from the expansive sleeves of his robe, condensing into a shield of 9-color immortal light. The light shield was thin as a cicada's wing but felt as if it were compressed by countless layers of space-time law, dense as heaven and earth. Boom! At the moment the halberd and shield met, terrifying ripples visible to the naked eye erupted violently, instantly tearing the vast starry sky barrier. The barbaric star sea shattered incessantly like a fragile glass mirror, revealing vast chaotic currents. Crack, the 9-color immortal shield was instantly pierced, and Shan Jingxuan's heart shook violently, feeling an unstoppable, terrifying colossal strength spread from his palm. Bam! In an instant, it was as if he was struck by an invisible giant hammer, instantly sent flying backward. The immortal robe fluttered wildly in the star sea, plowing a pitch-black rift extending for billions of miles. Cough. Shan Jingxian steadied himself, standing with his hands behind his back, suppressing a light cough deep in his throat. The vast starry sky below him collapsed continuously, dissipating the residual force of that previous strike. The hand beneath the sleeve trembled uncontrollably, cracks deep enough to reveal the bone stretched across it, and the emperor's blood nearly spurting out was forcibly restrained, compressed in the cracked palm. Shan Jingxuan's face remained as calm as a still well, but within, waves of shock surged. In just that single breath of an exchange, he was almost defeated, and this woman before him, with merely one move, nearly inflicted serious injuries upon him. Despite not having used his immortal soldier, the vast difference in strength between them was already evident. This person is absurdly powerful, far surpassing beings at the perfection of the mythical realm, enough to rival a half-ancestor. In this instant, Song Lingxue had already reached out to seize Chuzheng by her side, tearing off the immortal lock binding him. The heaven-binding lock struggled frenziedly but could not escape her grip. Shan Jingxuan's gaze, as cold as lightning, swept across the woman standing with a halberd, surrounded by bloodthirsty energy as turbulent as a sea of blood. After glancing at the heaven-binding lock in her hand, he did not hesitate in the least, immediately sweeping up the 3 fainted clan juniors not far away and withdrew from this star domain. If it came down to a life-or-death struggle, he could not protect these 3 juniors, and he himself was at risk of losing his life. As for Chuzheng, he could only fend for himself. This area was patrolled by the Immortal Alliance, with no fewer than 5 immortal emperors, who could come to aid with a flick of the finger, but he couldn't call for assistance. The matter today was not one that could be made public. Behind Chuzheng stood the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had no clans behind, acting without any scruples, and the punishment authority was the strongest force in the Immortal Alliance, which he could not provoke. Shan Jingxian quickly calmed down, thoughts turning as he began contemplating his following plans. The woman was clearly from the martial hall and had a close relationship with Chuzheng. If she took Chuzheng back to the martial hall, it might provoke unforeseen changes with the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. This time, he lost an emperor weapon and almost his life, but if he could use this to push the Dao War to start, it would be worth it. On a dead star in the barbaric star sea, Chuzheng sat cross-legged, eyes closed to regulate his breath. Under the operation of the repair panel, the side effects brought by the reverse blood pill had subsided in the blink of an eye. Song Lingxue stood not far away, the heaven-binding lock in her hand thoroughly subdued, transformed into an ordinary white jade rope, suppressing all fluctuations. Chuzheng let out a long sigh of relief, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Song Lingxue, he choked back words, momentarily unsure of what to say. This encounter had been utterly ridiculous, and if he hadn't contacted Song Lingxue in advance, his situation now would go without saying. Unbelievable humiliation. Chuzheng took a deep breath, subconsciously clenching his palm. This was the first time he felt an indescribable humiliation. Even if Shan Jingxian had come to kill him this time, he could have accepted it completely, but this approach was as if he wasn't considered a person at all. There are quite a few people watching me nearby. The commotion just now probably attracted a lot of attention. I can't stay for long. Song Lingxue walked over slowly and casually handed the heaven-binding lock to Chuzheng. This item is of no use to me. I have temporarily suppressed the true spirit within. When you reach the 10th order, you should be able to refine it. It might prove useful by then. Chuzheng was startled, but then remained silent as he accepted the heaven-binding lock. Song Lingxue squatted down, looked at Chuzheng for a moment, and then slowly reached out to wipe away his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Looking at Chuzheng's true face, a hint of bewilderment appeared in Song Lingxue's expression. Her eyes were filled with indescribable, complex thoughts as she softly called out, "Ajin." Chuzheng was a bit lost. The Song Lingxue before him felt vastly different from the last time. A fundamental change had occurred. Looking at her features, it seemed like she was a completely different person. The sharpness between her brows reminded him of someone he met in the heart-burning corridor. Now, Song Lingxue's gaze made him uncomfortable for the first time, as if she wasn't looking at him, but through him, at someone else. Looking at the familiar yet strange features of the woman in front of him, Chuzheng's expression slightly froze, and then his gaze became sharp as a blade. Who exactly are you now? Are you Lingxue, or Xueqing? Song Lingxue's brow furrowed slightly, the previous hint of dazedness vanished, and she asked in a deep voice, "How do you know that name?" Who told you? Was it Ling Qing? The reaction of the woman before him seemed to confirm some of Chu Jing's suspicions. His heart suddenly sank, and as he stood up, he felt inexplicably flustered, hiding his trembling fingers behind him. First, answer me, are you now Song Lingxue or Xue Qing? In his mind, a storm was already brewing. Ever since Song Lingxue entered the space-time domain, too many changes had happened to her, and now standing in front of him, Chu Jing could barely recognize her. From the beginning of their meeting this time, he felt something was off, as if there was a barrier between him and Song Lingxue. This wasn't just a long absence and estrangement, but rather a complete unfamiliarity, as if they had never even met before. The air between them seemed thick with an awkward tension. Seeing the coldness emerging in Chu Jing's eyes, Song Lingxue furrowed her brow slightly. Ajin, some things are not as simple as you think. Chu Jing had no intention of dropping the matter easily. A freezing chill seemed to form in his eyes as he pressed on. Is it the Jing of Chu Jing or the Chu of Jingchu? Upon hearing the name Jingchu, Song Lingxue's eyes dimmed slightly, and she tugged at the corner of her mouth. You need only remember one thing. In this world, I am the only one who would never harm you, not in the past, nor now. Answer me first. Chu Jing interrupted her, took a deep breath, and said each word deliberately. Where is Song Lingxue now? His eyes were filled with red. The illusion within the heart-burning corridor had now surged up again, disturbing his mind, the suppressed anxiety growing uncontrollably. In this universe, aside from Song Lingxue, there was no one else as deeply entwined and close to him. He dared not think about what he would do if Song Lingxue disappeared. Seeing the murderous intent he couldn't suppress in Chu Jing's eyes, Song Lingxue's face turned slightly pale. Avoiding his gaze, she abruptly raised her hand and pointed at his forehead. In an instant, Chu Jing felt his world going dark, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth fissuring. All senses were lost, and he fainted. Even his primordial spirit entered a deep sleep. All things, like a dream of ancient times, are ultimately but flowers in the water, the moon in the mirror. Song Lingxue let out a long sigh, paused for a while, her eyes slightly red as she muttered softly, Fate is destined by heaven, but our connection is determined by us, yet we are ultimately fated to meet without being together. Awaken. A call tore through the darkness. Chu Jing's divine soul trembled slightly, the world overturned, and he gradually awoke from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing a vast stretch of stars above him, confined within a glass dome. Chu Jing shook his groggy head, and after looking around, he realized where he was. This is the fairy palace of Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. He stood up somewhat dazed, and upon seeing the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor not far away, he came to his senses, bowed, and said, Greetings, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. You were frightened by a nightmare, your primordial spirit was startled. It's a lingering condition from the heart-burning corridor that needs quiet rest for a while. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his expression. After refining the Ruiyang realm, why didn't you return to the boundary but went to the starry sky barrier? This junior went to retrieve some cultivation resources and did not intend to disturb the ancestor. I beg for forgiveness. Chu Jing bowed in apology and rubbed his brow, a slight darkness in his eyes. It's not a crime. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor waved his hand and spoke softly. I am aware of the Shan clan's matter. I will seek justice for you. Return to the boundary, avoid the world for a while, and only talk after becoming an immortal monarch. Understood. Chu Jing bowed in agreement. Even without the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's suggestion, he had originally intended to do so. Chu Jing. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor took a deep breath, fatigue evident in his brow. Your life now is not yours alone, cherish it more, and do not take risks easily again. I won't have a second chance, just consider it helping me, okay? Chu Jing's heart trembled slightly, taking a deep breath, he bowed and agreed, I will remember, senior. With those words, the world around Chu Jing instantly transformed into boundless starry sky. Not far away, the starry sky barrier stretched across the splendid star sea, vast and endless. Clearly, he was still near the starry sky barrier. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had intervened across realms to meet him, just like their first encounter. A figure stood not far away, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in a blue immortal robe, with a tall and handsome appearance. Fu Tianyi, 10th Order Chief Executioner of the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department, pure-blooded immortal descendant, cultivation at the late immortal monarch stage, primarily practices the immortal emperor technique Thundering Water Spirit Scripture. Seeing the information relayed by the spiritual eye, Chujing relaxed slightly and performed a respectful salute. "Thank you, immortal monarch." Being from the Fu family, and in the position of chief executioner from the punishment authority, he could be considered an ally. "No need." Fu Tianyi waved his hand. "The master instructed me to take good care of you. I encountered you, fainted in the barbaric Star Sea, and thus brought you back." After saying this, he glanced at Chujing to confirm he was alright and then said, "Since you're fine, feel free to go. There are matters at the border that I must attend to." "As you wish, immortal monarch." Chujing respectfully saluted, watched Fu Tianyi leave, and then turned, concealing his presence as he headed straight for the boundary. While on the road, Chujing's thoughts drifted again, contemplating many things. Song Lingshua's earlier reactions had already provided him with some answers. The current Song Lingshua had likely awakened some of Xueqing's memories, which caused her dramatic change in character. The person who was supposed to have died in the primordial era has been reborn once again in Song Lingshua. There must be earth-shattering secrets hidden within the memories Song Lingshua has awakened. He had many more questions to ask, but judging by Song Lingshua's earlier reactions, even if he asked, she probably wouldn't provide any answers. Song Lingshua's changes were not as drastic before, likely related to the martial arts seed on Song Lingqing. The return journey was much faster than the arrival. In just over a year, Chujing made it back to the boundary from the starry sky barrier. The boundary remained desolate and bleak, with evil as thick as fog covering all around, piercing cold, eerily silent but making Chujing's thoughts incredibly clear. Based on the current situation with Song Lingshua, it's possible that a memory might be hidden within the Tao seed inside him as well. However, his cultivation is insufficient, not yet having stepped into the space-time domain, and therefore unable to unlock it. If this is true, then upon stepping into the space-time domain, he might also experience some unforeseeable changes. While Chujing was lost in thought, waves were sensed from within the cave heaven world. The longevity immortal fruit had finally ripened. After devouring the Ruiyang realm, the cave heaven world underwent massive changes. The newborn power, like boiling blood, fiercely surged within the cave heaven, with violent spiritual energy turbulence filling the space between heaven and earth. A year has passed since the heaven and earth origin of Ruiyang realm entered the cave heaven, yet the endless mountain ranges at the world's edges are still experiencing intense transformations. The towering mountains are being squeezed and torn apart by newly formed spirit veins amidst deafening roars, undergoing collapse and reformation. Nature's spiritual energy is so abundant that it has condensed into a liquid spirit river, spreading across the sky and shimmering with a dreamy seven-colored glow, like an immortal waterfall descending from the 9 heavens. With each breath, Chujing felt as if he was swallowing a mouthful of hot jade dew, the vigorous new spiritual energy washing through every corner of his body, causing him to relax involuntarily. Chujing walked slowly to the center of the cave heaven world, arriving before the longevity immortal fruit. The entire cave heaven world is changing, but only the central region remains unaffected, as any disturbance is suppressed by the longevity immortal fruit. This peerless treasure, enough to make all great immortal venerables covet, has undergone an essential transformation after the cave heaven world devoured the Ruiyang realm and absorbed the creation origin. The severed branch from the longevity peach tree, from which immortal chi had long dissipated and lost its luster, now holds an immortal peach that resembles a blazing sun, overflowing with dazzling radiance. Through the dazzling glow, almost blinding to the eye, a faint imprint can be vaguely seen, manifesting within the core of the immortal fruit. This imprint is not artificially crafted, but naturally nurtured by the laws of creation. A naturally formed immortal mark. This is the key to elevate the cultivation of a 9th order creature. Chujing took a deep breath, raised his hand, and held the immortal fruit in his palm. By swallowing this immortal fruit, he could leap across a major realm, from great immortal venerable to immortal king perfection. Chuzheng put the immortal fruit away and stepped tens of miles to arrive in front of a wooden house. This wooden house is Bai Nian's residence, the only peaceful area around the longevity immortal fruit in the entire cave heaven world. The wooden house was built from uncarved logs, with moss faintly visible in the gaps, and the roof covered with thick hay. In front, patches of spirit grass swayed gently in the breeze. A man in white, appearing to be nearing 30, lay idly on a rocking chair, browsing ancient books, his expression calm. Within the cave heaven world, there is no interaction with living creatures, undoubtedly dull, but Bai Nian seems indifferent, even somewhat enjoying it. Master. Upon seeing Chuzheng, Bai Nian rose unhurriedly and bowed with cupped hands. Congratulations, Master, on your great advancement in cultivation. In the cave heaven world, he is almost the most capable of sensing the changes in Chuzheng's cultivation. The previously small cave heaven now rivals the great thousand circuit of qi, proving Chuzheng's rapid progress in cultivation. It won't be long before this realm births some powerful creatures, and your cultivation is insufficient for self-preservation. As he spoke, Chuzheng raised his hand to lay down an array, isolating 100 miles area, while leaving a sliver of divine sense as a warning. The heaven and earth origin of Ruiyang realm is too vast. Soon, this event will lead to the birth of some powerful innate spirits in the cave heaven world. Bai Nian's cultivation is too weak. Although he has nurtured a body full of vast righteous qi, his cultivation is akin to a fourth-order creature, requiring means of protection. He will need a considerable amount of time to refine the longevity immortal fruit. During this period, he cannot be disturbed and must retreat peacefully, so some arrangements must be made in advance. Hearing this, Bai Nian slightly bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Master, for your concern. Bai Nian, within a few centuries at most, the Tao War will begin. The situation at that time is hard to predict. After I refine the immortal fruit, you might want to find a safe place and stay away for a while. Chuzheng earnestly wished Bai Nian would leave. Once the Tao War truly begins, his fate amidst it would be unpredictable. Many are watching him closely, including several from the ancestral realm, with a high likelihood of perishing. If Bai Nian follows him, it would mean sharing his demise. This refining of the longevity immortal fruit and merging the immortal mark within is no easy task, likely requiring substantial time. Afterward, he plans to continue understanding the space-time laws, aiming to ascend to the immortal monarch realm, which will consume even more time. Perhaps, before he breaks through, the Tao War may even commence. Master need not worry for me. Bai Nian lightly shook his head, his expression unmoved, his voice as calm as still water. If the Tao War truly begins, there won't be a peaceful place in the great universe. All heavens and myriad realms will face catastrophe. Leaving the Master, I might be reduced to ashes along with some realm. Bai Nian knows his own strength well. Apart from Chuzheng, he would undoubtedly meet a sudden death. Only by staying by Chuzheng's side does he have a chance of surviving to the end and witnessing the end of this era personally. The last time such an event occurred, it was in the late primordial era, eons ago. To have the opportunity to witness it firsthand now is a rare fortune. As a historian cultivator, just thinking about it excites him uncontrollably. Since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Seeing Bai Nian had made up his mind, Chuzheng spoke no further. After ensuring the array was secure, he turned to leave. Each person has their destiny, everyone chooses their own path. He himself has yet to see his own path clearly, and need not guide others about right or wrong. At this moment, Chuzheng had already made a decision in his heart. If it truly came to an irresistible situation, he would do his utmost to preserve Bai Nian's life. Even if he couldn't save Bai Nian's life, the things that Bai Nian remembered must leave a mark. At the very least, in the future, someone could know what he had done amidst the current turmoil. As for leaving a name, he no longer held the obsession he had at first, but still harbored a bit of hope to leave something for those who come after. The great universe is endlessly reborn, the path he has walked will eventually be traveled by others who follow. With his precedent, perhaps those who come after, when placed in the same situation as him, might make different choices. Chuxing arrived at a corner of the cave heaven world, sat cross-legged, and began to sort out his divine soul. His state, ever since the heart-burning corridor, had been subtly off, especially concerning matters of Song Ling Xue. His emotional fluctuations were too large, far exceeding the boundaries they should have, almost to the point of being unable to remain calm. He couldn't even discern whether these emotional fluctuations were due to Xue Qing or Song Ling Xue. This inevitably made him think of the Tao seed within his body. The heart-burning corridor unearthed hidden memory fragments, which perhaps had already invisibly affected him, something he had yet to perceive. After a long while, Chu Zhang's emotions gradually calmed, serene as still waters. He subtly turned his palm, gathering the rosy light, and the longevity immortal fruit with an innate immortal mark appeared in his palm. Then he unhesitatingly pushed it into his mouth. The moment the immortal fruit entered his throat, it did not melt like an ordinary immortal fruit but suddenly exploded. Like a compressed cosmos full of stars forcibly poured into his throat. Immeasurable, vast energy, mixed with condensed immortal Tao law fragments, erupted with a roar. Brilliant rosy light burst out from Chu Zhang's 7 orifices, changing the very color of the heavens and earth at that moment. Encased within the immortal fruit, the innate immortal mark nurtured by heaven and earth turned into a streak of flowing light at the moment of the fruit's explosion, ignoring all barriers, instantly entering Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness, merging with the primordial spirit. Boom! Instantaneously, within Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness, a giant sound reverberated as if the world was being split open. The barrier of the great immortal venerable realm was as fragile as paper under this overwhelming wave, instantly pierced through. In just a few days, under the catalyst of the immortal mark and the infusion of the immortal fruit's boundless origin, Chu Zhang's aura rose steadily, like a primeval ferocious beast freed from all constraints, stepping into the pinnacle field that can overlook myriad immortals. Early stage immortal king. A unique supreme law perception belonging solely to the immortal king, overriding all previous knowledge, surged like a river releasing a flood, continually washing over Chu Zhang's divine soul, almost reshaping every bit of his understanding of immortal power and the world's origin. The supreme law signifies that all the laws of the heaven and earth have reached their zenith. Beyond that, only time and space remain. Reaching this step, the innate immortal mark within the longevity immortal fruit was only in the initial stages of integration into Chu Zhang's body. The energy it contained was far from being exhausted, having only consumed the tip of the iceberg. After stepping into the immortal king realm, the energy unleashed by the immortal fruit became even more violent, almost transforming into a chaotic torrent capable of tearing apart the Star River, surging and roaring through his meridians that had been broadened exponentially, propelling him toward the pinnacle of the immortal Tao's extremes. The 3 immortal marks in the depths of the primordial spirit simultaneously radiated unprecedented glory, forming a subtle resonance with the cave heaven world. Meanwhile, another dormant power within his body was also completely awakened by this extraordinary immortal fruit. The path of qi refining, rising with the tide, proceeding in parallel with the immortal Tao, quickly advanced into the late stage of the mysterious immortal. Buzz, a low Tao hum echoed from deep within Chu Zhang's brow. A spot of chaotic colored light, like an ancient star suddenly illuminated after eons of slumber, slowly emerged from his brow, gradually condensing, and in a breath, transformed into a budded ancient lotus. As soon as the newly born ancient lotus formed, it began to greedily absorb the purest life origin and power of creation from within the longevity immortal fruit, growing wildly at a visible rate. The 2 ancient lotuses that had already existed began to unfurl simultaneously, even feeding back essence yuan to nourish this new Tao flower. When the 3rd purple ancient lotus fully bloomed, catching up with the other 2 lotuses, a perfect and flawless Tao rhythm slowly spread from Chu Zhang's brow. The 3 ancient lotuses, in a pinwheel arrangement, hovered above the sea of consciousness, the first lotus rooted in the sea of consciousness, with petals as heavy as mountains, bearing Chu Zhang's immortal physique foundation. The second lotus swayed at the sea of consciousness center, with a golden godly light flowing like blood in its core, symbolizing inexhaustible life origin. The newly born third one lay suspended in the sky, with chaotic qi steaming, Tao patterns circulating, representing his overwhelming divine intent that traverses heaven and earth. The three realms of profound immortal blossoms into three Tao flowers, symbolizing that the physical body, blood qi, and divine intent have been cultivated to the utmost pinnacle of living creatures. This is the three flowers gathering at the top. When vitality, qi, and spirit all reach their peak, the next step is 5 qi towards yuan. In the path of qi refining, this is the golden immortal realm of non-birth, non-extinction, and eternal non-reincarnation. But in the current era, golden immortals apparently cannot achieve birthlessness, extinction-free, and escape the limit of life and death. When the 5 qi unite as one becomes the primordial golden immortal, comparable to the giants of the realm of ancient myths. Uncertain how much time had passed, the longevity immortal fruit, like an endless source of energy, gradually began to wither, calming significantly. In the depths of his primordial spirit, the innate immortal mark shone with a dazzling divine radiance, the glow reaching the heavens, continuously pushing him steadily towards the perfect realm of the immortal king. As the last trace of the longevity immortal fruit's essence was refined, Chu Zhang's continually soaring cultivation finally came to a gentle halt. Within the sea of consciousness, 3 chaos ancient lotuses quietly floated, deeply rooted, with chaotic qi pouring down like waterfalls, flowing with perfection's charm. The mysterious immortal realm had already been perfected. Within the primordial spirit, the immortal mark nurtured by the longevity immortal fruit had completely merged with Chu Zhang, indistinguishable from him, and immortal charm permeated the air, emitting the vast pressure belonging to the immortal king perfection. Now the two Taoist orthodoxies he cultivated have nearly perfectly merged without any flaws, and the immortal power surging within him is as vast as a star river, operating smoothly without a hint of sluggishness, able to easily invoke the heaven and earth laws with a mere gesture. The longevity immortal fruit, a miracle of creation and destiny, truly deserves its reputation as an immortal elixir that transcends the space-time domain, enhancing cultivation without any side effects, as if it was meant to be, smooth and flawless. When the last trace of restless immortal power was completely tamed and returned to silence, the cultivation realm stabilized as firm as a rock. Without the slightest sense of hollowness, Chu Zhang slowly opened his eyes. This time in seclusion, he was immersed in comprehending the transformation brought by the immortal mark, organizing the three flowers gathering at the top's Taoist charm. The concept of time had already blurred, as if it were just a moment, yet seemed to have spanned millennia. He almost forgot time, completely losing himself, simply advancing his cultivation continuously. Chu Zhang left the place of seclusion, and after surveying all directions, he was startled to realize that the cave heaven world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Vibrant life had transformed into a tempest, completely sweeping across the heavens and earth, exuding an ancient wildness. Everywhere the eye could see, powerful living creatures moved about, surprising in their strength. Newly born giant woods, with roots like flood dragons, deeply rooted between mountain ridges and divine peaks, bark flowing with a metallic sheen, leaf edges sharp as divine weapon blades, branches and leaves stretching, inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of nature's spiritual energy. The vines attached to the ancient trees seemed like ancient giant serpents covered in scales, winding through the towering ancient woods, occasionally entangling a beast and crushing it into blood mud in an instant, turning it into nourishment. Herds of fierce beasts roamed across the four corners of the world, their auras mighty, with some extraordinarily huge ones whose pressure had crossed the threshold of the eighth order, enough to rival a true immortal. Colossal shadows covering the sky glided across the sky, accompanied by piercing cries that split gold and shattered stone. A divine bird with a wingspan stretching 1,000 miles sliced through the void, each feather like burning crimson divine iron, merely flapping its wings, and vast forests of ancient woods bowed in the wind, stirred into dust by the gusts, sending powerful beasts fleeing. Amidst distant stratocumulus clouds, a faint green-black flood dragon could be seen, bathing in thunder, stirring the sky in clouds. These newly born otherkind, strong to an unbelievable extent, are undoubtedly fortunate. They have all absorbed the nourishment of the heavens and earth, spawned by this new world before them as sovereigns. This world before him will be ruled by them for an era. However, this almost world-creating opportunity is unlikely to appear a second time in this realm. It's quite bustling now. Chu Zhang calmly observed the heaven and earth before him. The time he spent in seclusion this time was likely not short. Chuzheng stepped forward, measuring the heavens and earth, slowly observing the changes between them. For the living creatures residing in the cave heaven world, each major change in the heavens and earth is an opportunity rare as ancient times, with the heavenly Tao laws bestowing generous gifts, granting indescribable benefits to those already inhabiting this place. Under the great changes of the heaven and earth laws, the bloodline, root bone, and spiritual wisdom of these living creatures have undergone a qualitative leap. In the process of observing all things under heaven, Chuzheng vaguely noticed some clues that some living creatures received benefits far beyond the limits they should have. In the current cave heaven world, an invisible selection is happening in its own way, choosing the favored beings of heaven and earth. These living creatures, chosen by the will of heaven and earth, will ultimately grow to the extreme allowed by this world and become the apparent rulers of this land. Soon, Chuzheng arrived at the central region of the world. Outside the layers of arrays he had previously set up, now resides the most powerful other kind between heaven and earth. Among them, a few have terrifying auras like an abyss, reaching the peak of 8th order, vaguely touching upon the threshold of 9th order, about to become immortal venerable level creatures. This place is the center of heaven and earth, and with the previous planting of the longevity immortal fruit here, it has already changed the flow direction of nature's spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy, after going through the cycle, will return here. In the future, this area will become even more prosperous until it becomes the center of the entire cave heaven. Chuzheng passed through the array and arrived in front of the wooden house. Compared to before he closed cultivation, there had been considerable changes within the array, with many living creatures now active. The area Chuzheng initially marked is not small, spanning 100 miles, and there are many living creatures active again, but compared to the creatures outside the array, they are much weaker, with the strongest being around 4th order. It seems that the creatures exceeding this strength have already been relocated out of the array by Banyan. The wooden house is no longer in its old form. The once rough pine beams now exude a gentle jade-like luster, with pale golden spirit essence flowing between the grains, pulsing slightly as if alive. The thatched roof has also been reborn, emitting a hint of immortal charm, refracting 7-colored radiance under the sunlight. This place is the core of the great realm, and even if originally mundane, after being nurtured by nature's spiritual energy for years, it has developed something mystical. Bai Nian stood in front of the house, tending to the immortal flowers and strange grasses planted in the field. A snow-white spirit deer lay not far from him, with a body like newly fallen snow, only with a vermilion mark on its forehead, like a dancing flame under sunlight, its glass-like eyes reflecting a rainbow glow, with its entire coat lightly trembling, rippling with silvery ripples. Chuzheng glanced over, slightly surprised, as this spirit deer's cultivation was extremely high, almost stepping into 9th order, undoubtedly very dangerous for Banyan. The spirit deer noticed Chuzheng first, its entire body shivered, previously lazy demeanor vanishing, and it knelt to the ground, trembling. Born with keen senses, the spirit deer had already detected the pressure emanating from Chuzheng, unrelated to cultivation strength, but stemming from an instinctive awe of the master of heaven and earth. Noticing the spirit deer's abnormal condition, Banyan finally looked up, discovering Chuzheng's presence, and with a slight change in expression, immediately bowed respectfully. "Congratulations on your return, my lord." Chuzheng glanced at Banyan, noticing his cultivation had crossed into 5th order, and couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "How long did I close cultivation this time?" Upon hearing this, Banyan unhesitatingly replied directly, 132 years, 5 months, and 13 days. Over 100 years had passed. While feeling the rapid passage of time, Chuzheng suddenly reacted, slightly surprised, and asked, "Why do you remember so clearly?" As the historian by the Lord's side, keeping track of how much time has passed is my duty. Banyan's expression remained unchanged, constantly bearing in mind his responsibilities. As a recorder, time to him is something calculated daily. And recording each passing day for Chuzheng has become his most significant task. But this time is recorded based on the rotation of the sun and moon of this realm, and there might be some differences compared to the time that passed in the great universe. Banyan thought for a moment and added another sentence. He had vaguely noticed something amiss recently. As a historian cultivator, the existence of time holds extremely special significance to him. Recently, when recording time, he always had a strange feeling, as if there was some disconnection with the heavens and earth of the great universe. This situation is most likely because the world he resides in has a time flow discrepancy compared to the great universe. After discovering this point, Binyan felt a bit excited, as this heaven and earth is the manifestation of Zhang's cultivation. The time flow discrepancy now sufficiently proves that Zhang's cultivation is one step closer to the realm of spacetime. No matter, just remember the approximate time. Zhang didn't mind, glancing at the kneeling spirit deer, somewhat puzzled. Do you know the cultivation of this deer? Why keep it by your side? Nearing ninth order in cultivation, it is far too dangerous for Binyan, as a mere sneeze from the deer could reduce Binyan to ashes. This spirit deer has been raised by me since childhood. Its nature has always been gentle, so I never released it. I am not quite sure about its current cultivation either. Binyan shook his head. This spirit deer had accompanied him for over 100 years, forming a bond, so he had little sense of its strength, only aware it should be strong. Raise it if you wish. Zhang gave the spirit deer a glance but didn't inquire further. Having already accompanied for a century, it could continue to stay with Binyan in the wildland, offering some solace from concerns. Zhang left the cave heaven world, once again returning to the boundary. Upon entering the great universe, Zhang's divine sense slightly paused, forming a connection with the immortal Tao heavenly destiny in the intangible. His divine sense unfolded instantly like a tide, and when he touched some invisible boundary, he abruptly saw a vast silvery white ocean before him. It was an immense existence, interwoven from countless flowing immortal Tao runes. Each rune contained the most primordial immortal Tao laws, weaving into a net that encompassed over half of the great universe including the immortal domain. Immortal Tao heavenly destiny. The most primordial force of the immortal Tao, woven into a net by heavenly fate, covering the regions where all immortal path cultivators exist within the great universe. Zhang awoke to this, sensing a vague connection between himself and this silver ocean, as if like a dam to a river, opening the floodgates would bring forth immense waves. He could vaguely feel that some connection had been established between himself and the immortal Tao heavenly destiny, and he could even temporarily borrow some of its power to augment his combat strength. This was a feeling he had never experienced while in the realm of great immortal venerable. Zhang pondered for a moment, not hesitating much, and immediately began to try. This was borrowing heavenly fate to augment his combat strength, and in the future, there would certainly be many places he could utilize this, familiarizing himself with it beforehand. Would cause no harm. A wisp of his divine sense probed into the starry sky, beginning to touch the intangible heavenly fate, trying to draw some heavenly fate into his body. He used his divine sense as the guide and the immortal mark within his divine soul as a bridge to connect heavenly fate. Under normal circumstances, immortal Tao heavenly destiny would soon sense, and then descend some heavenly fate into Zhang's body. However, within his perception, the silver ocean churned violently, all the immortal Tao runes frenziedly reassembled, forming a vague human figure in an instant, which then raised a hand and shattered the bridge constructed by Zhang's divine sense. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in Zhang's mind. The excruciating pain feedback through his divine sense made him instinctively groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, displaying a hint of astonishment. The immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit had conveyed a very clear intention of rejection just now, completely unwilling to lend him power. Zhang frowned, not giving up yet. Perhaps the method used earlier was incorrect. After adjusting his divine sense, he attempted once more. Yet this time, the reaction from the heavenly fate true spirit was even more apparent, utterly obliterating that wisp of divine sense he used to communicate, directly interrupting the hand he extended. After a long while, with multiple fruitless attempts, Zhang could only resign himself to giving up. The heavenly fate true spirit was openly unwilling to lend him strength, extremely rejecting him, evidently related to his previous devouring of part of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. He had already been blacklisted by the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. For an ordinary immortal king, losing the support of immortal Tao heavenly destiny would undoubtedly have a significant impact, at least their combat strength would be reduced by a tier. However, for Chu Jing, it had little impact. The heavenly fate within himself was already sufficiently vast, now he was able to mobilize some of it to enhance his combat strength. It's expected that other immortal kings, even if they could borrow some heavenly fate, their portion would be limited, far less convenient than the heavenly fate within himself. Originally, Chu Jing planned to try other methods, but the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit's reaction became increasingly intense. He feared provoking heavenly fate's backlash. Should the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit be enraged, as in ancient times, once more issuing a warning and delivering a kill order to the immortal ancestor, he definitely couldn't withstand it now. After abandoning this path, Chu Jing felt a faint hint of regret in his heart. If the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit were truly willing to lend him strength, the luck-stealing skill might come into play once more. Maybe he could gather half of heaven's fortune in advance, then directly hide within the vast universe, quietly waiting for the moment. Unfortunately, the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit was indeed too vigilant. Shaking his head slightly, drawing his thoughts back, Chu Jing took one step forward, traversing the endless star sea, arriving before Heaven Pass. Heaven Pass stretched across the star sea as always. This ancient war fortress, compared to the last time he saw it, had not changed much. The battle-scarred walls forged from immortal gold bore no new marks. It seems that during this time, there hasn't been any major battles. A figure emerged from within Immortal Pass, nearing his 40s, clad in immortal armor, waist adorned with the monitoring Jade Order. It was Hao Qing. Hao Qing pays respect to Heavenly Judge. Hao Qing bowed slightly, unable to conceal the awe in his heart. Chu Jing's aura was unobscured, the terrifying pressure unique to an immortal king directly bearing down. Having spent many years at the cosmic edge, he had seen numerous immortal kings, and in his perception, none of those he had seen could compare with the pressure exerted by Chu Jing. This indicated that Chu Jing had advanced extremely far within the immortal king domain, perhaps even reached perfection, and touched the space-time law. The last time he met Chu Jing's cultivation was just at the early stage of Great Immortal Venerable, and now he had stepped into Immortal King, which was truly challenging his understanding. There's no need for formalities. Chu Jing glanced at Hao Qing, nodding slightly. Inspector Hao has made considerable progress in cultivation over these years. The last time they met, Hao Qing's cultivation was only mid-stage Immortal Venerable, now having entered the late stage. For someone of Hao Qing's age as an Immortal Venerable, this was quite a feat, extending his longevity somewhat, opening up the possibility of stepping into the realm of Great Immortal Venerable. This mostly relies on Heavenly Judge's presence at the boundary. Since your arrival nearly a century ago, no evil demons have invaded, plus previously, Heavenly Judge rid us of the corrupting evil qi, allowing me to make some minor progress. Hao Qing shook his head repeatedly, claiming not to dare. Nearly a century? Chu Jing's expression shifted slightly, inquiring, how many years ago was it the last time you saw me? This. Hao Qing hesitated, thinking for a long moment before uncertainly saying, it should be 80 or 90 years ago. He had been residing at the cosmic edge for too long, almost forgetting the passage of time. 100 years just a fleeting moment to him, hard to remember clearly. Some content of this chapter needs partial modification. Refresh in an hour. Shan clan? Upon hearing the name Shan clan, Chu Jing's brow slightly furrowed, and a shadow passed through his eyes. The shadow left by the Shan clan on him was immense, a humiliation he feared he would never forget in this lifetime. Indeed, it's someone from the Shan clan. They brought the master's order, saying they have important business with you. Hao Qing nodded and said, subordinate has confirmed the order is genuine, and the person is still waiting on the outskirts of the cosmic edge for over 50 years now. Upon learning that the visitor carried the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's order, Chu Jing's thoughts stirred, and he asked, how many from the Shan clan have come? The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had previously mentioned to him the matters concerning the Shan clan, saying that a resolution would be sought on his behalf. It seemed now that the Shan clan's explanation had arrived. No matter what compensation was brought, it would be some extra gain for him. Only one person, a great immortal venerable. Hao Qing pondered for a moment and then added, it is a woman. Understood. Chuzheng nodded, then spoke again. Has there been any major event in the great universe lately? During this seclusion, nearly 100 years had passed in the great universe, and there would be some changes. Subordinate has been at the cosmic edge with few friends outside, thus hasn't obtained much useful information, only heard some rumors occasionally. Hao Qing looked slightly embarrassed and after pondering for a while, said, from those monitoring the myriad realms, some news has emerged, indicating there is a faint sign of union among several Taoist orthodoxies in the myriad realms. They have started exchanging Taoist scriptures, sharing secret techniques, and even coordinating the allocation of cultivation resources together. The rusty sword buried in the sword tomb of the myriad realms has been taken, rumored to be the re-emergence of the long-lost sword ancestor, but no one has seen it firsthand. There are also rumors that a young man took it instead, not the sword ancestor himself. The Taiqing Daozu of the Qi refining lineage returned to the 33 heavens and met with the ancestral Dao, but what they discussed remains unknown. However, all Qi cultivators under the Daoist sect have since gone into hiding, disappearing without a trace. Listening to these ambiguous reports, Chuzheng understood the activities of the myriad realms, all of which hinted at an impending storm. Clearly, the myriad realms were also preparing for a true Dao war. This was different from the minor skirmishes of the past, this was preparation for a decisive battle. The second-fold Immortal Martial currently each hold 25%, and if the Dao war truly starts, it's highly probable they will first join forces to annihilate the myriad realms before engaging in the final battle. With the two paths of immortal and martial arts combined, they already have 50% of heavenly fate. Myriad realms have no choice but to face the battle, with no option to avoid it. If the myriad realms were to fight independently as before, the outcome is self-evident, a path to certain death. As for the Qi cultivators all retreating into hiding, it's likely to avoid calamity. For Qi cultivators, losing the Chaos Sea as a place for incarnation tribulations is undoubtedly a significant impact. Being of the same Qi refining lineage, Chuzheng understands all too well the troublesome nature of tribulation Qi. Without the chance to undergo tribulations through incarnation, the path of Qi cultivators becomes fraught with peril. While speaking, Hao Qing seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke again. There is also some news about Shang Songyun, saying he has been spotted in the myriad realms, with several Taoist orthodoxies pursuing him. Shang Songyun? Do you know the specifics of the situation? Upon hearing the name Shang Songyun, Chuzheng immediately pursued, do you know how Shang Songyun is faring now? Since their brief meeting across the universe, he and Shang Songyun had not met again. If not for Shang Songyun's several instances of assistance, he wouldn't have survived until today. Though he never found the chance to repay the favor, Chuzheng had always remembered them. The specific details are not entirely clear to me, but I heard that Shang Songyun seems to have dug up the tombs of several prominent figures and is still on the run, yet to be captured. Seeing Chuzheng so concerned, Hao Qing dared not delay and immediately spoke, if the heavenly judge wishes to know more, give subordinate some time, and I will inquire more thoroughly for you. Thank you, please help me investigate further. Chuzheng clasped his hands in respect. He had no connections within the Immortal Alliance and couldn't hear any news, so he had to rely on Hao Qing for specific information. Regarding Shang Songyun's grave-digging activities, it seemed likely it was for cultivation. His path was far more arduous than Chuzheng's now. Just breaking free from the bloodline chains of Songyun realm was no simple task. Relieving you of worry is a duty of mine, not something I dare claim credit for. Upon hearing this, Hao Qing immediately clasped his hands deeply in salute and spoke with sincerity. I have been at the cosmic edge for many years, though with limited capabilities, I have come to know quite a few outstanding individuals, some of whom now hold important positions, likely knowing more profound secrets. I will do my utmost to inquire for you. Chuzheng nodded, and after a moment of silence, spoke softly, what news from the Martial Hall? Regarding news from the Martial Hall, Chuzheng actually had several channels for acquiring information. Aside from the incarnation still hiding within the Martial Hall, he could directly inquire with Song Lingxue. However, in many matters, Song Lingxue obviously concealed them from him. The reasons were unclear to him now, and he could only seek more avenues to understand. at least to gain more real information. In the Martial Hall, recently there haven't been any major changes. The biggest change is presumably the increase in new forces, with the number of martial saints and great saints rapidly rising, mostly sourced from living creatures extracted from the Chaos Sea. Chujing slightly nodded, suddenly a trace of spiritual light flashed through his mind, his expression slightly solemn. When living creatures step into the Eighth Order, they will carry a portion of heavenly fate, and these martial saints emerging from the Chaos Sea are no exception. If these martial saints die, then the heavenly fate they carry will naturally return. So where does this returning fate go? Does it return to the Chaos Sea or back to the entire martial path? If it returns to the martial path, wouldn't the Martial Hall now be gradually excavating the hidden heavenly fate from the Chaos Sea? Even though the amount of heavenly fate on 8th and even 9th order creatures is not very large, accumulating bit by bit can eventually create a mighty force. Even if a complete half of heaven's fortune cannot be excavated, it would still have some impact. Having broadly understood the current situation of the great universe, Chujing contemplated for a moment, then casually asked, "Where is the person sent by the Shan clan now?" "In the Mystic Stone Realm, she said she would wait there until you meet her." Haoqing directly provided a coordinate location. Chujing glanced over it, his expression slightly moved. He had been to this great realm before. Previously, when the boundary was shattered, the Immortal Alliance had established a restricted area on the Cosmic Edge's periphery, directly moving a great realm there as a temporary recovery location for cultivators of the Immortal Alliance. At that time, the boundary will seem to have encountered some issues, unable to open the boundary gate at will, so many Immortal Alliance cultivators stayed within the realm to rest and heal. He stayed there briefly before returning to the Tsangyun realm and took over Heaven's mandate. Now that the boundary has been repaired with no more battles, it seems this great realm has been left behind. After learning the coordinates, Chujing exited the Heaven Pass directly, and moments later, arrived at the Mystic Stone Realm located at the Cosmic Edge's periphery. The great sun was rising within the realm, yang qi burgeoning, the entirety of heaven and earth exuding vibrant life. Now, within the great realm, it seemed somewhat quiet, with few living creatures active. Most battle forces had already been deployed. Chujing's divine sense spread across the heavens and swiftly scanned the entire great realm, quickly discovering the traces. One step forward, he arrived in the sky above a secluded valley. All around, the mountain walls were smooth as mirrors, devoid of any objects. The center of the valley was occupied by a giant rock over 10 yards high, gathered with some earth vein qi. The layout of the entire valley was a natural nurturing place for spirits, hiding winds, and gathering qi, extremely abundant in earth element essence qi. A figure was seated on the rock, her pristine immortal robe was stirred by the mountain wind into layers of ripples, the silver-threaded mountain patterns embroidered in the garment faintly revealed under the morning light. The woman appeared about 20 years old, her skin porcelain white, lips thin and pale, eyelids drooped. Without employing immortal power for protection, her face was moistened by morning dew, her aura seemed to connect with the giant rock beneath, transforming into a stone statue. Sensing the aura, the woman slowly opened her eyes, raising her head to gaze at the sky, her pupils jet black like ink jade in a cold pond, revealing no trace of light. Glancing at the heavenly judgment order at Chujing's waist, her expression slightly changed. She immediately rose, bowed deeply in a formal salute. Shan Ruiyang presents her respects to the heavenly judge, congratulating the heavenly judge on stepping into the immortal king realm. Her breath was somewhat hurried, revealing several shades of unconcealed tension. All immortal kings at the cosmic edge were dispatched to guard the starry sky barrier, the boundary between the Martial Hall and the myriad realms. At this time, appearing in this place, an immortal king, and specifically the heavenly judge, apart from Chujing, there was none other. The deeds of the elders in the clan which she thought about now seemed absurd and laughable. This time, as special envoy, she came to apologize, having received the clan's secret command, no matter what Chujing intends to do, she must comply entirely. In other words, even if Chujing wanted to take her life, she could only submit to it. Regarding Chujing, she had no understanding, all the unknown brought forth fear. For a moment, Shan Ruiyang felt a sense of unease in her heart. In midair, the man exuded the unique supreme law aura belonging to the immortal king, almost suffocating her. According to the clan, Chu Zhang's cultivation should still be at the great immortal venerable level. Such rapid progress in a short time was clearly due to consuming the longevity immortal fruit. Even so, it proved Chu Zhang's formidable talent. Integrating the innate immortal mark is not an easy task, requiring much mental effort to fathom its transformations. Previously in the great immortal realm, there were immortal venerables and great immortal venerables who received the longevity immortal fruit, all of whom were rare talents seen once in millennia. Even so, to refine the longevity immortal fruit, even these great immortal venerables required at least centuries and not mere millennia. Yet Chu Zhang accomplished it in just a few decades. This sufficiently demonstrated Chu Zhang's talent, surpassing those extraordinary prodigies by far. Every prodigy has quirks differing from ordinary people. When prodigies reach Chu Zhang's level, it might be something beyond common understanding. Today, she feared that fortune or misfortune was unpredictable. What has the Shan clan sent as apologies? Chu Zhang glanced at Shan Ruiyang, spoke directly without further words. Allow me to first apologize on behalf of Shan Jingxian. Upon hearing this, Shan Ruiyang came to her senses, took a deep breath, knelt down, and slowly bowed. My clan ancestor Shan Jingxian, in years past, acted recklessly, privately peering into the heavenly judge's bloodline, transgressing the norms, disrespecting the order, disregarding human ethics, though his guilt cannot be atoned even with 1,000 deaths, now under the benevolence of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, remembering the Immortal Alliance's urgent need for talents, as future wars are about to ignite, a chance to temporarily retain his head, pledging to serve like horses and hounds, if any merit is achieved on the battlefield, willing to bleed for atonement, if failing again the heavenly grace, willing to suffer immortal punishment, to eternally fall into eternal purgatory. Though the words seemed sincere, Chu Zhang's expression remained unmoved, waving his hand. Such empty words needn't be said. What has the Shan clan sent as compensation? Regarding how to deal with Shan Jingxian, Chu Zhang really had no hope. He is after all from one of the 13 clans and a great immortal emperor, and Chu Zhang had suffered no real-time damage. Even the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor could not directly penalize him for that. A great immortal emperor already has the eligibility to contend for the ancestral realm places, not an ordinary person. There are not many at this level within the Immortal Alliance. Chu Zhang was now only concerned about how much compensation the Shan clan sent. The so-called apology was merely superficial, devoid of any significance to him. Shan Ruiyang did not dare delay, raised her hand to deliver an immortal technique, and hurriedly said, "This is the immortal technique for harnessing the heaven-binding lock, the first form of compensation from the Shan clan." Chu Zhang did not look at the immortal technique. Unmoved he said, "And what else?" This immortal technique was not part of his plans to use. Who knows if Shan Jingxian had left a contingency within it. Once he entered the space-time domain, he could naturally suppress and refine the heaven-binding lock. At worst, he could extract its essence to nourish himself. This immortal technique had no value in his eyes. Shan Ruiyang took a deep breath, flipped her hand to produce a treasure box, sending it to Chu Zhang across the air. She spoke deeply. "This is the second compensation from the Shan clan, a space-time marrow crystal." Chu Zhang directly opened the treasure box. Within it, a fist-sized dark silver crystal suspended in the box, seemingly flowing with star rivers, its surrounding void faintly distorted, and the aura of the space-time law assaulted. Space-time marrow crystal, 10th order, a crystalline form condensed from blood marrow of a mythical realm creature upon death. It's a manifestation of space-time law fragment, can greatly enhance a living creature's perception of space-time law within a short period and able to capture traces of time. Upon observing the information of the space-time marrow crystal, Chu Zhang's heart was stirred. Indeed, it could be considered a rare wondrous treasure. The mythical realm, capable of rivaling an immortal emperor, the death of such a creature is an extremely rare event, and the crystalline formation in its blood marrow is naturally even more scarce. Moreover, in Chu Zhang's current situation, this space-time marrow crystal could undoubtedly play a significant role, at the very least hasten his strides into the space-time domain. Not bad. Chu Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he straightforwardly put away the space-time marrow crystal, then asked, "What else?" "Additionally, myself." Shan Ruiyang lowered her head. "The death penalty is exempted, but there are still penalties for survival. I will serve under the heavenly judge for 1,000 years to atone for his crime." "It was Shan Jingshan who offended me, why should you atone for his crimes?" In response, Chu Jing was less than pleased. "Moreover, your cultivation is ordinary, your talent is ordinary, without any outstanding qualities. What use are you to me if I keep you by my side?" A great immortal venerable, for the average immortal king, might be a considerable helper and could be of use in the future. But for Chu Jing, the existence of Shan Ruiyang held no value. With her talent, she couldn't possibly keep up with his pace of advancement. He was about to step into the space-time domain, and by then, the existence of Shan Ruiyang would be insignificant, merely a burden. Moreover, the Shan clan placing such a woman by his side always made him feel there were ulterior motives. Chu Jing would not trust having someone he couldn't fully rely on by his side. Hearing Chu Jing's words, Shan Ruiyang was stunned on the spot, momentarily unable to react. Her cultivation was mediocre, her talent was average, nothing impressive, such an evaluation she had never heard in her lifetime. From the beginning of her path on the immortal path, she was a rare prodigy within her clan, elevated from a side branch to the main lineage, cherished by various clan elders and bearing significant expectations. If anyone else had made such an evaluation, she would have reasons to argue against it. But the one speaking was Chu Jing, a unique prodigy in the history of the immortal path. The ancestor of ancient immortals was still oscillating at the true immortal level when Chu Jing had already become an immortal king, making any comparison unnecessary. As for her, attaining the great immortal venerable took her nearly 20 millennia. Among her peers, this was considered fast, but not even qualifying to compare with Chu Jing. After a long silence, Shan Ruiyang cautiously looked up and asked, "Then what do you mean by this?" Before coming, the clan had ordered her to satisfy all of Chu Jing's demands. Now that he was dissatisfied with the conditions, naturally, they had to be changed. Chu Jing pondered for a moment and proposed a condition: "I need more space-time marrow crystals, at least one more." The marrow crystals of 2 mythical realm creatures should suffice to push both his immortal path and chi-refining cultivation into the space-time domain. The first step of the 10th order, in the great universe, could be called Taoist Master, and in many Taoist orthodoxy within the myriad realms, the strongest are at this realm. Once stepping into the space-time domain, his Dao marks would transform into Dao seals, allowing him to wield 2 Dao seals. At that time, his power would truly transform, making ordinary Taoist masters, even those at the perfection of the Taoist Lord realm, no match for him. At this point, in the realm of the immortal path, he would be invincible in the immortal monarch domain, second only to the immortal emperor. Most crucially, the first step of the 10th order allows initial contact with the space-time law, granting significant amplification of heavenly fate while cultivating and even enabling future predictions. He could at least discern some clues about the future, and at this stage, the Dao seed within him might undergo some changes. Only by unraveling the space-time law could he glean some clues about past events from ancient histories. Although the immortal Dao heavenly destiny is currently unwilling to lend him any heavenly fate, he can still enjoy some benefits from it, making cultivation smoother. After hearing Chu Jing's condition, Shan Ruiyang hesitated, slightly wavering. I can relay your message back to the clan, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Space-time marrow crystals are too precious. Not every mythical realm creature can separate marrow crystals from their blood marrow after death. If they underwent too many battles and drained too much energy, there wouldn't be enough to extract a crystal. To obtain a marrow crystal, the battle must end quickly, requiring at least half ancestor or even ancestral realm intervention. But such beings rarely leave a complete corpse, and at such a level, creatures typically don't go out of their way to collect such special spiritual objects as space-time marrow crystals, which only have minor utility for 9th order creatures and are otherwise considered valueless. Thus, the rarity of space-time marrow crystals undoubtedly skyrockets. All right. Chu Jing nodded, casually tossing out a communication token. once the space-time marrow crystal is delivered, communicate with me. If the Shan clan refuses, don't bother contacting me, and let the matter rest. He wished to avoid too much entanglement with the Shan clan. This compensation was offered by them out of respect for the Moonlight Immortal ancestor. Similarly, he did not want to trouble the Moonlight Immortal ancestor further and didn't wish to dispute with the Shan clan at this juncture. He would accept the items, but that did not mean the matter between him and the Shan clan was resolved. When he had the capability to settle these grievances, he would naturally address it himself. The pressure on the Moonlight Immortal ancestor now was undoubtedly beyond his imagination. At this critical point, choosing the path of least resistance was the best choice. Now, his sole focus was on cultivation, quickly enhancing his cultivation, without a second priority. Shan Ruiyang took the communication token and tentatively asked, "Then I?" Chu Jing waved his hand, "You may leave." As he spoke, Chu Jing's figure disappeared into the void. Gazing into the empty void, Shan Ruiyang breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. After this encounter, Chu Jing was more normal than she imagined, lacking the peculiar quirks typically associated with prodigious talents. For someone like him, even being by his side for a brief period would likely yield considerable gains. At least, it would greatly benefit her path of cultivation. Shan Ruiyang regained her composure and immediately sent a message to the clan, feeling much relieved. There were not many space-time marrow crystals, such wondrous treasures, in the clan, and some had to be reserved for the immortal kings. It seemed they would not agree. This matter should be resolved quickly, and she could return to the great immortal realm. Having left the environment rich in immortal chi for several decades in such a mundane place as the Mystic Stone realm, she had long grown weary. Within an hour, a message had already returned from the clan. The space-time marrow crystal will be delivered soon. You have now been appointed as an inspector in the Punishment Authority, ordered to guard the cosmic edge. The monitoring Jade Order will be sent along with the space-time marrow crystal. Only a few people are aware that Chu Jing is in the boundary, the other clans have no knowledge. Seize the opportunity, follow him closely, and if you lose his trail, do not bother returning. Upon reading the message, Shan Ruiyang's heart suddenly sank. She had not expected the clan to place such importance on this matter. Judging by the speed of the response, there was no hesitation, and they directly agreed to Chu Jing's request. They even placed her in the Punishment Authority as an inspector to give her a suitable excuse to stay at the boundary. With her cultivation, she was already qualified to be a heavenly judge, but lacking the military achievements to support such a role, she could only start as an inspector. Shan Ruiyang put away the message with a light sigh. In her long-held concept, only those clansmen who committed great mistakes would be exiled to the cosmic edge. The pervasive evil chi of the vast universe, combined with a cultivation environment lacking in immortal chi, was enough to ruin the future of an immortal path cultivator. Cultivators sent to the cosmic edge, those who leave alive are few and far between. 9 out of 10 end up buried there, their bodies never returning home, their divine souls falling into the 9 netherworld, ultimately becoming evil demons. However, Shan Ruiyang had long prepared herself for such circumstances. It was all for the Shan clan. For those in the clan, everything was for the greater prosperity and glory of the clan. Focusing only on personal gain and loss, honor, and disgrace, one could hardly remain within the clan. She had been able to cultivate steadily in the clan to her current state because those things she should have done were taken care of by others in the clan. Now it was her turn to contribute to the Shan clan. Only 2 days later, the space-time marrow crystal and the monitoring Jade Order representing her identity as an inspector reached Shan Ruiyang, along with a dispatch order from the Punishment Authority. The main content was ordering her to guard the cosmic edge, assisting other inspectors in resisting the evil demons of the vast universe. Now bearing the identity of an inspector, Shan Ruiyang did not rush to send a message to Chu Jing. Instead, she headed towards the Heaven Pass near the boundary. Bringing it personally clearly showed more sincerity than sending a message for Chu Jing to come and fetch it himself. Soon, she arrived at the Heaven Pass. Guarding within the Heaven Pass, Hao Qing stepped into the starry sky, and upon seeing Shan Ruiyang, he slightly furrowed his brows. This is a crucial place, honored guest. What's your purpose here? Do you have a master's hand order? The Heaven Pass was not a place one could freely enter and exit. Besides Chu Jing, he was the highest commander here. The last time, he saw the hand order of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor and extended some courtesy to Shan Ruiyang. The Shan clan, having produced an immortal ancestor in ancient times, was one of the 13 clans of the Great Immortal Realm. Shan Ruiyang, as a direct descendant of the main lineage, was already quite a remarkable figure. However, Hao Qing always looked down on these clansmen to some extent. Among his fallen comrades from past battles, few belonged to the 13 clans. These people were fundamentally not on the same level as those born to the noble families of the Great Immortal Realm. I am now an inspector of the Punishment Authority. Shan Ruiyang raised her hand to display the monitoring Jade Order, verifying her identity, and then produced the dispatch order document from the Punishment Authority, speaking in a soft voice. I am here on a dispatch order from the Punishment Authority to assist Inspector Hao in guarding the boundary. After verifying the authenticity of the document, Hao Qing quickly realized something was amiss. In terms of adding or reducing manpower near the boundary, under normal circumstances, the procedure was initiated by the commander nearby, and only after the Punishment Authority dispatched a special envoy for approval would a batch of forces be deployed here. He had received no notifications regarding Shan Ruiyang's presence. Clearly, this did not follow the usual process. But the document was indeed genuine, giving him no reason to block Shan Ruiyang. In that case, Inspector Shan, please proceed to the Heaven Pass at the Heavenly Zither Star Domain for stationing. If there are any abnormalities, feel free to send a message. In a businesslike manner, Hao Qing immediately provided a star domain coordinate, maintaining a calm attitude. Without any military achievements, even if Shan Ruiyang was a great immortal venerable, the two were at the same level. He was still the commander here, and Shan Ruiyang had to obey his directives. Shan Ruiyang glanced at the coordinates Hao Qing provided and asked, "Where does the Heavenly Judge usually guard? I have something that needs to be personally handed over to him." Hao Qing, understanding her intention, shook his head directly. The whereabouts of the Heavenly Judge are uncertain, and we as subordinates have no right to inquire. He naturally knew that Chu Jing was nearby at the boundary, but without Chu Jing's permission, he could not disclose this to a sudden outsider. Seeing this, Shan Ruiyang sighed internally and took out the communication token given by Chu Jing, sending a message. Soon, there was a response from Chu Jing, providing a coordinate just above the nearby boundary. Seeing this, Hao Qing said no more and turned back to the Heaven Pass. A moment later, Shan Ruiyang reached the boundary. Looking at the slightly mottled ancient bronze iron wall beneath her, she felt a chill on her scalp. The terrifying evil qi around her seemed to permeate her skin and bones. Standing there for just a moment, she felt a slight stiffness in her body. The yin qi here was horrifyingly dense. With her great immortal venerable cultivation, she could not remain for long. At that moment, Shan Ruiyang grew increasingly astonished at Chu Jing's talent. In such a harsh cultivation environment, Chu Jing still became an immortal king? Unbound by the earthly environment, was he truly still an immortal path cultivator? Chu Jing glanced at the monitoring Jade Order at Shan Ruiyang's waist, his brow slightly furrowing. The increase and decrease of personnel within the Punishment Authority, such trivial matters were clearly not of interest to the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, nor would he deliberately place Shan Ruiyang into the Punishment Authority. Clearly, this was the result of Shan clan's manipulation in secret. The relationships within the Punishment Authority must be intricately complex, with at least several of the 13 clans involved. Noticing Chu Jing's gaze, Shan Ruiyang dared not delay and immediately took out a treasure box, offering it with both hands. Chu Jing opened the treasure box and, after confirming there was no issue with the space-time marrow crystal, simply closed his eyes again and resumed his cultivation. Now many eyes were watching him, and he had no plans to wander. At the boundary, at least he had the vast universe as his retreat. He did not rush to refine the space-time marrow crystal. Instead, relying on his power, he extracted fragments of the spacetime law from some 10th-order fragments he had previously collected, first deepening his understanding of the spacetime law. This was to ensure that after refining the spacetime Marrow crystal, he could step into the spacetime domain. There were only 2 of these spacetime Marrow crystals, and they must be used wisely, not wasted frivolously. Shan Ruiyang stood in place, unsure whether to leave or stay. She could feel the surrounding evil chi faintly corroding her immortal body, and staying longer would impair her foundation. Glancing at Chujing, she finally gritted her teeth and, not far away, sat down cross-legged. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. A message roused Chujing from deep cultivation. In the path of repair, your skill has reached the pinnacle. You have glimpsed the doorways of spacetime creation. Now, you are a 10th-order repair master. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. A message roused Chujing from deep cultivation. In the path of repair, your skill has reached the pinnacle. You have glimpsed the doorways of spacetime creation. Now, you are a 10th-order repair master. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. A message roused Chujing from deep cultivation. In the path of repair, your skill has reached the pinnacle. You have glimpsed the doorways of spacetime creation. Now, you are a 10th-order repair master. The moment the information emerged in his mind, Chujing instinctively wanted to pull out the panel for a quick glance. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, Chujing was momentarily stunned. The repair panel did not reappear, as if it had completely vanished. Undoubtedly, after ascending to a 10th-order repair master, the repair panel underwent some changes. The daily refresh count had disappeared, and the experience bar used for advancement had also vanished. However, the repair abilities and various divine skills did not disappear, they still existed within him, which he could clearly feel. Chujing slightly frowned and glanced at the woman not far away, golden light swirling in his eyes. Shan Ruiyang sat cross-legged not far off, completely shrouded in grey-black yin qi, her lashes encrusted with frost shimmering with a ghostly blue glow under the starlight. Her once jade-like features appeared somewhat pale, clearly indicating poor condition. An influx of information entered Chujing's mind, without specific words, but he understood Shan Ruiyang's current state very well. Shan Ruiyang, with the cultivation of a great immortal venerable, had a bone age of over 18,400 years. She primarily cultivated the Emperor skill, Flying Dust Scripture. Her body was corroded by evil chi, causing some damage to her foundation, even her emotional fluctuations could be vaguely felt by Chujing. Amidst the vagueness, he seemed to see numerous lines of causality entwining Shan Ruiyang, spreading into the boundless void in all directions. Noticing the immortal power within him gradually burning, Chujing slowly withdrew his gaze. If he pursued these lines of causality, he could see more people related to Shan Ruiyang, but it would require consuming a considerable amount of energy. The existence of the spiritual eye was still effective, but compared to before, it had undergone significant changes, seemingly merging completely with him, indistinguishable. Previously, the spiritual eye was essentially an extension of the repair panel, and Chujing needed to receive information from the panel, followed by an analysis process. But now, it was fundamentally different. He already possessed the ability to see through everything at a glance, fundamentally different compared to before. Before Chujing could think more, 2 successive pieces of information flooded into his mind. Your achievement in the path of repair has reached an unprecedented realm, and through countless repairs, you have comprehended the essence of the spacetime law, realizing a supreme divine skill, spacetime retrospection. Spacetime retrospection, 10th order, the ultimate manifestation of spacetime essence, capable of reversing spacetime and traversing past and future. A supreme divine skill, spacetime retrospection. After digesting this information, Chujing was slightly astonished. Clearly, just like before, when stepping into the 10th order as a repair master, the panel granted him another divine skill, and it was an unprecedented supreme divine skill. Supreme signifies a peerless realm, having reached the pinnacle. After carefully examining the divine skill of spacetime retrospection, there was a hint of astonishment in Chujing's expression. Spacetime retrospection, in its literal meaning, could reverse time and space, but it required a great amount of energy. Spacetime retrospection can be roughly divided into two types, the first being a retrospection of Chuzheng's own state, bringing his bodily state back to a previous time. This retrospection is quite similar to repair, but there is a fundamental difference: his memories would also change accordingly. It allows his entire being to return to a previous state, erasing the memories of what he had experienced. The second type targets the retrospection of the entire broader environment, capable of completely reversing the timespace of two realms. Simply put, if the energy is sufficient, Chuzheng could restore everything in the current great universe back to the ancient times, or even further into the past. But the energy required for this is undoubtedly terrifyingly vast, fundamentally incalculable. Even draining the great universe may not be enough. Perhaps only by gathering all the heavenly fate of both realms could there be a slight possibility. Ultimately, this divine skill has only two directions, internal and external. Noticing the fluctuations in Chuzheng's aura, Shan Ruiyang opened her eyes, watching Chuzheng, who seemed unaffected by the surrounding evil qi, with a feeling of discouragement. In these 10-odd years, she tried many methods to resist the evil qi, all in vain, watching helplessly as Chuzheng's aura grew stronger by the day while her own cultivation regressed to the point where even her foundation was shaken. Today, she had to admit, though both were immortal path cultivators, what Chuzheng could do, she indeed could not even able to grasp the slightest hint. Under her gaze, Chuzheng slowly stood up, suddenly raising his hand to point a beam of immortal light at her. Shan Ruiyang's expression changed immediately, with no time to react before the immortal light enveloped her. In an instant, the primordial spirit within her spirit platform was heavily impacted, causing her to immediately lose consciousness. After knocking Shan Ruiyang out, Chuzheng attempted to apply spacetime retrospection on her, unsurprisingly, without any response. This divine skill cannot be used on living creatures other than himself. Chuzheng was somewhat disappointed. If it could be used on living creatures, he would undoubtedly have the ability to grant eternal life. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze wandering through the desolate and chaotic star sea. Soon, he found a target, in the starlit space not far away, quietly floating a star remnant about 100 miles in size, sharp-edged, with surfaces covered in grooves and fused marks created by raging energy. Chuzheng raised his hand again, with a hint of trial, operating the divine skill, and pointed towards a piece of star remnant. His fingertips did not land on the debris of the stars, but within the entire starry sky. In the next instant, at the point where his fingertip touched the void, a delicate, silver-gray ripple suddenly spread, layer upon layer. This ripple did not expand outward but collapsed inward, gradually condensing. Buzz, the entire star sea, the star domain once ravaged by terrifying war flames, suddenly emitted a roar stemming from the cosmic law itself. Time began to shift at the will of Chuzheng, undergoing retrospection. Ripples spread through the void, and the shattered debris of the stars began to restore, as if time was flowing backward, and they quickly returned to their original state. Even debris scattered across countless light years was drawn back, rolling back into place. Those tiny fragments scattered millions of miles away, like a reverse meteor shower, traced arcs that defied the trajectory of universal laws, whistling as they returned to their homeland in the starry sky. The broken pieces of the star rings quickly restored as before. The entire starry sky shook violently, the shattered stars underwent a miracle-like restoration beneath the star dome. The immortal power within him was depleting madly. Chuzheng felt a slight tremor in his heart, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. At the instant of exhibiting spacetime retrospection, he felt like the creator who governed time and space, omnipotent. A moment later, the starry sky had been restored as before, the star river quietly flowed, the billions of stars slowly operated along their ancient unchanging trajectories, emitting either gentle or blazing starlight. The traces of the fierce battle that shattered the boundary not long ago, the torn void, and the broken stars were all forcibly erased, as if that brutal confrontation was just a ripple quietly smoothed out in the river of time, never having happened. Suddenly, a wisp of a living creature's aura appeared in the starry sky, a vague figure materialized in the gradually complete starry sky. The originally serene spacetime law suddenly surged like waves. Chu Zhang's face changed slightly, he knew what had happened. The retrospection of time in this starry sky involved living creatures, triggering a riot in the spacetime law, and continuing to reverse time would lead to unpredictable changes, affecting the future. Boom! The starry sky twisted abruptly, a phantom of the river of time surged forth from the supreme realm, the entire star dome groaned under the unbearable burden. Amid the awe-inspiring tides raised by the spacetime law, the newly repaired star tracks were like fragile spider webs, disappearing in an instant, billions of stars shattered like fireflies crushed by an invisible giant hand, extinguished in an instant. Chu Zhang's expression froze slightly, his pupils reflected the endlessly collapsing and disintegrating star river. When he regained his senses, the entire starry sky, which had just been restored as before, had completely vanished. Even the celestial light that previously poured from the numerous stars was swept away by the waters of time, leaving no trace. The infinite time and space erased the unstable factors that appeared here. Chu Zhang staggered, his face somewhat pale. In that moment, he sensed an immense, irresistible pressure from the river of time, as if it was a warning. Manipulating time was far beyond what he could currently achieve. This river spanning past and future seemed to have a will of its own. After a long while, amid the throbbing pain from his parched dantian, Chu Zhang finally came back to his senses and began to repair the depletion of his body. In just that brief moment, he was nearly drained. As his body gradually returned to its original state, Chu Zhang calmed down, regaining his composure. Although he could not currently affect living creatures, it did not mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. This was just an attempt, enough to prove the terrifying nature of the divine skill of spacetime retrospection. The spacetime domain, revered by both realms as the supreme realm, indeed brimmed with numerous secrets. At the end of the path of cultivation, the mysterious gate, which had been sealed for a long time, had been pushed open by a slit by him. Though he couldn't see the complete scenery inside, the heavenly light leaking through the crack was enough to dazzle the mind. For the true power of the divine skill of spacetime retrospection, what he saw now was just the tip of the iceberg. Calming his breath, Chu Zhang glanced at the still unconscious Shan Ruiyang, raised his hand to awaken her, and casually helped her remove the evil qi from her body. Shan Ruiyang blinked awake groggily, recalling what she had seen before losing consciousness, her expression instantly filled with vigilance. In the next instant, feeling the renewed state within her body, she paused slightly, even forgetting to ask what Chu Zhang had meant just now, as a surge of joy welled up in her heart. Could it be that she had adapted to the evil qi? Otherwise, how could there be such a change? Before the delight could surface on her brows, the surrounding evil qi was once again attracted by her immortal body, continuously pouring into her body. Waves of damp coldness brought her back to reality. Clearly, it was Chu Zhang who had helped her remove the evil qi just now, and it had nothing to do with her. Thank you, Heavenly Judge. Shan Ruiyang bowed, her eyes holding a complicated expression as she swallowed back many questions she had wanted to ask. If Chu Zhang really intended to act against her, he wouldn't bother with such an elaborate setup, he could simply kill her with a raise of his hand. Knocking her unconscious was likely to help deal with the evil qi in her body and not wanting her to witness the process. Indeed, this must be hiding a great secret, perhaps related to the rapid progress of Chu Zhang's cultivation. However, these were clearly beyond her reach, tied to the essence of Chu Zhang himself. Some matters should not even be thought of, let alone asked, otherwise, they might invite disaster. You may leave now. I will be in closed cultivation for some time and do not wish to be disturbed. Chu Zhang waved his hand, signaling Shan Ruiyang to leave. The spacetime domain now held tremendous allure for him. He was already eager to refine the spacetime Marrow crystal and advance into the 10th order domain. This was not a small undertaking like before. Breaking through such a large boundary barrier might produce unforeseen events, so he needed to dispel all unstable factors nearby, set up a great formation for protection, and then enter the cave heaven world for closed cultivation, striving to consolidate the Dao seal in one go. Retreat again? Upon hearing this, a tremor ran through Shan Ruiyang's heart. Clearly, during this period of silent sitting at the boundary, Chuzheng had made substantial progress. Having recently become an immortal king, he was now entering closed cultivation to break through his cultivation again. Suddenly, her thoughts paused, and she reacted, her eyes filling with shock. Chuzheng was now at immortal king perfection if he advanced further. Immortal monarch? Shan Ruiyang's heart trembled fiercely. She took a sharp breath, suppressing the horror that surged within her heart, and said softly, "I take my leave, sir. Go on, and do not come back. Staying too close to me is not good for you or the Shan clan. I have said what I must." Chuzheng waved his hand. He was in a very good mood at this moment, and he rarely offered an additional piece of advice, hoping Shan Ruiyang and her clan would heed it. At present, the weight Moonlight Immortal ancestor placed on him could protect him for a while, but there would never be coexistence between him and the immortal path in the future. As long as heavenly fate persists, the Tao War cannot cease. Everything in balance now would shatter once the Tao War begins. Not only is he an immortal path cultivator, but he is also a chi cultivator. The heavenly fate in his hands, besides death. He will not and cannot let it go. Only in and not out, the final result will become enemies on all sides. At that time, his situation will mirror that of the ancestral Tao in the late primordial era. He and the myriad heavens and realms, and the immortal alliance Martial Hall, will inevitably have a life and death decision one day. Thank you, Heavenly Judge, for the advice. I will not disturb you again. Shan Ruiyang took a deep breath, glanced at Chuzheng, and turned away. She could hardly imagine the waves a less than 500-year-old immortal monarch would stir in the entire great universe after Chuzheng emerged from closed cultivation. Chuzheng walked leisurely through the starry sky. After spending half a year setting up layered formations near the boundary, he finally entered the cave heaven world. Over the past 10 years, the time flow difference between the cave heaven world and the great universe had grown significantly, nearly threefold. Here, he could have more time to slowly refine the space-time marrow crystal. Cave heaven world, at the stroke of midnight the Tyene jade wheel hangs high in the boundless sky, casting down cold and clear light, draping silver frost over the endless mountain ranges and deep valleys. Moonlight is not merely a glow but a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, full of spirituality, silently soaking into rocks and vegetation, causing all things in the world to glow with a layer of deep and lively light. The cycle of day and night in this realm has become entirely stable within the 12 hours, a symbol of the heaven and earth laws approaching completeness. On this pitch-black long night, it's so silent as if one could hear the pulse of the laws themselves. In this deep silence, an invisible order has been established, covering all things like a net. Chuzheng slowly walks to the edge of the great realm, sitting in a secluded valley, taking out 2 space-time marrow crystals together. This marrow crystal sent by the Shan clan is a circle larger than the previous one, and the fluctuations of the space-time law within it are even more intense. The marrow crystal is entirely silver gray, giving a profound and sticky feeling. It is not a regular crystal, but more like a drop forcibly extracted from the river of time, cooled and solidified into blood and tears. Its surface flows with countless fine silver-gray space-time law talismanic patterns, which are not static but move and change very slowly. Every imperceptible change seems to draw the spacetime with it, distorting light as it approaches. The spacetime marrow crystal does not emit any energy fluctuations but possesses an unnerving heaviness, not in physical weight but from the spirit and soul, as if facing the eternal spacetime. Chuzheng stares at it for a moment, sensing something strange, as if feeling a sense of familiarity with his previous experience of facing the phantoms of the river of time. Chuzheng first takes one marrow crystal in his hand, abruptly feeling a trembling and craving from his body's instincts. His body craves the spacetime marrow crystal, or rather, craves evolution and transformation. The mythical realm is a supreme existence comparable to an immortal emperor. The essence left behind by such a living creature after death is a ladder to heaven for ordinary creatures. Chuzheng does not hesitate much, his mind sinking into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness, mobilizing the power of the spirit and soul to start contacting the marrow crystal. The power of the spacetime law is the most high-grade power, only perceivable through the spirit and soul. In an instant, the seemingly solidified spacetime marrow crystal suddenly revives, like a giant spacetime beast sleeping eternally, awakened by this slight touch, starting to deform and twist violently. An indescribable terrifying fluctuation surges along the wisp of spirit and soul power extended by Chu Jing, rushing rudely into his sea of consciousness. Chu Jing's vision is suddenly torn apart, no longer residing in the cave heaven world of the long night, but in countless fragmented and overlapping time pieces flowing rapidly. At that moment, he seemed to be forcibly stuffed into an out-of-control river of time. In an instant, he seems to see himself in a previous life as a child, held upside down by a doctor, under the light of the operating table, opening his eyes for the first time to see the human world, the amniotic fluid on his wrinkled little face flowing backward along the top of his head, the track clearly visible. In the blink of an eye, he seems to return to the present. Before him is a shattered star sea, beneath him stretches a desolate and dead boundary. Then, in an instant, he seems to go to the future. The scene before him is unclear, filled with the fluctuation of destructive laws on the battlefield. Countless powerful creatures surround him, blood flames soaring, knife blades and sword edges all pointing at him, the piercing killing intent tearing through eternal spacetime, reaching his throat. The fragments of past, present, and future, like a shattered kaleidoscope without any sequence, swirl, collide, and annihilate violently in his consciousness, with countless overlapping and distorted sounds at his ears, the cries of babies, the clashing of metal, the reverberations of the universe and stars collapsing, all converging in one place, roaring. Chu Jing groans, his face instantly sallow as paper, blue veins protruding at his temples, his body involuntarily trembling slightly. This is not the pain of the flesh but the ultimate torment of consciousness being forcibly torn apart and thrown into the chaotic torrent of time, as if pressing his spirit and soul to be crushed in these chaotic fragments of time. On the verge of consciousness collapse, within the torrent of time fragments, the silver-gray marrow crystal suddenly emerges, grabbing Chu Jing's consciousness, like a reef in a stormy sea, firmly anchoring him, like a straw saving a drowning man, maintaining Chu Jing's last shred of clarity. Amidst the continuously sweeping memory fragments, the spacetime marrow crystal is like the storm's eye, remaining unmoved no matter how broken and chaotic the surrounding lights and shadows become, exuding the purest order-like essence. This is the fragment of the spacetime law, symbolizing the order of spacetime. As time passes, Chu Jing's vision undergoes some changes. Spacetime in his eyes is no longer a void but woven from countless extremely fine silver threads, continuously appearing and extinguishing. This is the manifestation of the spacetime law. The passage of time is no longer elusive. For the first time, Chu Jing feels the trajectory of time so clearly. The power of the marrow crystal is directly engraving the most fundamental rules of the spacetime law into his spirit and soul. The process of refining the marrow crystal continues amid extreme pain and perception. As the understanding of the spacetime law deepens, Chu Jing's body begins to undergo peculiar changes. Beneath his skin, faint silver-gray veins slowly emerge and extend, as if growing a completely new set of meridians within his body, entirely composed of the spacetime law. The spacetime marrow crystal in the palm began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, dimming, fully integrating into the newly born spacetime meridians within Chu Jing. With each passing breath, his understanding of the spacetime laws deepened further. Spacetime domain, first glimpse of the path. This crystal, derived from the blood marrow of a mythical realm creature, ignited the first spark of spacetime law within Chu Jing. When the last bit of marrow crystal fully merged into Chu Jing's palm, there was a sudden disturbance deep within his divine soul. 3 immortal marks manifested successively, gradually showing signs of fusion. Chu Jing awoke from his comprehension of the spacetime laws and immediately used them as a furnace, drawing the 3 immortal marks into it and beginning the smelting process. The 3 immortal marks, under the catalysis and harmonization of spacetime power, began to vibrate violently and resonate. The distinct law boundaries between them started to blur under the might of spacetime, gradually merging. Numerous immortal Tao runes, embodying the sharp true intentions of myriad laws, peeled off from the immortal marks, rising and beginning to integrate at the center of the furnace forged by spacetime laws. Forging of Dao marks into a Dao seal, even with the assistance of space-time laws, requires an extremely long process. At this point, the energy of a single Marrow crystal was becoming inadequate. Chuxing did not hesitate and immediately took out the remaining Marrow crystal, starting the refinement again. Old power has not yet faded, new power regenerates, and the three ancient lotuses standing on the sea of consciousness all responded. The three Dao flowers bloomed in the three realms of the mysterious Immortal, symbolizing Chuxing's physical form, blood qi, and divine intent. Now, driven by the space-time law, these three ancient lotuses began to approach each other, petals unfolding, faintly beginning to merge. Under Chuxing's control, the space-time law once again condensed into a furnace, incorporating the three ancient lotuses into it. Bang! The three ancient lotuses were instantly torn into pieces by the violent space-time laws, starting to circulate within the furnace. Threads of three-colored brilliance intertwined like threads. Chuxing's divine sense manifested in the sea of consciousness, watching the two furnaces before him. In his pupils, the boiling furnace fire, gathered by space-time laws, reflected, his physical form seemingly shattering, everything being reorganized. Time passed in an instant, and the furnace refining the immortal marks reacted first. Buzz, a pulsating Dao sound echoed from the deepest part of Chuxing's being, deep and distant as if traversing ancient years, resonating within him. Silvery gray starlight circulated at Chuxing's heart, lingering like thin mist, the ancient and plain immortal seal slowly taking shape, every line seeming to pulse with life, resonating with his heartbeat. After a few breaths, the brightness of the immortal seal gradually restrained, finally becoming a shallow mark imprinted on Chuxing's chest. This is the immortal seal. With the immortal seal in place, it had already signified that Chuxing's cultivation had stepped into the immortal monarch realm. This process was far smoother than Chuxing had anticipated, not even encountering the slightest obstruction. Not long after the immortal seal was condensed, the furnace holding the three ancient lotuses also reacted. The furnace cracked inch by inch, the three ancient lotuses no longer visible, only 5 streams of clear energy in blue, red, yellow, white, and black emerged from the sea of consciousness, diving straight down to the 5 organs. The qi refining lineage, since the beginning of cultivation, builds jade bone, gathers Dao embryo, condenses golden core, transforms yang god, to 3 flowers gathering at the top from bottom to top. At the golden immortal step, it is from top to bottom, like retraveling the cultivation path, the 3 flowers shatter and return to the roots of the 5 elements, nourishing the 5 qi in the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which is 5 qi towards yuan. When the 5 qi reached Chuxing's organs, they quickly showed 5 indistinct blurry marks on them. These are the qi refining Dao seals. When the 5 qi reach completion, mixed yuan unity, it is the golden immortal realm. Immortal Dao immortal monarch, qi refining golden immortal. Under the impetus of the essence left by 2 mythical realm creatures, Chuxing finally took this step, advancing both paths simultaneously, immediately after the repair panel, entering the 10th order, entering the supreme domain. Chuxing slowly opened his eyes, chaos opening and closing in his gaze. With the surging yuan qi around him, there was already a field capable of distorting space and solidifying time. The changes brought by having 2 Dao seals in hand were far greater than he imagined. Now, even he couldn't accurately measure the extent of his combat power. Chuxing slowly rose to his feet, taking a long breath. The world before him once again transformed in his eyes. The traces of space-time were laid bare. Through the void, he vaguely saw a long river flowing overhead, seemingly within reach, occasionally witnessing flashes of light streak across it. Those were powerful beings crossing space-time, at least those who had stepped into the ancestral realm. Chuxing retracted his gaze and looked around. The energy contained within the 2 space-time Marrow realms was too abundant, and the cave heaven world had already expanded 10 times over. Between heaven and earth, there were already 9th order other-kind creatures, with the strongest among them capable of rivaling a great immortal venerable. Chuxing looked at the world before him, remaining silent for a long time, taking a step forward to once again arrive at the center of the cave heaven world. The appearance of this place had undergone a monumental change, with several peaks having been moved here. Divine peaks like swords pierced through the sea of clouds, a wooden nest hanging at the summit, with ironwood as its bones and vines as its muscles, unmoving in the fierce Aura wind. A few feathers lay scattered at the edge of the nest, each reflecting 7-color rainbow light, emanating strong energy fluctuations. Chujing slowly approached above the wooden nest, and as he got closer, he heard the chirping of young birds. Deep within the wooden nest, 3 fledgling birds with downy feathers were vying for a fragment of fled dragon spine, tearing the slightly greenish tendons and bones with blood-stained sharp beaks, extracting the essence within. Though fledglings, their wingspan already approached 10 zhang, yet their wings were not fully developed, unable to fly. Chujing glanced briefly and entered the array at the foot of the divine peak. This small isolated land had become somewhat incongruent with the outside world. Several more wooden huts had been added to the original, with fields planted with numerous spiritual flowers and exotic herbs. A figure in white stood amidst the fields, slender and graceful like new bamboo under fresh snow. Swaying beside them was a 9-color begonia. The woman slightly turned her side, revealing an impeccable side profile, skin whiter than snow, features so exquisite they didn't seem mundane, possessing a unique ethereal and pure quality, her eyes reflecting centuries of spiritual wisdom and tranquility, pupils clear and transparent like glazed glass, with a vermilion mark on her brow, vivid and striking. Chujing immediately recognized the woman's origin. This was the spirit deer that was once by Bai Nian's side. In the great changes of heaven and earth, this white deer gained the favor of the heavenly Tao once again, receiving immense benefits, achieving transformation without a teacher, and stepping into the 9th order. This transformation technique is immensely difficult without someone to teach it beforehand, making it remarkable that this woman could reach this point. Aware of Chu Zhang's arrival, the woman was startled, kneeling and bowing deeply in worship, heaven above. To the creatures born in this world, Chu Zhang was like the high heavens, beyond any offense. Hearing this title, Chu Zhang was somewhat surprised, glancing at her briefly without speaking further and walked past her directly into the wooden house. Bai Nian sat before a wooden bench, copying an ancient book. Chu Zhang took a glance. It was an ancient biography, an autobiography of an immortal path cultivator. Bai Nian lifted her head, saw Chu Zhang's arrival, got up, and saluted, "Master." Chu Zhang nodded, casually inquiring, "How long has it been since we last met?" 275 years, 6 months, and 9 days. Nearly 300 years. Chu Zhang subconsciously shook his head, finding himself increasingly insensitive to the passage of time. Over 200 years felt as though it was just yesterday. After asking about the time, he did not linger much longer, turning and leaving the cave heaven world. In the great universe, significant time had likely passed, possibly with new changes occurring. Just after stepping out of the cave heaven world, dozens of messages surged forth from Chu Zhang's heavenly judgment order. These messages were blocked by the barriers of space-time laws, not reaching Chu Zhang, intercepted outside. After reading all the messages, Chu Zhang frowned, his expression showing a hint of seriousness. During the years he spent in seclusion, the Tao War had already begun. During the period when Chu Zhang was in seclusion, nearly 100 years passed in the great universe. Shortly after he began his retreat, the movements of various Taoist orthodoxies became more frequent, but they managed to maintain some semblance of stability on the surface. However, this delicate balance that had been maintained for so long was finally broken 37 years ago, when the heavenly punishment martial ancestor emerged from the river of time and space. As soon as this decisive and powerful being appeared, he proclaimed to the myriad heavens and realms, issuing a declaration of war, inviting battle with the various paths of the great universe, including the Immortal Alliance. The entire martial hall, originally created for slaughter and conquest, began to operate once again under the command of heavenly punishment after millions of years. After preparing for battle for a long time, the martial hall initiated their action more than 10 years ago. They transitioned through the heavens, entered the myriad realms, and commenced engagement with them. Simultaneously, the forces of the martial hall split into two, broke through the starry sky barrier, crossed the barbaric star sea, and pressed into the immortal domain, exhibiting the intention to fight two with one. The Immortal Alliance Punishment Department directly engaged in battle, the Great Immortal Realm's 13 clans revealed their full strength, deploying clan guardian immortal soldiers and repositioning most heaven passes near the cosmic edge to establish an expansive starry battlefield near the starry sky barrier. The myriad realms did the same. Various Taoist orthodoxies had begun preparing for battle even before Chuzhang's seclusion. Now, these orthodoxy lines were almost indistinguishable from one another, united in purpose, with neither retreat nor avoidance intent. The conflict had begun, yet none of the major ancestral realms, including heavenly punishment, had entered the fray. In the current battlefield, immortal emperors, martial emperors, and beings from various Taoist orthodoxies who have stepped into the mythical realm are managing the war situation. Besides the myriad messages within the heavenly judgment order, there was also a message from Song Ling Xue, whose contents caused Chuzhang's brow to frown slightly. The martial ancestor remains recluse. Heavenly punishment has received secret communication from Fu Pinglan and has taken over the execution department's authority. This declared war is ostensibly to find your trace. Please remain concealed and refrain from involving yourself in the orthodoxy conflict. When you enter the ancestral realm, I swear to reveal all reasons to you truthfully. The primary goal of this confrontation initiated by heavenly punishment is indeed still to search for his whereabouts or, more accurately, to find the trace of Taoist ancestor Jingqiu. After the Chaos Sea, Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment have still not chosen to give up, seeking a chance to eliminate his roots completely. Entering the ancestral realm. Seeing these two words in the message, Chuzhang took a deep breath. His cultivation speed is indeed fast, but without the support of heavenly fate, he couldn't cross that final step. Among the living creatures in the great universe who've stepped into the mythical realm, all the Taoist orthodoxies combined exceed 200 in number, but all have been blocked by the words heavenly fate. Today, the heavenly fate already has owners. He probably has no hope of entering the ancestral realm through the normal path. Now the greatest hope he can see is in Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. But this piece of heavenly fate, the Immortal Alliance would hardly let it go so easily. There will undoubtedly be many complications. Aside from the path through Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, the existence of the luck-stealing skill is the second path. If he wants the skill to work, he must inevitably involve himself in the struggle for the Tao. Heavenly fate is always in flux and is not permanently held by living creatures. If he slays enough beings in the struggle for the Tao, he might barely gather half of heaven's fortune. But this approach carries great risk as well. The ancestral realm's perception of heavenly fate is beyond his imagination. Moreover, the true spirit of heavenly fate is incredibly perceptive. Should any heavenly fate be lost, and the fate of slain beings not return to the orthodoxy, it will quickly detect the leak, alerting the various ancestral realms to begin an investigation. With his past act of appropriating Immortal Tao's heavenly fate, this matter will quickly unravel onto him. By then, he will undoubtedly become the target of many. Even Moonlight Immortal Ancestor might not withstand the pressure and could be directly jeopardized by him. Chuzhang stood silently upon the boundary for a long time, before closing his eyes to meditate and sense the heavenly fate in the void. Compared to his last contact, the Immortal Tao heavenly fate is now evidently more active. An entire sea of immortal fortune is constantly in turmoil, ebbing and flowing. Chuzhang tried once more to borrow part of the heavenly fate for support. Without surprise, he was rejected by the true spirit of heavenly fate again. The Immortal Tao did not even offer him any enhancement, and Chuzhang did not feel any of the support for cultivation speed that should belong to an immortal path cultivator. The true spirit of heavenly fate does not recognize Chuzhang as a true immortal path cultivator and has already rejected him. In such circumstances, even if Moonlight Immortal Ancestor truly intended to give him that half of heaven's fortune, the true spirit of the Immortal Tao's heavenly fate might also refuse. Chuzhang withdrew his thoughts and walked across the starry sky of the cosmic edge, soon noticing many changes. The number of heaven passes at the cosmic edge had sharply reduced, losing 9/10 of them. Hao Qing and others have been reassigned, though Shan Ruiyang remains, even becoming the commander near the boundary. Buzz, as Chuzhang was about to leave, the heavenly judgment order on his waist suddenly reacted, transmitting an order document. This was an order from the punishment department, instructing Chuzheng to provide support at the battlefield's junction with the Martial Hall. This was not a message from Moonlight Immortal Ancestor but from the Punishment Department, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Chuzheng pondered for a moment and attempted to send a message to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor asking for her opinion. After sending the message, within a few breaths, the world before Chuzheng suddenly changed, the starry sky transformed into an immortal palace. Eternal jade radiance pervaded the heavenly throne, while the palace walls seemed to be etched with star rivers flowing slowly within. The heaven-supporting jade pillar rose abruptly, sustaining the vast dome. Above the clouds and rays of mist was an expansive starry sky sealed here. Against the deep, ink-like backdrop, billions of stars revolved as if they were living beings, twinkling and luminous. Behind the jade table sat the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, her tired expression hardly concealed. Her phoenix eyes were still as bright as ever, yet seemed covered with an autumn frost, revealing a somewhat somber atmosphere. She gazed at Chuzheng, standing tall below the jade steps, with evident satisfaction in her eyes. "You have not let me down." The moment the immortal list changed, she already knew that Chuzheng's cultivation had broken through to the immortal monarch realm, a pace even faster than she had anticipated. "Greetings, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor." Chuzheng respectfully bowed and then straightforwardly asked, "Should I follow the summons from the Punishment Authority?" His situation within the Immortal Alliance was like walking on thin ice, with everything needing to align with the intentions of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to his obliteration, even as an immortal monarch. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not answer him immediately, and after examining him carefully, she suddenly looked slightly surprised, exclaiming, "You've actually condensed 2 Dao seals simultaneously?" In a single step, she came before Chuzheng, her palm hovering above his chest, where an ancient immortal seal faintly glowed, emanating endless immortal light, illuminating the immortal robe. Chuzheng's upper body, upon which the immortal light shone, appeared almost translucent, with the Dao seals imprinted on his organs clearly visible. 3 flowers gathering at the top, 5 chi towards Yuan, yet you have advanced so swiftly without the ordeal of the Chaos Sea. How have you reached this stage so quickly? The shock was evident in the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eyes. The path of the Chi cultivator was not an easy one and was considered rather arduous. With the precedent of the ancestral Dao, countless geniuses throughout history have attempted to emulate the ancestral Dao, yet the mere hindrance of tribulation Chi has stymied countless exceptionally talented individuals. These geniuses, had they pursued other Taoist orthodoxies, might have succeeded, but because of their high self-regard, they embarked on the solitary path of the Chi cultivator, only to meet premature demise. The Golden Immortal Realm requires overcoming countless minor and major tribulations, just 2 steps shy of Daluo Golden Immortal. Such achievements, since the inception of Chi cultivators, have been scarce. Chuzheng's dual cultivation in the immortal path allowed him to elevate his Chi refining lineage to such heights, which was truly absurd. If he were to abandon either the immortal path or the Chi refining path, his cultivation would progress even faster, meaning that if he focused on a single path, Chuzheng might have entered the space-time domain before reaching 200 years of age. This was not merely a matter of innate talent, someone must have paved the way for Chuzheng, otherwise, his journey wouldn't have been so unimpeded. The mere task of condensing a Dao seal, let alone successfully on the first attempt, was rare, and simultaneously condensing 2 Dao seals was unheard of by her. Even the ancestral Dao had not accomplished such a feat. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor furrowed her brow slightly, lowering her hand slowly, as Chuzheng's myriad mystical qualities already gave her some speculation. The fact that Chuzheng traversed the Chi refining path so smoothly indicated that someone must have shielded him from tribulation, most likely the Daoist ancestor Jingchu who emerged from the Chaos Sea. Yet the predecessor of this incense fire god originated from Chuzheng himself. The most crucial point was the individual who initially guided Chuzheng onto the path of the incense fire spirit. With these thoughts, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eyes flashed subtly, suddenly asking in a deep voice, "Why did you choose to cultivate in the incense fire divine path simultaneously? Where did you get the inspiration?" Chuzheng looked slightly confused, unsure why the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was asking this, but he answered truthfully, "When I underwent my tribulation incarnation, I encountered Zhao Tingxian's incense flame golden body. I subsequently found traces of his cultivation in the incense fire divine path within the Tsangyun realm. On my second tribulation, I deliberately chose a great realm of the incense fire divine path for tribulation, which led to the existence of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu." Zhao Tingxian. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, cold stars seemed to flicker within them, and she asked slowly, "How did he embark on the incense fire spirit path? Did he ever mention this to you?" "I'm not entirely sure on that point." Chu Jing shook his head slightly, with a touch of hesitation. He added with slight uncertainty, "Long ago Zhao Tingxian also received guidance from the ancestral Tao, which might be associated." Ancestral Tao. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eyes brightened with understanding. With that, many things could be explained. The ancestral Tao had paved the way for Chu Jing, and everything unfolding now was likely already known by the ancestral Tao long before. Therefore, Chu Jing's existence was almost certainly the reincarnation of the ancestral Tao, and the ancestral Tao must have glimpsed part of the secrets of the reincarnation road, otherwise, the timing wouldn't be so precise, predicting even the time and place of Chu Jing's, or his own, birth. Interesting. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eyes shone brightly, a hint of excitement surging between her brows, looking at Chu Jing with an increasingly passionate gaze. The ancestral Tao laid plans spanning millennia, leaving only Chu Jing as a chess piece, indicating that Chu Jing's future would certainly hold more astounding fortunes. The ancestral Tao's arrangements were undoubtedly more than just this and would certainly have stronger measures to protect Chu Jing. The contest for the master of heavenly fortune might truly rest upon Chu Jing. Chu Jing felt somewhat baffled, not quite understanding what the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had noticed, and even the fatigue in her brows vanished. "The Tao War has commenced, yet aside from me, none of the other immortal ancestors have seen your value. Now is your opportunity. Before the ancestral realm enters the fray, there's still a sliver of possibility for you to alter destiny." After pondering for a long while, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor spoke, "Once you return, head directly to the starry sky barrier, join the battle. I will arrange 2 great immortal emperors to protect you secretly, and help you capture martial cultivators to gather heavenly fortune." Now holding 2 Tao seals, Chu Jing was not threatened by ordinary Taoist Lord Realm beings. Only living creatures in the mythical realm might pose a slight chance, but with 2 great immortal emperors by his side, he would be equipped for any unexpected occurrences. She could not shield Chu Jing merely from the background. Without direct interaction or instructions from the ancestral Tao, interference might backfire and disrupt the ancestral Tao's original arrangements. Initially, for the unseen ancestral Tao, she held some disdain, holding 2.5 portions of heavenly fate yet only lingering in shadows. Now it seemed, this ancestral Tao was indeed extraordinary. Even just discovering a part of the reincarnation road's secrets placed him above all previous ancestral realm beings, second only to the former master of heavenly fortune. Currently, a glimmer of anticipation rose in her heart. If Chu Jing could uncover some of the reincarnation road secrets, she might not have to endure long in the vast universe, endlessly waiting for opportunities, but instead, could directly embrace a new beginning. Seeing the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's certainty, Chu Jing did not argue further and bowed respectfully, "As you command." He held no significant expectations for that battlefield, but neither would he shy away. This day, he had readied himself back in the Tsangyun realm. The Qi cultivator's path is one of solitude. Ultimately, how far one reaches depends entirely on the fortune one seizes. Go forth. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor gestured with a reminder. These days, the heavenly punishment remains somewhat restrained, not causing too much disruption. However, if Fu Pinglan emerges from seclusion, the situation might worsen. In those trials, make your own judgments. I can hardly intervene directly, doing so could hasten your demise. Thank you, Immortal Ancestor, I shall remember your words. Chu Jing bowed again, and as he raised his head, the sight before him transformed into a desolate starry sky. Recalling the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words, he remained silent, realizing that the ancestral realm might join the scene rather soon. He lingered no further, heading directly onwards. Upon entering the immortal monarch domain, he could now shift across vast swathes of the starry sky. The great universe no longer seemed as boundless as before in Zhang's eyes. In less than a day, Zhang traversed the entirety of the immortal domain, arriving outside the battlefield near the starry sky barrier. The glaring blood light painted the sky universe red, a cosmic river hanging upside down, while from the distant starry sky came the sound of metal clashing, resonating sharply. Zhang moved forward again, and only then did he suddenly realize that the deep starry sky was filled with dazzling blood light. The shattered flesh and the scattered energy fluctuations mixed together, dense as if tangible, dyeing the cold cosmic void into an ocean of crimson that made one's heart palpitate. The immortal chi, wrapped around the Milky Way formed by billions of stars, had been torn apart, like the relentless clash of golden weapons sounding continuously. Tens of thousands of immortal treasures and martial arts battle soldiers were in confrontation, and the star dome was torn into countless fragments, with billions of beams of treasure light pouring down like a meteor shower, scattering dazzling sky light. Immortal light and blood flames, these two forces representing entirely different pathways, were now desperately entangled amidst the broken stars, beneath the ruptured Milky Way. The Tao conflict had long surpassed simple ideological differences. It was about two fundamentally different ways of survival, two understandings of the laws of the universe, with no possibility of reconciliation. Martial path blood flames, boiling like molten lava, fierce as the blazing sun, gathered the killing aura at the zenith of the starry sky into roaring true dragon and blood phoenix, vaguely suppressing the brilliant immortal light. From an overall perspective, it was evident that the martial hall was at an advantage. Zhang did not rashly enter the battlefield. After scanning a few times, he headed to a continent near the immortal domain. It was a continent difficult to describe with common sense, not naturally formed, but forcibly pieced together and smelted from countless fragments of the great realms by unimaginable might, now becoming the most forward war fortress of the Immortal Alliance. Fortresses like this one numbered in the dozens under this starry sky. After stepping onto the continent, Zhang went straight to the summit of a divine peak in the center of the great realm, where a flag embroidered with the word Immortal flew in the wind, and below it were the flags of 13 different clans. Zhang glanced around and saw a few familiar banners, such as Shan, Fu, Tai, Lu, and Feng. The 13 clans of the great immortal realm had all gathered. Zhang took a deep breath and stepped into a grand hall at the peak. Crossing the threshold of jade, a faint fragrance mixed with the chill of icy jade greeted him. 12 golden pillars carved with dragons supported the dome, each dragon scale reflecting a glassy immortal light. In stark contrast to the outside world's grimness, the inside of the immortal palace was peaceful. The dome was high and not solid, but composed of flowing star maps, reflecting the battlefield outside, the entire starry sky like patterns on the palm, with the battle situation clearly visible. Billions of stars were born and extinguished within, casting a slightly cool brilliance, illuminating the entire immortal palace. A number of people were present in the hall, nearly 100 immortal kings aligned, along with 3 immortal monarchs in discussion. Seeing Zhang enter, the hall fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat stagnant. After experiencing the Tao Inquiry Grand Competition and the heart-burning corridor successively, the face behind Zhang's disguise was now well known throughout the great immortal realm, almost to the point where few remembered his original appearance. An indescribable pressure pervaded the air, the pure immortal spirit chi, so dense it was near tangible, each breath seemed to carry a substantial weight. Zhang's gaze slowly swept across the crowd, spotting a familiar face among the immortal kings. Fan Long, immortal king, the one who had introduced him to the punishment authority in those years, they hadn't met for over 300 years. Finally, Zhang's gaze rested on the highest position behind a rosewood table, where 3 figures sat in a row, like 3 divine mountains. Suppressing the universe, their auras profound and distinct, surrounded by visibly flowing immortal charms. On the left was a female immortal monarch, appearing about 30 years old, with a stunningly beautiful countenance, carrying a kind of otherworldly aloofness and coldness transcending time. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, tied simply with a jade hairpin, dressed in a moon-white immortal skirt, its hem flowing with fine star sand, twinkling with a cool light as her clothing slightly moved. Her gaze was lowered, long lashes like butterfly wings, her expression indifferent as she looked at Chu Jing. The one seated in the middle appeared nearly 40, with a square face. Most striking were his eyes, red as fire, deep as an abyss, where molten fire seemed to surge, subtly containing the light of thunder. His gaze carried a piercing sharpness that seemed to penetrate one's divine soul. Clad in an ink-black immortal robe with golden patterns, the dark golden dragon patterns on his robe slightly undulated with his breathing, as if they were alive. He did not deliberately release his aura, but wherever his red gaze fell, even the flowing starlight seemed to pause for an instant. On the right was an elderly immortal monarch, over 60 years old, his hair and beard already gray, his face gaunt, with deep wrinkles etched by time like cuts from a knife and axe, wearing a simple gray robe without decoration, extremely reserved, contrasting sharply with the opulence of the two immortal monarchs beside him. He sat upright, hands naturally resting on his knees, eyes slightly closed, seemingly resting, his entire being repressed to the extreme, like an ancient well of unfathomable depth, yet faintly exuding a stone-like solidity. Chu Jing glanced at the three, already aware of the backgrounds of these immortal monarchs. The female immortal monarch on the left, cold as the moon, with a skirt streaming star sand, originated from the Feng family, named Ningyu, holding the position of chief executioner, with cultivation at mid-stage immortal monarch. Though her immortal Dao rhyme was pure, she had yet to touch the crucial barrier of perfection. The red-eyed immortal monarch in the center, whose pressure was the strongest, still revealed no secrets under Chu Jing's spiritual eye, from the Tai clan, named Hong Feng, also a chief executioner, whose cultivation had reached immortal monarch perfection, with profound understanding of space-time law. His cultivation has reached the utmost limit of this realm, and he possesses a peculiar pupil skill, with the thunder nurtured in his red eyes representing the manifestation of laws, commanding the stars and universe. However, the words perfection speak not only of a pinnacle but also of a bottleneck. In Chu Jing's view, Tai Hongfeng is still lacking a thread of the genuine opportunity to break through and transform, to enter the realm of the immortal emperor. He fears that it might still require an opportunity, not something achievable overnight. The one on the right, an elder in a gray robe with a restrained and steadfast aura, like a rock, is named Su Qifeng, titled Immortal Lord Panshur, a mixed-blooded immortal descendant, not from the 13 clans, also serving as a chief executioner, in the late stage of immortal monarch. Underneath that rock-like substantial appearance is a life origin that flickers like a candle in the wind. His lifespan is nearly exhausted, witheredness already apparent. His late-stage immortal monarch cultivation has burned to its embers, and without a heaven-defying opportunity, there's no hope of reaching the immortal emperor realm, destined to exhaust his last bit of brilliance in this blood-stained star domain and to be buried here. Chu Jing thus stood on the jade bricks reflecting the star dome, looking calmly across an unseeable distance at the three figures atop the high platform representing the pinnacle of the immortal path. The aura of the three immortal monarchs, like an invisible tide, layered upon layers, spread out, their gazes carrying scrutiny, authority, and a hint of imperceptible probing. The air stagnated, as if time had become viscous at that moment. After roughly evaluating the details of the three, Chu Jing made some estimations in his heart, forming a general understanding. These three, even bound together, are not a match for him now. This isn't arrogance or disdain, but comes from pure fact. The three figures atop the high platform, capable of making millions of immortal path cultivators bow, now appear to him as mere weighted coordinates on this chaotic battlefield, the terrifying pressure that pervades the fairy palace, sufficient to crush an ordinary immortal venerable, could not even ruffle the corner of his robe. Chu Jing's nearly indifferent calmness, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirred a silent yet intense ripple atop the high platform, causing a subtle change in the gaze of the three immortal monarchs almost simultaneously. On the left, Ningyu immortal monarch's eyes, indifferent as ice, rippled, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. She clearly felt that her immortal charm, upon reaching within 3 feet of Chu Jing, silently slid away like waves against a reef, dissolved, unable to affect him in the slightest. This disregard stirred a trace of indescribable surprise and doubt in the depths of her cold eyes. How could Chu Jing, newly a immortal monarch, possess such power? Sitting on the right, Su Qifeng slightly opened a slit in his closed eyes, the murky but still profound gaze flickering with a sudden brilliance, which soon settled into ancient tranquility. Yet beneath that surface tranquility, surges of astonishment roiled. His limited lifespan rendered him more sensitive in sensing life origin and power tiers. He clearly detected the nearly void-like profundity on Chu Jing. It wasn't a deliberate concealment, but a power tier already beyond his perceptual scope. This realization caused a slight tremor in his rock-solid Dao heart. How could such a young cultivator, newly a immortal monarch, evoke such feelings? Seated at the main position, Tai Hongfeng had the most direct reaction. His crimson eyes shrank sharply, the thunder deep within seemed stimulated by an invisible force, momentarily brightening, emitting a low hum. He acutely perceived that his vast pressure, already at immortal monarch perfection, disappeared without a trace upon reaching Chu Jing, like a clay ox into the sea. Chu Jing just stood there, as serene as an outsider, that composure not feigned, but from a formidable disparity in strength. How is this possible? Tai Hongfeng inhaled sharply. Immortal monarch perfection is already the ultimate peak of this realm. Beyond that lies the realm of the immortal emperor, and Chu Jing, newly an immortal monarch, already possesses strength rivaling an immortal emperor? If he remembered correctly, Chu Jing is not yet 500 years old. At this moment, the gazes of the three immortal monarchs were firmly locked on Chu Jing, the prior high and mighty scrutiny replaced by an unmaskable disbelief. They practiced cultivation for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, comprehending space-time laws, undergoing countless battles, repeatedly building achievements, only then ascending to the position of chief executioner, long accustomed to overlooking sentient beings. Yet now, on this unreasonably young cultivator, they felt an unfathomable might. Chu Jing, summoned by the punishment authority to assist, greets fellow cultivators. Chu Jing clasped his fists in a salute, breaking the dead silence within the hall. The battle is currently tense. The arrival of Chu immortal monarch is like a timely rain to soothe the land. Tai Hongfeng put away the divine light in his pupils, his expression slightly concentrated, standing up to let go of the main position, raising his hand. Chu immortal monarch, please take the seat. This is the battlefield. Both Chu Jing's strength and talent are sufficient to hold the main seat. Chu Jing is strong enough, at least for now. It is a good thing for them, as it can relieve a lot of pressure. As for matters of seniority, they can completely set aside for now. Chu Jing did not decline, saluted with clasped hands, took a step forward, and sat on the higher main seat, not intending to waste time, and straightforwardly asked, "What is the current battle situation?" "Not favorable." Ningyu immortal monarch spoke first, slightly shaking her head. "The martial hall's combat strength surpasses our immortal path by quite a margin, and now, having the Chaos Sea continuously supplementing their forces, with martial saints and great saints emerging continuously, it really is troublesome." "Indeed." Tai Hongfeng continued, his expression equally heavy. "Currently, those fielded by the martial hall mostly comprise new warriors raised from the Chaos Sea. Their true foundations have yet to engage in battle, likely waiting for an opportunity." As he spoke, he raised a hand to pull down the star map from the dome, unfurling it before Chu Jing. Previously, an immortal ancestor using the yin-yang heavenly hourglass opened 12 small universes. Subsequently, immortal emperors from all around split into 12 defensive lines by it, aligning with an immortal array. The intention was to minimize the martial hall's destruction of our immortal domain. At this point, Tai Hongfeng paused, speaking solemnly. "However, 5 of the 5 directions universe have already been pierced by the martial hall." A subtle heaviness spread across the faces of the gathered immortal kings below the jade steps as the situation had already deteriorated to the extreme. Among the gathering of immortal kings, Fan Long's body wavered imperceptibly. He stared blankly at the figure atop the high platform, seated in the position of the main seat. He felt as if he were in a bizarre and absurd dream. When he first met Chu Jing over 400 years ago, in Fan Long's view, Chu Jing was only beginning to step into the threshold of the true immortal realm, still appearing immature. Then, in Fan Long's eyes, the other party wasn't even qualified to look him in the eye, let alone share the same seat and discourse on the Tao. At that time, he was far from being considered an equal. But now, everything has changed. Time flies, everything has changed unnoticed. Now, Fan Long is still at Immortal King perfection, though he is considered outstanding among the Immortal Kings, he is still trapped in this realm, with a future obscured. Yet Chujing is seated high on the Fairy Palace's main seat, with 3 high-ranking, immensely powerful immortal lords of punishment, who have to be deferential to him, even proactively offering concessions. Fan Long lowered his head, no longer facing that figure on the high platform directly, his heart surging with an indescribable sense of disbelief and turmoil. They haven't faced martial cultivators, that's why. Mingyu Immortal Monarch's icy voice echoed in the fairy palace, each word like a cold needle, penetrating through, cold and precise. Before the war began, many immortal path cultivators harbored some disdain, believing the martial cultivators to be no more than brute force. Even though their peers on the battlefield now mostly have exhausted lifespans, with the current main forces being primarily their juniors. But these so-called young figures, in their eyes, held something else entirely. Martial arts have a short lifespan but great strength, a consensus among many Taoist orthodoxies. Most of the immortal kings and even immortal monarchs in the hall have lived for ages, while martial cultivators of their era, if lacking talent and never stepping into the space-time domain, mostly have been buried in the dust. A martial Dao upper realm great saint has a lifespan of merely 10,000 years, barely a tenth of an immortal king's. But the combat power simply cannot be compared. The immortal kings in the hall recalled the encounters on the battlefield, their faces somewhat gloomy. This sudden all-out war nearly took them by surprise. When those martial cultivators with muscles knotted like dragons, surrounded by burning blood flames, shattered the immortal array, stepping on the fragments of stars rushing in like a tidal wave, the scene was a nightmare that overturned the cognition for most immortal path cultivators. Fan Long once witnessed with his own eyes an immortal king's life-bound immortal treasure, refined for tens of thousands of years, shattered by a martial Dao upper realm great saint, without the exquisite operation of immortal power, without the mysterious changes in laws, only pure, ultimate brute force. In a frontal confrontation, the immortal sword was smashed by a flesh-and-blood fist, causing the immortal light to explode. The 3 immortal marks on the sword were directly broken, and the immortal king linked to it suffered heavy damage, nearly dying without the help of comrades nearby. This is not an isolated case. On the battlefield, similar scenes abound. People who face immortal treasures with bare hands, tear immortal armor apart are common sights. Forging oneself into the most terrifying humanoid warrior is an extremely primitive, almost barbaric yet highly efficient method of combat that leaves one breathless. The key point is that martial cultivators do not fear death, wagering life against life, simply winners live, losers die. The combat style is extremely ferocious, each move deadly, pursuing to kill the opponent in the shortest possible time. The immortal techniques and divine skills that immortal path cultivators proudly possess are often dissolved by the surrounding boiling blood flames or endured by the strong and unmatched physique. Even if some injuries can be inflicted, the impact is greatly reduced. Once a martial cultivator gets close, it spells the end for immortal path cultivators. Any elaborate immortal law, any mysterious immortal treasure, are like a thin paper before absolute speed and destructive power. In this contest there are no prisoners, simply you die or I perish. Despite much reluctance, the numerous immortal kings present must admit that the martial killing method is too extreme, they are simply not opponents, and the battle is continuously lost. On the high platform, Chujing sat in the main seat, calmly scanning below, taking in the reactions of the immortal kings. Martial cultivators are unusually troublesome, this he has long experienced. In the true immortal realm, he had a brief encounter with martial cultivators. Had it not been for the repair panel, he might have already died then. Tai Hongfeng raised his hand to open the star map, pointing to a corner of the starry sky, and said solemnly, "Our location is the 6th line of defense. The martial hall's vanguard will soon arrive, led by 5 divine martial heavenly generals, including a new martial emperor. The pressure is intense." The 4 words, "new martial emperor," sounded like thunder, erupting in the silent fairy palace, causing all immortal kings to change their expressions. Even a newly ascended martial emperor might not be a match for an ordinary immortal emperor, Yet here the strongest cultivation level is only Tai Hongfeng at Immortal Monarch perfection. What Tai Hongfeng described as intense pressure was an extremely restrained description, facing the impact of 5 divine martial heavenly generals, including even a new martial emperor. The sixth line of defense is precarious. Why not seek reinforcements? Chu Jing frowned slightly. Even though he held 2 Dao seals, he was not arrogant enough to think he could cross realms to fight a martial emperor, even a newly ascended one. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, not about the battle itself, but about possibly encountering Song Lingxue on the battlefield, which would be quite troublesome. If any mishap occurs, both he and Song Lingxue, in the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall, will be extremely dangerous. I have previously sent out requests for assistance, but now all the Immortal Emperors are at the rear of several defensive lines, focused on arranging the 10,000 Immortals demon-slaying array. It's difficult to spare any manpower for the time being. Tai Hongfeng sighed lightly. The rear arrays are the key to whether this battle can be sustained. Using the flesh to fight martial cultivators in the starry sky reflects poor judgment. Once the 10,000 Immortals demon-slaying array is formed, the chances of victory increase significantly. The current successive blockades are tantamount to attacking the enemy with our weaknesses. The Martial Hall possesses the Chaos Sea, with new combat power far exceeding the Immortal Alliance. In terms of attrition, the Immortal Alliance cannot afford the depletion. The 10,000 Immortals demon-slaying array is the key to whether the Immortal Alliance can maintain its footing in this Taoist orthodoxy struggle, possibly even reversing the situation. As soon as Tai Hongfeng finished speaking, the gigantic star map floating before everyone suddenly emitted a piercing buzz. The previously stable star trajectories, the serene and vast star map, suddenly rippled violently like a lake swept by a strong wind. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone in the hall, the edge of the star domain Tai Hongfeng had pointed to just now abruptly gleamed with a touch of blood light. The blood light, exuding a strong bloody smell, like ink dropped into clear water, upon appearing, spread across the star map at an astonishing speed. The clear radiance representing the Immortal Dao array on the star map rapidly began to dim, twist, as that region was gradually consumed by the blood light, turning into a crimson mire. Chapter 640-448, Head-on Confrontation _2. The Martial Hall has begun its advance. Everyone inside the hall immediately assumed a solemn expression. Tai Hongyun looked at Chu Jing beside him and said gravely, "Chu Immortal Monarch, time is running short, can you get to the point now?" As the words fell, the 3 Immortal Monarchs and those solemn-faced Immortal Kings at the foot of the Jade Steps, all eyes suddenly focused on Chu Jing. Everyone knew very well, in face of a new martial emperor among 5 divine martial heavenly generals, and the Martial Hall army surging like a blood-colored torrent, their strength as Immortal Monarchs and Immortal Kings seemed too thin against absolute realm-crushing and a disadvantage in numbers. Many Immortal Kings, Immortal Monarchs, and even Immortal Emperors had died in the previous breach of the 5 directions star sky by the Martial Hall, while they were very likely to follow the same fate. The one who could truly become the stabilizer, possibly altering the battle, was this recently arrived, unfathomably powerful Chu Immortal Monarch. Among this line of defense, Chu Jing currently has the strongest combat force. Whether this battle can withstand, 80 to 90% of the responsibility will fall on Chu Jing's shoulders. Chu Jing stared at the star map before him, his eyes deep as the ocean. Retreating without fighting, under the Immortal Alliance law, is also a capital offense. This order from the punishment authority might have someone secretly fueling the fire. If he retreats without fighting, it still gives someone within the Immortal Alliance an excuse to kill him. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor previously promised that there would be 2 great Immortal Emperors coming to escort him, but now it clearly can't wait any longer. Since there is no way to avoid it, at this moment, he must hold on regardless. Having made his decision, Chu Jing's gaze was like 2 unsheathed peerless swords, stabbing directly at the core of the swirling blood light on the star map as he slowly spoke. On my way here, I've already seen, under this starry sky, apart from some weak arrays, there is no defense left. In that case, we can only actively strike when the Martial Hall's vanguard is yet to stand firm. He extended a finger, pointing at the source of the spreading blood light on the star map. Cut off their head. Even Tai Hongfeng was momentarily shocked by Chu Zheng's words, not passive defense, nor gradual depletion, but attacking to defend, on the most dangerous blade, directly targeting the enemy commander's head. This was no longer mere boldness, but an almost reckless all-or-nothing gamble. It was risking life. Time waits for no one. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, his gaze slightly cold. I ask all of you to follow me to defeat the enemy. He had been hiding for too long, and the pent-up frustration from the beginning in Songyun realm had been pressing at his throat, and now he couldn't hold back any longer. In the contest of paths, it was nothing but life and death. The victor lives, the defeated dies. He may not end up being the loser. Tai Hongfeng's eyes glowed red like blood, intense thunder light exploded at his eyes without any hesitation. He suddenly turned around, shouting harshly to the immortal kings below who were still bewildered, voice echoing like thunder from the 9 heavens, "Generals, heed my command, form the array, meet the enemy." Yes. Below the jade steps, a group of immortal kings bent forward in unison. Cultivation at this stage, none would lack competitive spirit or those 3 parts courage of blood. Previously in the battle with the fracturing boundary and the invasion of evil demons, they had withstood it, and now they would again. Chu Zheng said no more, his 5 fingers joined like a blade, tearing open the void before him. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a shadow undetectable by divine sense, stepping into the forefront of the icy starry battlefield, followed closely by 3 immortal monarchs including Tai Hongfeng. As soon as the 4 landed, they were met by a nauseating thickness of blood scent and a raging tide of energy, glaring immortal light and scarlet blood flames like 2 frenzied dragons, tearing at each other, crashing through the shattered star sea. Everywhere they looked was a hellish scene, countless martial cultivators clad in battle armor charging densely at the teetering Immortal Path defense line. The hastily constructed defense laws of the Immortal Path cultivators were easily torn like thin paper. The warships scattered in the star sea were pierced by giant spears formed of solidified blood flames, exploding instantly into a rain of fire engulfing the sky. This starry sky was being devoured, inch by inch, stained red by the blood fire of the martial hall. Chu Zheng's gaze didn't linger a bit, ignoring the brutal meat grinder battlefield, his deep pupils emitting a faint golden glow, like 2 swords piercing through the void, instantly locked onto the 5 towering figures on the other side of the starry sky, standing like stabilizers. 5 divine martial heavenly generals. They were not charging ahead but stood like 5 peaks floating on the blood sea, clad in dark gold heavy armor of various forms yet all exuding terrifying murderous aura, the blood energy surging and boiling around them, forming visible blood-colored gang flame, twisting the surrounding spacetime. The 4 stood separately on each side, their breaths ferocious as if ancient fierce beasts ready to devour whoever came close. Just standing there, the immense pressure they emitted caused the entire star domain to freeze. The one in the center, his aura like an abyss and vast sea, unfathomable, wearing a helmet and face mask, the exposed half of his face, hard-lined like iron stone. He seemed to have sensed Chu Zheng's gaze penetrating the battlefield, slightly raised his head. His pupils were purely dark silver, cold and indifferent, as if a deity overlooking ants, without any emotional ripple. The few divine martial heavenly generals were not in a hurry to make a move, as if awaiting something, or perhaps the Immortal Path's resistance before them was not yet worth their personal action. The spiritual eye quickly returned their information, bringing back a pleasing judgment, saying they were not undefeatable. Chu Zheng didn't speak, uttered not a word. The moment he stepped onto this starry battlefield, he had locked onto his target. Chapter 641-448, Head-on Confrontation _3. His goal for this journey was singular. To slay the Emperor. Boom, within Chu Zheng's body, 2 Tao seals simultaneously radiated divine brilliance, instantly suppressing all disturbances beneath the stars. The void around him instantly collapsed, forcing apart the turbulent currents of energy and forming an area of absolute vacuum. Empowered by the Tao seals, the heavenly fate within him immediately responded, transforming from intangible to tangible, flowing into his limbs and bones. His aura soared, instantly breaking through the boundaries of the immortal monarch, infinitely approaching the legendary Emperor realm barrier. The Immortal Path declined to borrow fate, yet he possessed it himself. The next instant, Chu Zheng moved. No probing, no holding back, he charged directly toward the newly risen martial emperor standing across the starry sky. The moment Chuzheng made his move, the 5 divine martial heavenly generals, especially the newly risen martial emperor, instantly reacted. Courting death. The 4 divine martial heavenly generals standing on either side let out roars that shattered the stars. Their immense bloodthirsty power erupted like a volcano, attacking instantly. For attacks, like a heavenly net, sealed all of Chuzheng's escape routes, attempting to encircle and slaughter him. However, Chuzheng's speed was too fast, far exceeding their expectations. In the instant when the 4 divine martial heavenly generals attacked, Chuzheng's figure had already appeared right in front of the newly risen martial emperor. Between the two, there were no longer any obstructions. Chuzheng's right hand aligned like a sword, his fingertips swirling with a destructive law-chi mechanism capable of piercing through the cosmos and tearing apart space-time, with no flashy moves, only a direct thrust containing all his vitality, chi and spirit, and the essence of the 2 Tao seals. His target, straight at the martial emperor's brow. This thrust seemed to penetrate the universe and time, causing the entire star domain to freeze at this moment. All living creatures on the battlefield, whether immortal or martial, felt their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand, their divine souls nearly frozen. The newly risen martial emperor's dark silver pupils showed a noticeable fluctuation for the first time, no longer indifferent, with a fleeting flash of anger and shock from being challenged by what seemed like an ant. He didn't dodge at all, his entire body was stained crimson with star-field blood, as his spine expanded. Arms covered in dark gold scale armor suddenly lifted, the fist seal wrapped in almost solidified blood fiend chi unleashed fiercely toward Chuzheng's piercing finger sword. Boom, the finger sword and emperor fist, 2 forces containing enough terrifying power to destroy the star river collided at that instant, causing the entire star dome to abruptly distort. In an instant, the celestial river reversed, the star dome shattered, and the endless star domain twisted and deformed under the pressure. The space fractured inch by inch like a mirror, as if even the flow of time would break under this strike. In the violent storm of space-time laws, 2 figures were flung back like meteors. Under the furious impact of forces, Chuzheng's figure uncontrollably retreated a few steps, each step triggered ripples on the space of the billions of li starry sky, emitting unbearable groans. Yet the heavenly fate divine brilliance surrounding him and the virtual shadows of 2 Tao seals frantically cycled, stubbornly withstanding this punch strong enough to kill any immortal monarch. The martial emperor halted his stumbling figure, a muffled sound of disbelief emanated from beneath his ferocious face armor, as he stared intensely at Chuzheng, his pupils contracting and trembling for the first time. Early-stage immortal monarch? At the moment of force collision and clash with original aura, he finally clearly sensed Chuzheng's true cultivation realm. That overwhelming power that even stirred him. Its foundation was actually only at the early stage of this immortal monarch. Chapter 642-449, Complete Annihilation and Assistance. How is this possible? The martial emperor's thoughts experienced an extremely subtle delay due to this moment of surprise and doubt. Between an early-stage immortal monarch and the martial emperor, there lies an insurmountable chasm, an absolute difference in the essence of the space-time law and the level of power. Even if the other party holds an immortal emperor weapon, it's absolutely impossible to withstand his punch head-on and survive, let alone with just a bare finger. This almost overturned his understanding of the cultivation realms. It's simply absurd. Chuzheng took a deep breath, lowered his eyes, and glanced at his right arm. The sleeve had become ash, and the skin on the exposed arm was cracked inch by inch, with bright red blood continuously seeping from the wounds. Beneath what seemed like undamaged flesh, clear and teeth-grating cracking sounds rang out repeatedly. In just the instant of the exchange, his finger bones, arm bones, and even half of his shoulder blade had been forcibly shattered by the destructive impact. This was just a test, and he was quite satisfied with the result. Although his arm was broken, he ultimately withstood it. At the very moment of Chuzheng's collision with the martial emperor, the 4 divine martial heavenly generals that Chuzheng had flung aside had already reacted. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 of them pressed together towards Chuzheng. This is war. What they have to do is to kill all living creatures that pose a threat as quickly as possible. Their current target is only one, to use all their strength to encircle and kill Chuzheng first. This suddenly emerged immortal monarch is clearly the most troublesome opponent right now. In an instant, blood clouds covered the sky, the intense blood-red light dyed the celestial curtain, pressing towards Chuzheng. Boom, in a flash, 3 figures of immortal monarchs, like thunderbolts, tore through the blood curtain and stood behind Chuzheng, blocking the 4 divine martial heavenly generals. Tai Hongfeng, with blood-red eyes like blood, his immortal robe billowing like a battle flag, loudly fluttering, mysterious immortal techniques emerged from his palm, intercepting the 2 divine martial heavenly generals rushing at Chuzheng. In the void, countless crimson gold lightning chains appeared out of thin air, dancing wildly like thunder dragons, weaving an apocalyptic thunder net. Beneath the starry dome, the immortal blood of the Tai clan shone brilliantly. The thunder net and the blood fiend Qi collided madly, bursting out dazzling light, forcibly separating the 2 fearsome divine martial heavenly generals. Buzz, Fang Mingyu followed closely, his gaze slightly cold, raising his hand to draw a wisp of divine soul treasure blood from his brow, summoning ancient jade talismans made purely of star sand. Nurtured by immortal power, the jade talismans swelled in the wind, quickly forming an array, transforming into a silver-white curtain across the star river. On the curtain flowed a space-time freezing law, completely enveloping another divine martial heavenly general. The divine martial heavenly general seemed to crash into a thick temporal quagmire, his violent speed slowed tens of times, roaring as he punched and struck the curtain, each punch causing it to shudder violently, the after-effects tearing through the star river. The jade talismans trembled, star sand falling and scattering everywhere, yet they maintained the immortal array, temporarily trapping this heavenly general within. The oldest among the 3 immortal monarchs, immortal Lord Panshur, moved most directly. He abandoned all immortal technique defenses, directly confronting the last divine martial heavenly general. A dark cyan immortal armor appeared on his body, covering the grey robe. No longer did his face show any hint of impending death's withering aura, his cloudy eyes glinted with intense immortal light, his shriveled body expanding as if inflated, muscles nodding under the armor like dragons. In a moment, his stature was burly, skin yellowish-green like ancient jade, standing like a divine peak against the raging blood flames. The 3 immortal monarchs, using themselves as barriers, erected a brief yet crucial wall for Chuzheng amidst the furious killing storm. At that moment, Chuzheng raised his head, locking eyes once more with the martial emperor. In the dark silver pupils of the martial emperor, surged shock, anger, and killing intent. Chuzheng's expression slightly tensed, beneath eyes suffused with pale golden divine light, devoid of killing intent, only pure focus. A subtle humming emerged from within his broken arm, shattered bones mending, realigning at a pace visible to the naked eye as if time were reversing. The entire process was as swift as lightning, the terrible injury enough to half-cripple an immortal monarch passing like a light breeze on the water's surface, vanishing in an instant. The repair panel frantically operated, consuming vast amounts of immortal qi, briskly restoring Chuzheng's injuries in the blink of an eye. As a qi cultivator, after the 3 flowers gathering at the top, his body had become far more robust than an immortal path cultivator, even comparable to those martial path strongmen who don't specifically cultivate the body. This is the true reason why he could withstand a punch from the martial emperor without his body collapsing, despite being an early-stage immortal monarch. If it were an immortal emperor taking this punch directly, they'd probably be not far from death as well. Detecting the distinct aura emanating from Chuzheng, the martial emperor's expression tightened slightly, heightening his caution 12-fold, drawing a blood-red battle blade from the void. The blade, narrow and crescent-shaped, vibrated, reflecting the brilliant heavenly light, emanating dark red blood radiance, as if numerous lost souls wandered along the blade, clearly a weapon that has drunk much blood. The next moment, the martial emperor had already struck first, his wrist slightly turning, the blade edge cutting through the starry sky, trailing a scarlet afterimage, directly slashing towards Chuzheng's face. The blade light seemed capable of severing cause and effect, past and future, with the laws wailing in its wake, and space disintegrating inch by inch. Time is precious whether for the Immortal Alliance or the Martial Hall, a decisive battle must be fought quickly. Chuzheng glanced at the three immortal monarchs standing behind him, without any hesitation, raising his hand towards the void, tearing space like a curtain, and slowly drawing out an entirely mysterious dark cyan, ancient and weighty long sword from the void. Chapter 643-449, Total Annihilation, 8_2. The sword is 3 feet 7 inches long, its surface covered with intricate cracks resembling fissured earth. The cracks are deep and dark, with viscous, fiery immortal liquid flowing through them, like the blood veins of the earth, surging and circulating within the blade, exuding unimaginable majestic power and the ancient imperial pressure. The mountain and river sword, an immortal emperor weapon, once stained with ancestor blood, is now in Chuzheng's hands, blooming with auspicious colors under the activation of the space-time law. Back at the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, the mountain and river sword was snapped by Moonlight Immortal Ancestor with a single stomp, its fragments gathered into Chuzheng's hands and completely repaired during his seclusion. The process of acknowledging a master was not complex. Its true spirit remained, having been abandoned by Xing Chuj in full view, it had already lost heart to its former master. Chuzheng granted it a second chance at life, no less significant to it than the swordsmith who originally brought it into the world. Moreover, Chuzheng's talent far surpassed that of Xing Chuj, no further thought was needed in this choice. A deep sword hum, as if emanating from ancient times, suddenly resounded through the chaotic and bloody star battlefield, penetrating eons, bearing the heavy rhythm capable of suppressing all heavens, overwhelming the roars of battle beneath the star river. The Emperor's blood essence within the sword's body burned furiously, facing and striking down the blood-colored war blade aiming for it. Crash, blade and sword clashed head-on, erupting in a piercing shriek that shattered metal and stone, with light exceeding the brightest daylight exploding at the point of impact. Crack, in an instant, the blood-colored war blade in the martial Emperor's hand shattered like rotten wood crushed by the power of heaven and earth. The martial Emperor's dark silver pupils dilated sharply at the moment the blade broke, flashing a hint of doubt. The edge of the mountain and river sword sliced through solidified space-time, carrying a blazing, oppressive majesty greater than before, tracing a cold, crescent path, pressing against the martial Emperor's chest. Slish, the sword's edge tore through the martial Emperor's chest covered with dark gold scale armor without any obstruction. Dark red Emperor's blood, like a celestial river bursting its banks, gushed out wildly from the terrifying wound that nearly split the martial Emperor's upper body apart. A heart thumping with a hum was clearly visible. Chuzheng paused not for a moment, his eyes swirling with Dao seals, the law of heaven and earth's divine skills operating at their limit, intertwining with the Emperor sword's brilliance. Taking a step forward, man and sword became one, transforming into a radiant sword light tearing through the universe, mercilessly cutting down towards the enraged martial Emperor. In the distance, four divine martial heavenly generals, frantically attacking the blockade of three immortal monarchs, witnessed this scene, their eyes tearing in rage. Like four fierce beasts that had lost all reason, they burned their life origin essence blood, charging towards Chuzheng desperately. If the martial Emperor falls, they stand no chance in this battle. In mere moments, Tai Hongfeng's red gold thunder net shattered with a roar, the immortal array sky curtain of Ningyu immortal monarch crumbled inch by inch, and immortal Lord Panshur was forcibly knocked aside, his chest collapsing as he coughed up large amounts of blood. The barrier desperately built by the three immortal monarchs was torn open under the frenzied onslaught of the four heavenly generals. But it was already too late. The mountain and river sword shone brilliantly, slicing past the martial Emperor's neck. Thud. In an instant, blood filled the sky, dyeing the star field red. A head covered with dark gold face armor, with pupils still bearing a hint of doubt, flew high amidst the spraying Emperor's blood. All this happened in a flash, too fast for the four heavenly generals, who had broken through the blockade, to react. Having beheaded the martial Emperor, a vast heavenly fate poured from the void into Chuzheng's body, instantly merging with the heavenly fate already within him, becoming indistinguishable. The operation of the luck-stealing skill already indicated the martial Emperor's life and death. Chuzheng's movements did not pause for a moment, he did not even glance at the flying head. Holding his sword, he turned, his cold gaze instantly locking onto the two divine martial heavenly generals who had broken through first and were now closest. These two had the highest cultivation, having reached martial monarch perfection. Tai Hongfeng had been holding them off for so long against 1-on-2, it was no easy feat. Chu Zhang's face remained impassive, without a word spoken, as he raised his hand. The void trembled slightly, and a jade-white, crystal-clear long rope, flowing with warm immortal light, was summoned from the void. The chaotic energy fluctuations around were soothed by its gentle immortal light. The jade rope, as if possessing spirituality, coiled and danced around Chu Zhang's fingertips like a white dragon. Bind. Chu Zhang uttered a single word. The jade rope responded by transforming instantly into an immortal lock, winding its way through the starry sky, directly meeting the two divine martial heavenly generals. The heaven-binding lock, also an immortal emperor weapon, contains immortal veins and can suppress all living creatures below the mythical domain. Even a martial monarch at perfection, under the mythical domain, would become ordinary upon encountering this lock, bowing their head in submission. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-binding lock disregarded space-time, pierced through the burning blood flames, and entwined around the waists of the two divine martial heavenly generals. In an instant, the two divine martial heavenly generals were like fierce beasts trapped in a quagmire, forcibly halted. They were filled with shock and anger as an overwhelming immortal power invaded their bodies, like billions of tough threads tightly locking their blood and energy circulation. Chu Zhang's hand moved again, holding the mountain and river sword, without the slightest hesitation, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Clang! Clang! Accompanied by two almost overlapping, crisp sword cries, two heads full of shock and despair were simultaneously sent flying high by a wave of blood. The two headless corpses spilled the most mournful blood rain in the cold, silent starry sky. Feeling the two streams of heavenly fate enter his body, Chu Zhang's eyelids slightly drooped as he scanned the last two remaining divine martial heavenly generals, with not a trace of emotion in his eyes. The starry sky fell into dead silence, but in an instant, it was shattered by roaring hells. Kill. Retreat? In the spine of a martial cultivator, the word retreat has never been engraved. Dark red blood, thick as magma, burst forth from the pores of the two divine martial heavenly generals. At this moment, they completely ignited their remaining life origin and martial foundation, to exchange for a moment of glory. This is a forbidden life-risking technique. The two figures, like two ignited meteors, trailed long blood-red tail flames, tearing through the starry sky, impetuously crashing toward Chu Zhang standing in the void. The starry sky was compressed and distorted by the violent force, emitting a piercing screech, where the residual emperor's blood was evaporated, and the broken star domain fragments instantly turned to ashes. Faced with this desperate struggle, Chu Zhang took a deep breath, retracted the heaven-binding lock, unfolded his Dharma phase, raised his hands, spread his fingers, and caught the two blood-red comets, then suddenly clenched them. Bang! A dull explosion echoed under the starry dome, and the two figures were instantly crushed, transformed into a mist of blood. The two divine martial heavenly generals, burning their life origin and unleashing power infinitely close to that of a martial emperor, were like moths to a flame before Chu Zhang, unable to stir even a ripple, before turning into a mist of blood. Chu Zhang dispersed the Dharma phase, looking at the three immortal monarchs in the distance, who had already fallen into a stupor, and spoke in a deep voice, "Clean the battlefield." Clutching his chest, Tai Hongfeng's mouth was oozing blood, his red eyes dim, staring with a complex, unreadable gaze. Mingyu immortal monarch's face was pale as paper, his eyes on Chu Zhang stirred with tides of astonishment that couldn't settle. Immortal Lord Pancha reverted to his original elderly appearance, also filled with an incomprehensible expression in his eyes. Crossing realms to slay an emperor, then cutting down 4 heavenly generals, Chu Zhang nearly turned the tide of battle with his strength alone. An immortal monarch less than 500 years old, mastering both paths, striking across realms at a martial emperor, either feat would be enough to immortalize his name through the ages. Now, these have all converged upon one person. With the loss of these 5 divine martial heavenly generals, the battle held no more suspense. In an instant, the vanguard of the martial hall was utterly destroyed, with few escaping alive. Chuzheng did not intervene further, seated beneath the starry sky, overseeing the battlefield. Even the martial saints or great saints would carry the heavenly fate upon them, but he was disinclined to engage in slaughter. War is war, but the meaning of slaughter is entirely different, at least, he was not capable of such now. After a while, 2 voice transmissions suddenly came through the void. Chuzheng, the 2 of us were sent by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, entangled in affairs, arriving a step late, our apologies. Hearing this, Chuzheng couldn't help but feel invigorated. The amulet given by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had finally arrived. The invisible time-space barrier isolated the surrounding heaven and earth. 2 figures stood before Chuzheng as if stepping out from an ancient scroll. One was dressed in a plain white robe with no adornment, flowing with moonlight like water. Their countenance was obscured by the space-time law, veiled in a layer of shifting luminosity, save for a pair of eyes, clear as deep pools, reflecting the stars of all heavens, so profound it incited a deep sense of awe. The other wore a long blue robe, tall and slender, with an ancient jade pendant at their waist. Their face was equally indistinct, their aura restrained and peaceful, like a peerless divine weapon sheathed, exuding a harmonious and flawless presence, nearly blending with the great universe. The gaze of the 2 seemed to penetrate through the ages, not observing the battlefield winding down, but with an indescribable scrutiny, they focused on Chuzheng, sitting cross-legged with his aura returning to calm. They came by the order of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, tasked to guard in secret, serving as the last barrier, ensuring that the seed cherished by the Immortal Ancestor would not meet an early demise in this cruel struggle for Taoist orthodoxy. Their original plan was to remain behind the scenes, watching with cold eyes. This 6th line of defense was meant to be abandoned. Facing the assault of a newly ascended martial emperor and 4 martial monarchs, Chuzheng arrived here, fundamentally unable to change the course of the battle. Though the 3 of Tai Hongfeng were not weak in cultivation, they lacked deep foundations and could not hold for long. According to their initial estimations, the 6th line was bound to be precarious within moments. When the defense wavered, and Chuzheng fell into a desperate situation, having played all his cards yet failing to turn the tide, that was the perfect moment for them to intervene and reverse the situation. Striking then wouldn't only save Chuzheng from peril but also maximize the gratitude for Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's timely aid, making Chuzheng deeply remember this protective gesture. They calculated the evolution of the battle, the limits of the 3 immortal monarchs, and even the potential cards Chuzheng might possess. But they failed to calculate Chuzheng himself. They didn't anticipate that Chuzheng would defy the heavens to such an extent. From the moment Chuzheng tore through the starry sky to confront the martial emperor, until cutting down the last 2 desperately counterattacking divine martial heavenly generals, the entire process was swift as a thunderclap, sweeping away opposition as if it were dry timber. Where was the desperate situation? Where was the need to reverse the tide? Early-stage immortal monarch slashing a martial emperor. This was not merely a battle across realms, this was a subversion of various Taoist orthodoxy power-level understandings, enough to shake the entire immortal domain, an earth-shattering achievement that startled the great universe. The 2 great immortal emperors exchanged a glance, seeing the same shock and an unprecedented gravity in each other's eyes. Although it was due to having 2 emperor weapons in hand, it could not be separated from Chuzheng's own mastery. Even if a newly ascended immortal emperor held these 2 emperor weapons, they might not perform better than Chuzheng has now. The insight of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was indeed extraordinary. Chuzheng was not a mere mortal, the potential he displayed today far exceeded their initial estimate. Perhaps, the Immortal Ancestor's intention of making them Chuzheng's amulet held far deeper significance than they comprehended. The atmosphere in this isolated timespace suddenly turned rather subtle. Chuzheng's gaze swept over the 2 great immortal emperors, and in an instant, he pierced through the timespace laws enveloping them, discerning their true nature. Buzzayuro Chuzheng's gaze scanned over the one wearing the plain white robe, effortlessly penetrating the flowing moonlight, landing on the real contours beneath the blurred visage. Beneath the time-space barrier was a woman with a clear and elegant appearance, an ethereal quality like the moon. She appeared to be in her 30s, with an immortal vein imprinted between her brows, containing boundless space-time power. Her life origin aura, cultivation level, all information surged into Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness like a tide. She was Shi Yueyue, her cultivation was at Immortal Emperor perfection. Her aura shared a source with the Moonlight Immortal ancestor, suggesting a close relationship, even if not directly inherited. Then, Chu Zhang's gaze turned to the other great Immortal Emperor. Under the spiritual eye, he clearly saw the dormant power source within the other. Under the blue robe was a middle-aged man with a square face, from whose life origin emanated a vastness and depth far exceeding typical Immortal Emperors. Lei Chen, whose cultivation was also at Immortal Emperor perfection. The two shared an evident commonality: they were not from the 13 clans, nor were they pure-blooded immortal descendants. Reaching this far was truly remarkable. After a brief pause in thoughts, Chu Zhang stood, cupped his hands in salute, and said softly, "Thank you, two elders, for coming. Although this battle was won by luck, strong enemies lurk around, and the future is unpredictable. If there is any need to trouble you in the days to come, I hope you can be accommodating and bear with it. No need for formalities. The immortal ancestor commanded, and it is our duty. Fear not, before we came, the Moonlight Immortal ancestor bestowed a great treasure. Unless an ancestral realm appears, not even a half-ancestor can harm you." Shi Yueyue waved her hand, reminding him, "The news of our presence here is top secret, not to be disclosed even slightly. You should be aware of this." "I understand," Chu Zhang nodded in agreement. This sixth line is only guarded by 3 immortal monarchs, clearly showing that the current immortal alliance is stretched thin. At such a critical moment, deploying 2 great immortal emperors here, the Moonlight Immortal ancestor must have borne considerable pressure. As his words fell, Shi Yueyue and Lei Chen, the 2 great immortal emperors, instantly vanished into the void. Their blurry figures melted into the scene like ink into water, becoming transparent and finally completely disappearing in the void distorted by their own time-space laws, leaving no trace to follow. Chapter 645-450, Message Transmission, Exposure_2. From beginning to end, Lei Chen did not say a word. At the moment the two disappeared, the barrier isolating heaven and earth slowly receded like the tide. The external starlight, residual energy fluctuations, and the thick scent of blood once again surged into Chu Zhang's senses. The 3 immortal monarchs who had completed the battlefield cleanup approached, and the expression on their faces showed a hint of gratitude. If Chu Zhang hadn't acted today, the 6th line of defense would undoubtedly have fallen, and they would also have perished here. "Thank you, Chu Immortal Monarch, for your great favor today." Tai Hongfeng spoke first, the thunder light in his eyes dim, his voice hoarse from heavy injuries, yet exceptionally solemn. He bowed deeply to Chu Zhang, his posture extremely humble. "If not for the Immortal Monarch intervening today and turning the tide, we surely would have been doomed." Fang Mingyu also gave a restrained salute, her voice still tinged with a chill. "Grateful for the Immortal Monarch's assistance, Ningyu feels it deeply." Immortal Lord Pancher coughed lightly, unable to suppress it, and still bowed in salute, his voice hoarse and weak, yet clearly articulated, "Thank the Immortal Monarch for saving my life. The 3 of you are too kind." Chu Zhang's voice was steady, "This battle was not my achievement alone. If not for the 3 of you risking your lives to hold back the 4 divine martial heavenly generals and buy me time, I would not have been able to slay the enemy and win this victory." This was not a mere excuse. Wielding the mountain and river sword and contending with a martial emperor was by no means easy, and with his current ability, he was far from being able to wield 2 emperor weapons simultaneously. If those 4 divine martial heavenly generals had all besieged him together, even if he could repair his injuries, he would not have been able to withstand it. This victory was largely thanks to the sharpness of the mountain and river sword, a divine weapon steeped in ancestor blood, which is extremely rare even within the emperor weapon domain. While speaking, he raised his hand and sent out 3 beams of immortal light, injecting them into the bodies of the 3 immortal monarchs, partially healing their injuries. Now, the repair panel was operational, consuming a tremendous amount of energy. The immortal chi he had previously accumulated through secluded cultivation was already nearly depleted. Moreover, within the cosmic starry sky, the energy the repair panel could draw was very limited, and he could not squander it excessively. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with battle formations. The subsequent restoration of the defense line and restructuring of the defense will require the three of you to handle it. Chuzheng clasped his fists in salute. This is our duty. Tai Hongfeng nodded, glancing at the heavenly judgment order hanging at Chuzheng's waist, and respectfully said, Your achievements in this battle are enough to promote you to Chief Executioner. I will immediately report to the Immortal Alliance and request a conferment for you. The Chief Executioner is almost at the top of the punishment authority. Above it, only the Deputy Director remains, with a certain degree of authority over the amendment of the Immortal Alliance law. Much appreciated. Chuzheng did not decline, nodded, and said, casting his gaze again toward the shattered star field still floating with Emperor's blood and shrouded in smoke and silence. In the distance, the borders of the starry sky barrier surged with a crimson undertow under starshine, filled with ominous machinations. Although the battle was won, severely damaging the Martial Hall's vanguard, the flames of Dao's struggle were far from extinguished. The sixth line of defense was merely a corner of the long sea of blood, and his journey had only just begun. Under the arrangement of 3 immortal monarchs and several immortal kings, the unrest within the star domain quickly subsided. The immortal array was restarted, and the paths of the stars returned to normalcy. During this process, the name of Chuzheng was spread throughout the star domain. At this moment, although Chuzheng had yet to formally take over the sixth line of defense, his status and prestige were already unshakable after this battle. Outside the sixth defense line star domain, the vast and boundless starry sky barrier was no longer what it once was. Continuous brutal battles and collisions with living creatures from the mythical domain were like countless invisible giant hammers pounding the once stable barbaric star sea into desolation and disarray. Massive spatial cracks crisscrossed the void, with chaotic streams not yet quelled flowing along their edges. The fragments of shattered stars lost their pull, turning like rootless duckweed in the vast starry sky, colliding and transforming into even finer dust. On the other side of this blood-soaked battlefield, countless billions of miles away, the scene was entirely different. The place seemed to be isolated by an invisible force, with chaotic energy fluctuations unable to penetrate even a bit. This location was the core of Martial Hall at the forefront of the battlefield. A magnificent grand hall hovered under the vast star dome, entirely pitch black, neither gold nor stone, emanating a dark luster that devours endless celestial light. Above the hall hung a golden plaque engraved with the 3 characters Heavenly Punishment Hall. The hall was empty and cold, a scene of deathly silence, its floor paved with blood crystal, dark as congealed blood, with a throne carved from dark red blood jade towering high. Upon the throne sat a figure with a towering stature, like an ancient divine mountain, his face stern, eyebrows like unsheathed sharp swords, eyes like star-reflecting cold pools, dressed in blood armor. The armor did not possess ordinary metallic luster but presented a nearly translucent, jade-like blood hue. A streak of blood-colored Dao mark emerged from between his eyebrows, snaking down like a living organism, extending to both cheekbones, vibrant and lustrous, gently undulating with his breath, radiating a terrifyingly fierce aura. A stream of light entered the hall, transforming into a middle-aged man who kneeled on one knee in salute, reporting to Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor, the vibrating Sea Martial Emperor and the 4 martial monarchs Xin Chen, Mu Yun, Ming Yu, and Ling Dong have been successively slain, and the vanguard army has been completely annihilated before the 6th Immortal Pass. Upon hearing, the Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor's gaze did not waver. He spoke softly. Did the Immortal Alliance reinforce the defense line? How many came? His tone was exceedingly calm, as if inquiring about information unrelated to himself. To him, this sixth line of defense, and even the entire frontline battle, was merely a prelude to the opening of a great war, a quagmire of probing and attrition between both parties. The real contest was at a higher level, mere skirmishing now, as the ancestral realm had not yet entered, he did not care. The annihilation of the vanguard only meant the Immortal Alliance had invested more strength than expected at that node, and needed clarity on the specific scale, nothing more. The middle-aged man did not raise his head, replying in a deep voice, the Immortal Alliance only dispatched one person, Chuzheng. Chuzheng? The one Master Fu ordered to be killed back then? What cultivation level is he now? Upon hearing, the heavenly punishment's expression was no longer calm, slightly furrowing his brow. For this now most sought-after peerless prodigy within the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall certainly could not be unaware. The Martial Hall had dispatched personnel for pursuit centuries ago, but without success. It was unexpected that he managed to survive until now. Early-stage Immortal Monarch. Early-stage Immortal Monarch? Heavenly punishment was momentarily stunned. If he recalled correctly, centuries ago, Chujing had just entered the realm of true immortal. He had fallen into the river of time for a brief moment. How could such drastic changes occur? Regaining his senses, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. What is the connection between this battle and Chujing? An early-stage immortal monarch, in the grand scheme of the battle, was entirely inconsequential, with any divine martial heavenly general capable of killing him. According to reports, Chujing single-handedly charged into the formation, and within 3 moves, slew the vibrating sea martial emperor, then consecutively dispatched 4 heavenly generals, thus bringing about the collapse of our vanguard. While speaking, the middle-aged man produced a jade wall, reflecting a starry battlefield. This is a recorded snapshot from the frontier surveillance at the time. Watching the battle replay in the image, Heavenly Punishment frowned deeply. He had initially thought the Immortal Alliance had dispatched several immortal emperors or employed certain heavy treasures, yet never imagined it was only Chujing alone. The middle-aged man also looked at the snapshot, his expression carrying a hint of doubt. Perhaps, this Chujing is just a namesake with the one from back then. I noticed their appearances are not the same. Are you sure? A hint of inquiry flickered in Heavenly Punishment's eyes. Of course, I once personally met Chujing, it's unmistakable. You have personally seen Chujing? Heavenly Punishment's eyes slightly narrowed. When was it? When the boundary shattered, I went to the cosmic edge to assist and coincidentally saw him. The middle-aged man's expression was confident. Without a moment's hesitation, he said, that Chujing looks exactly like Taoist ancestor Jingchu. There is no mistake. Previously, the Martial Hall circulated Taoist ancestor Jingchu's portrait, ordering us to search far and wide. I was surprised for a while, and immediately reported it. Reported? Upon hearing, Heavenly Punishment instantly squinted. The Chujing you saw at that time, what did he exactly look like? Whom did you report to? Chapter 646-451, Encounter and Probe. In the dimly lit great hall, an illusory figure hovers in mid-air. His posture stands like a solitary peak, with broad shoulders and a straight back, resembling an eagle soaring through the clouds. His facial features appear to be carved from cold jade, with eyebrows like the hook of a cold moon silver, slanted into his temples, eyes as deep as millennia-old cold springs, with corners slightly raised, akin to a phoenix feather. Watching the projection of the middle-aged man, the eyes of Heavenly Punishment narrowed, murmuring to himself, Jingchu. Chujing, this figure before him is identical to the Taoist ancestor Jingchu he once saw in the River of Time. When the Martial Hall commanded for the search of the ancestral Tao's traces, I reported this matter to the deputy director, along with many others. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, with a slightly puzzled expression. However, the deputy director didn't seem in a hurry to address this matter. Wan Wenfeng? The brow of Heavenly Punishment furrowed slightly, immediately raising his hand to send a communication. After a while, that communication vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. Well done, Wan Wenfeng. Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor's voice was icy and piercing as he slowly rose from the throne, his form clad in blood jade armor, like a dormant volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing a hidden wrath. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was as silent as a cicada in winter, lowering his head without speaking. Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor quickly calmed down, contemplated for a moment, then raised his head again, speaking slowly, summon Song Lingxue to meet me. The urgent task now is to determine whether this suddenly emerged immortal monarch is the same person as Chujing from back then. Yes. The middle-aged man responded and departed. A moment later, the heavy hall doors were pushed open by an invisible force, and a figure in dark gold battle armor stepped into the dim great hall. The newcomer was none other than Song Lingxue. The armor she wore was simple yet fierce, covering her slender form, outlining smooth lines, with dark red blood stains still clinging to the armor plates, evidently having just returned from the battlefield. Her jet-black hair was simply tied at the back of her head, with an indifferent expression, her eyes cold as stars, like ice that hasn't melted for millennia, as if all the clamor and slaughter of the outside world could not stir the slightest ripple in her gaze. She strode into the great hall, stepping steadily, her battle boots clicking on the crystal stone floor as dark as congealed blood, emitting clear and cold echoes. She glanced at Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor sitting high before the jade throne, her eyes lacking reverence, lacking fear, only an almost hollow calmness. After coming to a halt, she cupped her fist in salute towards the direction of the throne. The gesture was standard but devoid of warmth, her voice cold and steady, like an ice spring. Greetings to the Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor. The demeanor was neither overbearing nor humble, yet it was distant to the extreme. Within the Immortal domain, before the 6th Immortal Pass, our Martial Hall's vanguard suffered a setback, nearly wiped out. Heavenly Punishment paused for a moment, observing Song Lingshua's reaction. Song Lingshua's cold eyes remained calm and unwavering, as if what she heard was merely an irrelevant battle report. Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor continued, the position of the vanguard's main general is vacant, the battlefield cannot be leaderless. General Song, I'm entrusting you to take a trip, assume the role of main general, regroup and reconnoiter the reality of the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, he raised his hand, flicking his fingers towards Song Lingxue. A command token entirely made of jade, entwined with strands of blood-colored baleful aura, shot towards Song Lingxue like an arrow off the string, stopping before her, suspended in midair. On the token, only the word punishment was inscribed, representing the appointment by the Martial Hall's execution department. I accept the order. It was still that unperturbed voice. Song Lingxue didn't even look up at Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor again, directly accepting the jade token. To her, this was merely an ordinary order of transfer. After accepting the order, Song Lingxue turned without hesitation, her dark gold battle armor creating a sharp arc of light in the dim great hall, heading towards the exit. The sound of her battle boots tapping the ground echoed in the deathly silent great hall, growing fainter with every step. Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor watched Song Lingshua's figure disappear beyond the hall's door, a playful yet cold gleam in his eyes, murmuring, Chu Jing. Jing Chu. Song Lingxue. Among the cold, dead silent starry sky barrier. Song Lingxue traversed the starry sky like a meteor, heading swiftly towards the direction of the 5th Immortal Pass. The Martial Hall still had a large accumulation of battle forces here, she only needed to go and take over the position of main general. Buzz, a stream of radiance, extremely concealed and nearly merging with the universe, silently broke through the time-space barrier, landing precisely in Song Lingshua's palm. It was a communication jade talisman. Song Lingshua's cold gaze tightened slightly, her fingers subconsciously closing in, feeling a familiar imprint in her palm from the talisman, originating from Wan Wenfeng. Her thoughts stirred, and the information contained in the communication rushed instantly into her sea of consciousness. Chu Jing is now at the forefront of the Immortal Alliance battlefield. Heavenly Punishment has noticed the signs, and Martial Ancestor has commanded me not to meddle in this matter any further. Take care of yourself. The information was concise, yet every word was like a knife. Chu Jing eventually came to this battlefield. This communication was like a boulder thrown into Song Lingshua's nearly frozen heart lake, instantly stirring up overwhelming waves. Even though she had anticipated that it would be difficult for Chu Jing to stay out of the Dao struggle, when this news reached her in such a definitive way, she still felt somewhat unsettled. An amalgamation of innumerable emotions surged violently in her mind, worry, anxiety, bitterness, and a trace of fear she wouldn't even admit to herself. He was there right now, on that 6th defensive line that just swallowed up the Martial Hall's vanguard, at the front of this meat-grinder-like Dao struggle. What further muddled her thoughts was that Chu Jing had not communicated this to her. Clearly, regardless of the reason, Chu Jing's trust in her may have begun to waver. Song Lingxue slowly clenched her palm, her fingers covered by the dark gold armor gripping tightly, knuckles turning slightly white from exertion, making a subtle creaking sound. After a while, she took a deep breath, the icy air filled with stardust and bloody scent, like countless tiny ice needles, pouring into her lungs. The extreme cold quickly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her. She needed to stay calm at this moment, and she must remain calm. The heavenly punishment had already noticed something, sending her to the battlefield, perhaps to test her. As Fu Pinglan's direct lineage, the heavenly punishment might have already sensed Chu Jing's identity but remained suspicious. The martial ancestor commanded Wan Wenfeng to withdraw from this matter, also showing a stance towards her, indicating that the doors of convenience previously opened for her have come to an end. The Dao War is imminent, Ji Zhouyin stands from the martial ancestor's perspective, impossible to cause any conflict with the heavenly punishment or Fu Pinglan because of her or Chu Jing. This is the bigger picture. No matter the circumstances, they are of the same path. In terms of Dao War, the martial hall is an absolute whole, with no division of pro-war or conservative factions. Preserving oneself and acting wisely are one and the same, the intention is to sever ties with her. Countless thoughts flashed through Song Lingxue's mind like lightning, and finally, the communication jade talisman in her palm could no longer withstand, cracking, turning into powder, and scattered through her tightly held fingers, disappearing into the cold starry sky without a trace. Song Lingxue slowly loosened her clenched hand, her eyes gazing far into the endless starry sky at the universe's edge. This world will eventually have a conclusion, though the time comes earlier than she anticipated. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The microcosm once soaked in Emperor's blood and nearly collapsed during the Great Battle has finally managed to recover slightly under continuous efforts day and night by numerous Immortal Alliance cultivators. The heavy scent of blood and killing intent hasn't completely dissipated, but under continuous cleansing and purification by spiritual power from the Immortal Dao Array, it's no longer as suffocating as before. However, this entire universe still exudes a difficult-to-hide sense of decay and fragility, the shattered void teetering on the brink. More unsettling is that there's still no sign of movement from the martial hall. Chu Jing sat cross-legged, suspended on a piece of star fragment, his gaze penetrating the restored space, beyond those temporarily constructed defense nodes, looking towards the direction of the starry sky barrier, a hint of doubt in his deep eyes. He thought that after severely damaging the martial hall's vanguard, soon there would be another wave, an even more formidable army coming with overwhelming anger, even potentially attracting attention from even higher-level forces. Chu Jing had prepared for more brutal confrontations, yet till now, the boundary of the star domain remained dead silent. The expected martial hall army, as if surging tides, had not reappeared, not even any scouts coming to investigate. This abnormal calm is more concerning than a storm, clearly accumulating strength. A stream of light flew from behind, landing beside Chu Jing, the light receding, revealing the figure of Tai Hongfeng. His face still carried the pallor of a yet unrecovered injury, but compared to half a month ago, it was much improved. Chu Immortal Monarch. Tai Hongfeng saluted Chu Jing with a respectful gesture. How is Hongfeng Immortal Monarch's injury? Chu Jing withdrew his gaze from the martial hall, looking at Tai Hongfeng. Thank you, Immortal Monarch, for your concern, I'm fine now. Tai Hongfeng slightly shook his head, then solemnly said slowly. Immortal Monarch, a communication just arrived. What's the reason for the communication? Chu Jing's eyes slightly narrowed. It's about the progress of the 10,000 Immortals demon slaying array. Tai Hongfeng's voice carried a note of gravity. My request for reinforcements was rejected, the Immortal Alliance simply has no manpower available, asking us to delay as much as possible. The array setup has reached the most critical point and cannot fail. How long do we need to delay? Chu Jing's brow furrowed slightly, asking the pivotal question. Given their current circumstances, without the two great immortal emperors in secret, they might not hold out for long. Tai Hongfeng's tone turned somber. At least, 3 months. 3 months. Chu Jing's eyebrows slightly furrowed imperceptibly. 3 months' time under normal circumstances passes in a blink, but now, it feels like an eternity. Without the two great immortal emperors in secret, the pressure on the front line would be immense, especially with the Marshal Hall's current unknown moves, potentially launching a thunderous strike at any moment. There's one more thing. Tai Hongfeng's voice dropped lower, tinged with a touch of doubt. Our scouts sent to the front line detected some subtle movements from the Marshal Hall. At the edge of the original fifth line of defense, an elite force from the Marshal Hall is gathering, far exceeding the previous vanguard army. The leader's presence is extremely strong, suspected to be at Marshal Emperor Perfection, or even a half-ancestor. Bitterness filled Tai Hongfeng's eyes, for even though Chu Jing was powerful, dealing with a newly risen Marshal Emperor would be his limit, benefiting from the element of surprise. The great Marshal Emperor had reached the end of the mythical domain, just a step away from the ancestral realm, and beneath this starry sky, he was the strongest aside from the ancestral realm, unmatched among all heavens and paths. A Marshal Emperor Perfection, or even a half-ancestor, was simply beyond Chu Jing's ability to resist. Chu Jing observed the bitterness in Tai Hongfeng's eyes and, after pondering for a moment, nodded. "All right, I'll go and see for myself." No intelligence or speculation would be as accurate as seeing with his own eyes. His spiritual eye could pierce through illusion and discern the essence, providing him with the most genuine information. Upon hearing this, Tai Hongfeng hesitated slightly, suggesting, "How about we go together?" Chu Jing was undoubtedly the stabilizer of this sixth line of defense. If something happened, this battle would be over. No need, more people mean more variables. It's easier if I go alone. Chu Jing shook his head in refusal and stood up, heading towards the direction of the Marshal Hall. With two great immortal emperors secretly escorting him, even a half-ancestor couldn't prevent him from escaping safely. With a single step, Chu Jing's form transformed into a faint silhouette merged with starlight, vanishing instantly into the starry sky. Chu Jing restrained his aura, his figure akin to a ripple merging into the void, silently crossing the cosmic barrier divided by the yin-yang heavenly hourglass. Crossing this shattered barrier, Chu Jing officially stepped into the fifth line of defense. This starry sky had already fallen, completely crushed by the Marshal Hall. Beneath the starry sky, all traces left by the Immortal Path cultivators had been thoroughly erased, replaced by the Marshal Dao totem imprinted below the stars. A colossal entity spanning the star domain, resembling a prehistoric beast crouching in the center of a blood sea, stood majestically beneath the starry sky. That was the frontline camp of the Marshal Hall. As Chu Jing approached slowly, before he could take a closer look, a sudden sharp cry erupted from beneath the starry sky. Buzz, without any warning, a blood-colored long rainbow, enough to pierce the universe, shot forth abruptly from within the camp. This divine light, like solidified dark red magma, disregarded the distance of time and space, locking onto Chu Jing's position the moment it appeared. Chu Jing's pupils contracted sharply. Hastily, the mountain and river sword within him emitted a resonant hum, instinctively prepared to emerge for protection. Before the mountain and river sword could react, Shi Yue, hidden in the shadows, had already taken action ahead. The void before Chu Jing rippled unexpectedly, producing clear brilliance like water, conjuring a sky full of moonlight out of thin air. Moonlight flowed beneath the starry sky's dome, containing unimaginable space-time power, layer by layer folding, twisting, and stretching the void before Chu Jing, condensing in an instant into a corridor leading to unknown void. The divine light, capable of piercing the universe and melting the star domain, crashed into the brilliant moonlight. Its violent force was slowly devoured and dismantled by the seemingly weak moonlight. Dark golden divine brilliance continuously refracted within the folded void, waning, never truly able to reach the nearby Chu Jing. After a brief moment, the light faded, slowly revealing a figure. Song Lingxue. Chu Jing's expression froze, the void seemingly turned into eternal ice, and time appeared to halt at that moment. Song Lingxue's expression was icy, her eyes filled with killing intent capable of freezing time, with the blood-colored battle halberd in her hand swallowing dark golden divine brilliance, poised to strike. Above the battlefield, in the starry sky, Heavenly Punishment sat cross-legged across the star river, watching the two confronting individuals thoughtfully. His gaze no longer lingered on Song Lingxue but instead fell on the two great immortal emperors hidden in the shadows. How Song Lingxue would react was no longer important. With two great immortal emperors secretly escorting him, this was already enough to reveal Chu Jing's identity. On the other side of the Star River, the heavenly punishment martial ancestor sat cross-legged, suspended, with the blood jade armor flowing in a somber glow under the starlight. His gaze penetrated the walls of time and space, locking onto the two great immortal emperors hidden in the dark void. When his gaze fell on Shi Yueyue, it paused for a moment and instantly saw through her original Qi aura. This aura shares the same origin with moonlight. It's not just sharing the same origin, the purity of its essence and the flow of immortal veins within her body are almost identical to moonlight. In the eyes of the heavenly punishment martial ancestor, a flash of realization appeared. Chu Jing, as a Qi cultivator, had been stable in the Immortal Alliance for such a long time, assuredly with the ancestral realm escorting him. It now seems that this person is moonlight. To possess such pure immortal charm, almost equivalent to the true moonlight, her identity must be of the direct lineage under moonlight, perhaps even a bearer of the core Taoist orthodoxy. Moonlight unexpectedly deployed her direct heirs, guarding Chu Jing like a shadow, indicating Chu Jing's status in Moonlight's heart couldn't be judged by mere value. This had transcended the role of a pawn, becoming more of a guard of some crucial hope. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, forming a decision, his gaze deepening. The Tao war has been stalled, always lacking a blazing fire, and now the spark has appeared. Song Lingxue stood firm under the starry dome, her hand clad in dark gold armor gripped tightly on the blood-colored battle halberd, her fingers imperceptibly tightening for an instant, the knuckles slightly pale. Even with numerous preparations beforehand, she still felt somewhat unsettled at the moment. Chu Jing's expression was indifferent, with a faintly complex ripple deep in his eyes. Hundreds of years had passed, husband and wife, yet today they met on the battlefield, seemingly becoming mortal enemies. Under the starry sky, only the starlight flickered, leaving a dead silence. After a long silence, Chu Jing slightly furrowed his brows, turned away without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, two great immortal emperors followed secretly, holding the heavy treasure bestowed by the moonlight immortal ancestor. Even Song Lingxue wouldn't benefit from a frontal confrontation. Moreover, whether it was Song Lingxue or those two great immortal emperors behind him, he wished none to be injured, for that held no advantage for him, making confrontation unnecessary. A deadly fight with Song Lingxue, no matter the victor, meant enormous internal consumption and irreversible losses. Such pointless conflict lacked any necessity. Chu Jing, why retreat? Just a martial emperor perfection, seemingly unfamiliar, probably relatively young and favored by martial arts' heavenly fortune. Letting them go like this, is it not a pity? Seeing Chu Jing turn and leave, Shi Yueyue questioned, somewhat puzzled. Just a martial emperor perfection, she and Lei Chen joining forces could take down this person without much trouble. Chu Jing remained silent, merely continuing on his path, swiftly fleeing toward the 6th defense line. Within the Martial Hall's camp, due to Song Lingxue's shockingly powerful strike and Chu Jing's sudden appearance, alarms had long been ringing, and now seeing Chu Jing intending to retreat, a sudden commotion erupted. The sound of void smashing echoed through the star universe, more than 10 divine martial heavenly generals clad in battle armor erupted out, followed closely by a group of Martial Hall cultivators, forming a blood-colored torrent, charging toward Chu Jing, intending to follow and kill. Halt! A cold voice sounded, like a stabilizer, instantly overshadowing all the clamor. Song Lingxue still stood where she was, the blood-colored battle halberd pointing obliquely at the stars. She did not look back, merely raised her hand. The pressure of the great martial emperor exploded like an invisible giant wall, blocking all the martial cultivators rushing out from behind. Her gaze still fixed upon Chu Jing's distant departing figure, her brows slightly furrowed, suppressing numerous thoughts in her mind, her voice cutting through the chaotic battlefield, ordering with a deep voice, "Don't pursue, return to camp." General Song, why stop? A somewhat impatient martial monarch couldn't help but urge, pointing in the direction of Chu Jing's disappearance, his expression full of puzzlement, seeing that person's face just now. Surely it must be none other than the commander of the 6th Immortal Pass, Chu Jing. Alone out here, fleeing in panic, before Immortal Alliance reinforcements arrive, is the perfect time to kill this thief and break through the Immortal Pass, a great deed for you. How can you? Before finishing his words, Song Lingxue had already turned, her eyes blazing with a cold flame mixed with violent killing intent and extreme impatience. Get back. Song Lingxue did not even spare him a glance, coldly speaking, disobeying orders at the front, I'll sever your head. The martial monarch twitched at the corner of his eyes, but ultimately didn't dare speak any rebellious words, slowly bowing, as you command. A group of martial hall elites, including more than 10 heavenly generals, also suppressed the surging emotions within them, bowing to accept the orders, not a single one daring to object. The commander at the front naturally held the power of life and death, and Song Lingxue, being the martial ancestor's personal heir, confronting her would be tantamount to seeking death. Song Lingxue no longer looked at them, turned once more, her gaze last directed toward the place where Chujing vanished, which was empty of any figure. On the other side of the Star River, the heavenly punishment martial ancestor, who sat cross-legged, slowly stood, his tall figure, covered in blood armor, like a waking ancient divine mountain, whose pressure momentarily thickened the flowing passage of time around him. He slightly lowered his gaze, looking at Song Lingxue retreating back to the martial hall camp below. Deep bond between husband and wife, rather interesting. A faint voice laced with a bit of sarcasm echoed softly through the silent Star River. Chapter 649-452, Heavenly Punishment Strikes, Inescapable Death, Part 2. He saw through the act of Song Lingxue forcefully suppressing her subordinates, allowing Chujing to leave, and the complex indescribable emotions behind it. But in his eyes, it meant nothing. From start to finish, Song Lingxue carried little weight in his perspective. The previous generation's martial ancestor decreed that she could never enter the ancestral realm in this life, which had already destined her to be eliminated early in this Dao war. However, Song Lingxue was more than adequate as a vanguard commander. This sword still had its use for now, enough to remain on the front line to continue attracting the Immortal Alliance's attention, stirring the clouds of battle. But it was Chujing who was truly key now. With this thought determined, the heavenly punishment martial ancestor hesitated no longer, casually taking a step forward. Crack, the endless void of the Star River beneath his feet, like a fragile glass mirror, instantly filled with cracks, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of holding open the vast cosmos, bursting forth without reservation from his body covered in blood jade armor. A vast shadowy river spanning ancient times and connecting life's rise and fall in the universe suddenly emerged behind the heavenly punishment martial ancestor. This was the projection of the river of time. The shadowy river was vast and boundless, its source unseen and its downstream end unknown, only within its flow were endless fragments of time visible. Each tiny fragment reflected different scenes, historical retrospection, stars shifting, mountains and rivers falling silent, dynasties changing banners, rise and fall passing by, the joys and sorrows of billions of living creatures, the cycle of life and death of universal beings, all floated within this illusory river. The river surged silently, emanating an eternal essence of extinction, enough to make all heavens and paths tremble. In this instant, the heavenly punishment was no longer merely a martial cultivator but nearly an embodiment of space-time. A single thought could decay stars, a single notion could invoke space-time retrospection and leave echoes in the eons of time. He slowly raised his hand, pressing toward the figures of Chujing and the two leaving behind him, like the judgment of the master of time. Buzz, in the folded void behind Chujing, the blurry figures of Shi Yue and Lei Chen abruptly became exceptionally solid. In an instant, danger descended, both their expressions changed dramatically, as the immortal Tao origin within them simultaneously began to boil. The moonlight flowing around Shi Yue suddenly became incredibly fierce, the space-time law surged, countless silver-white immortal patterns gushed forth like a blizzard and quickly formed layers upon layers of barriers, protecting Chujing's form. Lei Chen's expression slightly darkened, as he raised his hand to brush against his waist, the ancient jade at his waist erupted with unprecedented radiant light, the original cohesive aura fractured, like a butterfly breaking from its cocoon, transforming into world-opening chaotic thunder. In this instant, Lei Chen was no longer his previous subdued self, his hair and beard bristled sharply, thunder light exploded in his eyes, and both palms pushed against the void, invoking the power of space-time laws, blocking before Chuzheng, forming an indestructible thunder immortal shield. At the same moment, understanding the terror of their opponent, knowing merely relying on burning their own origin was not enough to fully resist, Shi Yueyue and Lei Chen spared no reserves. Rise! Shi Yueyue danced her sleeves, a silver immortal flag flowing with starlight and emanating boundless space-time aura flew from her hand, swelling against the wind and suddenly shrouding a large expanse of sky above Chuzheng. The immortal flag flapped audibly, sending down endless chains formed by condensed space-time laws, forming an array, frantically reinforcing the layered barriers she had previously set. Come! Lei Chen roared lowly, an ancient, weighty bronze jade ring flew from his hand. On the ring, chaotic thunder patterns shone, its aura menacing enough to suppress all heavens and bind all laws. The ring spun rapidly in the void, quickly transforming into a celestial ring spanning the Star River, hovering before the thunder immortal shield. Buzz, immediately followed by a 12-story exquisite white jade tower emanating boundless immortal light flying from Shi Yueyue's brow. The tower swelled against the wind, each floor edged with distinctly different immortal arrays, containing space-time, gathering all surrounding starlight into a magnificent starlight stream, akin to a solidified river of time, winding across the tower's body. The immortal tower thunderously descended, pressing upon the core starry sky where Chuzheng stood, casting down immense immortal Tao power and space-time law to form an indestructible final protection. In an instant, the immortal flag shaded the heavens, the ring spanned the void, the tower suppressed existence. At the brink of life and death, two great immortal emperors not only burned their own origin but also, sparing no expense, simultaneously wielded several powerful emperor weapons from their reserves, converting their lifetime cultivation, all their foundation, into a protective copper wall and iron barrier for Chuzheng. The martial ancestor's eyes showed no ripples, expression indifferent, as he raised his hand covered in blood jade armor, pressing remotely towards the direction of the three. Boom! Instantaneously, the gigantic palm of the heavenly punishment martial ancestor engulfed by time power had already fallen upon the heads of the three. The immortal flag shading the sky shook fiercely, the fallen space-time chains breaking inch by inch, the celestial ring cracked, its light dimmed, emitting groaning hums under intolerable weight. The 11-layer immortal tower, capable of suppressing a half-ancestor, trembled violently, its immortal light flashing erratically, while the river of starlight flowing around it nearly dried up. The layers of moonlight barriers painstakingly constructed by Shi Yueyue shattered soundlessly like illusions, the finely crafted space-time talismanic patterns melting before absolute power, unable even to delay for a moment. The thunder immortal shield, condensed by Lei Chen invoking all heaven's laws, upon meeting the martial ancestor's palm imprint, emitted intolerable mournful howls, the surface quickly fractured, and exploded in an instant. The jade at his waist, its light instantly dimmed, uttered a wail, cracking with several fractures. Puff! Puff! The two great immortal emperors at the zenith of immortal emperor perfection seemed as though struck head-on by an invisible ancient divine mountain, their immortal bodies shattered, spewing blood, figures like kites with broken strings, instantly blown out from the collapsing void, their immortal bodies trembling violently amidst the terrifying aftermath, their surrounding immortal light and Tao rhythms in complete disarray. The three emperor weapons previously sacrificed scattered and fell, the dazzling immortal light fading visibly to the naked eye. The martial ancestor's power was too formidable, so overwhelming it was simply beyond what the two great immortal emperors could withstand. Even after burning their origins and wielding several emperor weapons, they were defeated so swiftly, with barely any suspense. Ancestral realm was already at a different level than ordinary living creatures. A Tao ancestor was almost the embodiment of the great universe's heavenly fate. However, ultimately, this blow was blocked by them, and Chuzheng, under their protection, was unharmed. Chuzheng looked up at the heavenly punishment martial ancestor before him, spiritual light flowing in his eyes, but only fragmented information was returned due to the immense difference in cultivation. Among this information, a familiar name was brought back. Heavenly punishment. Chuzheng took a deep breath, his taut expression relaxed, before the ancestral realm, no matter how many aces up his sleeve, it was already a dead end. Lives are as chess, the ancestral realm is the player, taking and placing pieces, merely a thought away. Calculating, this should be his second encounter with heavenly punishment. Last time, heavenly punishment had just broken the Emperor to become an ancestor, coming out to head to the cosmic edge. At that time, if it weren't for the tribulation chief forewarning him, perhaps he would have been crushed by heavenly punishment's foot. The heavenly punishment martial ancestor stood with hands behind, gaze overlooking like how ants are viewed, coldly directed at the two great immortal emperors. His icy voice resounded in their seas of consciousness. Tell Moonlight, if you want Chu Jing, come take him at the martial hall. I await. Shiyoujua's eyes were filled with horror and unwillingness. She glared steadfastly at the heavenly punishment martial ancestor, grinding her teeth, while Lei Chen's face was pale, facial muscles subtly twitching, eyes distinctly grave. Heavenly punishment's actions clearly intended to trade Chu Jing for Moonlight's entry. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, heavenly punishment's pool-like eyes showed no emotional ripple, and he said indifferently, if in 3 breaths you still do not leave, then stay, I will find someone else to deliver the message. Go. Lei Chen sharply shouted, his voice hoarse yet decisive, as he grasped the unwilling Shiyuyue. The jade at his waist cracked, but again emitted a faint immortal radiance, enveloping them, transforming into a stream tearing across the Star River, fleeing towards the immortal domain without looking back. In this quest, they had done their utmost. An ancestral realm intervening had already broken the rules, it was not their fault. Now, what they had to do was quickly relay the message back, and what actions to take thereafter would require the Moonlight immortal ancestor's own decision. Watching the 2 streaks of fleeing light, the heavenly punishment martial ancestor slowly retracted his gaze and turned his sight back to Chu Jing below. He said not a word, nor did he show the slightest emotional fluctuation, as he slowly raised his hand, 5 fingers slightly spread, lightly grasping towards Chu Jing's location below. Buzzayuro, the purest space-time law, was forcibly gathered by the heavenly punishment martial ancestor. The space around Chu Jing instantly twisted visibly, countless silver-gray chains exuding a cold aura appeared out of thin air. These chains were not physical but condensed of the purest space-time law. The moment they appeared, they began to interlace, weave, and gather. In the blink of an eye, they formed a crystal-clear imprisoning cage, completely sealing Chu Jing within. In that instant, Chu Jing felt the Yuan Qi magical power surging in his body suddenly solidify, the power sufficient to pierce the Star River and cosmos unable to move an inch. In the understanding of the space-time law, he was far inferior to heavenly punishment, with no ability to resist. The mountain and river sword, which wanted to protect its master, was suddenly silenced, its blade's glow instantly dimmed, as if held down by an invisible gigantic hand. The illusory shadow of the Dao seal flickered madly in the sea of consciousness, attempting to communicate with the space-time law, but was forcibly isolated by the crystal cage, completely suppressed. In the face of the ancestral realm, Chu Jing's current combat strength and trump cards appeared powerless. The heavenly punishment martial ancestor looked at the immobilized Chu Jing within the prison, his indifferent face showing no expression, and slowly raised his hand. The space-time cage along with the thoroughly suppressed Chu Jing inside instantly transformed into a streak of light, crossing the vast star domain, falling into the open palm of the heavenly punishment martial ancestor. The enormous cage capable of holding stars now suspended quietly in his palm like a toy, with Chu Jing's figure clearly visible inside, like an ant. The heavenly punishment martial ancestor lowered his eyes, looking at the small yet significantly variable figure in the palm prison, and slowly spoke, "You will not be the first living creature to die in this Tao war. How long you live depends on your fortune." After he spoke, he slowly closed his fingers, absorbing the cage into his palm, then his gaze pierced through the endless starry sky, looking towards the deepest part of the Immortal Alliance, and a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Moonlight, it's your move now." The forefront of the battlefield already lay on the territories of the Immortal Domain, a place shrouded by heavenly fate, where the laws intertwined. The moment the heavenly punishment martial ancestor made his move, the heavenly destiny true spirit of the immortal Tao immediately reacted. The omnipresent immortal Tao's heavenly destiny suddenly surged with unprecedented intense waves, like a deep pond where a giant stone was thrown. Invisible ripples pierced through layers of spatial barriers, ignoring the obstruction of space-time, and instantly swept through the entire immortal domain. The 5 ancestors of the immortal Tao, at the same moment, all felt it in their hearts. They had long been closely linked with the immortal Tao's heavenly destiny, like watchers resting atop the riverbank, now witnessing the river surface erupt in turbulent waves, an omen born from heavenly destiny. Great Immortal Realm. Moonlight Immortal Palace. 5 figures stood like 5 divine mountains suppressing eternity under the dome where the star river flowed. A woman clad in a moon-white immortal skirt sat quietly behind a desk, her eyes clear as icy pools in the heavens, reflecting the rise and fall of all heavens. The moonlight immortal ancestor's gaze penetrated the starry sky and saw Chujing being suppressed, her brow slightly furrowed. A middle-aged man stood beside her, appearing around 40, wearing a dark emperor's robe and a purple-gold crown, his visage dignified like a deity, enveloped in a heavy aura that suppressed all heavens. Now his brow was slightly furrowed, seeming hesitant. Feng Ting stood before the palace gate, with 2 immortal ancestors following behind him, blocking Moonlight's path. On his left was a young man with a thin face wearing a black immortal robe, looking to be not more than 30, albeit with white hair and beard. On the right was a young woman clad in a 7-colored rosy clouds robe, with exceptionally beautiful features yet exuding a sharp murderous aura. All 5 ancestors of the immortal Tao were present. Heavenly punishment actually acted first? The middle-aged man standing next to Moonlight spoke in a low voice, his tone like muffled thunder rolling clouds, carrying a hint of surprise and doubt. But he did not kill. Feng Ting looked intensely at Moonlight and said gravely, he only captured Chujing and let Shi Yue and Lei Chen go back, clearly holding back. His intention is no more than forcing you to fight at the martial hall. A rare coldness appeared in his usually peaceful gaze, and his voice grew deeper. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. With the chaos of heavenly fate unopened, you absolutely must not touch martial blood first, or my immortal Tao will become the target of the myriad realms' backlash. Capturing but not killing, deliberately releasing 2 great immortal emperors, it's clear heavenly punishment does not wish to taint immortal blood nor be the one to start this battle. The old man behind Feng Ting took up the words, looking at Moonlight and nodding slightly. This is an open strategy, forcing you to awaken the martial arts' heavenly fortune. The Moonlight immortal ancestor remained silent, her eyes as clear as icy pools but faintly flickered with a barely noticeable ripple, as if thousands of stars flickered in them. She did not speak immediately, but the cold moonlight flowing around her stuck imperceptibly for a moment. The fairy palace sank into a brief dead silence. Only the star river on the dome continued to flow, reflecting the silent figures of the 5 ancestors. The gazes of the 4 ancestors all turned towards the moonlight immortal ancestor. Chujing is the seed she would protect at all costs, but at this moment, to save Chujing at the martial hall, her hands would inevitably be stained with martial living creatures' blood. The ancestral realm differs from other living creatures, being incarnations of heavenly fate. Once Moonlight, as an immortal ancestor, starts a slaughter at the martial hall, the heavenly destiny true spirit of the martial path would awaken, which means the Tao War would be fully initiated.